我太是一个吃货了，我是一名吃货。
Yeah, I'm definitely a food lover. I wouldn't do what I do if I was not.
从小吃到大，一天3餐是不够的。
之前最疯狂的日子呢，我们可以一天吃8家到10家餐厅吧，还足够内容给我们的粉丝看。所以我说我们是吃货是没错的。
应该算是一个吃货啊。
I wouldn't call myself a foodie, but yes, I do love food.
Yeah, I'm definitely a foodie.
Definitely a food lover. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, doesn't matter.
美食对我来说是生活的另一半，对，有的时候看得比男朋友还要重要。
在过去的3年里面，我们就吃遍了 LA， 吃了1500家餐厅，但是很快乐，还是这么的瘦。
Food means to me is a celebration of family and friends and bringing people together. Like churro, yes, churro brings a lot of people together.
I especially love food in Los Angeles because it's very international and very diverse, and I think it's an exciting time to live in Los Angeles.
工作一天会有很大的精神压力或者体力的压力，通过好的美食放松一下他的心情。
Food is something delicious and lovely to look at and smell, but also I think food is one of the purest expressions of culture. It's a really good way of understanding other people.
我选择了做餐饮这个行业，见证了我的爱情。刚好我老公也是一名大厨，所以说每天就生活在大厨的私房菜之中。2006年我从中国到美国来读书，因为吃结识了一帮非常好的朋友，他们今天在美国就相当于是我的家人，是联系着我们之间的感情，是一个非常重要的纽带。
大家好，我是黄磊黄小厨。未来黄小厨将继续坚持以美食为纽带，与全世界的吃货们一起发现幸福生活的美好日常。祝大家走遍世界，吃遍全球。
我是 Amy，吃货小分队的创始人和 CEO。这是我们第一次办这么大的一个活动，每年到年末年初的时候，都会想说去办一些餐厅的评选啦、颁奖啦这种。在讨论的过程里面，我们既然认识这么多的餐厅老板，然后了解这么多的背后的故事，所以我们就在想说，是不是可以真的把他们招在一块儿？那我们之后的话，我们也会做自己的互联网产品，希望大家不管说是来美国旅游，还是说在美国留学，你们都能够通过吃货小分队找到你们想念的美食。
生活更新鲜，每一刻都精彩万分。 闹铃，再难也要好好吃饭，中国加油！
我相信明天，我相信青春没有地平线，在日落的海边，在热闹的大街，都是我心中最美的乐园。
朋友们好，欢迎您来到由北美地区最具影响力的华人生活方式平台吃货小分队和北美亚洲餐厅协会联合主办的第4届吃货盛典及北美美食行业峰会的现场。Welcome to North America Asian Food Industry Conference。我是本次峰会的主持人 Jasmine。本次盛会，我们非常荣幸地邀请到了北美餐饮最权威的代表们，与朋友们共话后疫情时代的行业新机遇，敬请期待。那么我非常开心地向大家宣布，第4届美食盛典正式拉开帷幕。有请吃货小分队以及 Asia Creative 的联合创始人 Cosmo 胡致开幕词。
Hello， 大家好。非常感谢 Amy 今年让我来做这个开幕致辞。我是吃货小分队的联合创始人 Cosmo。其实我们从做吃货开始，做餐饮咨询的第一天，就总有餐厅老板在问我们什么时候是餐饮的机会，然后我总是告诉他们，现在就是机会。什么意思呢？疫情刚刚开始的时候，其实没有人知道房地产会怎么样，那个时候没有人敢买房子，但那个时候买房子的人其实都赚钱了。我自己也知道有一些餐饮人在那个时候拼命的用很低的价格买店，然后我也知道有一些曾经不是做餐饮的人在那个时候买店进入了这个餐饮的市场。我和 Amy 其实帮助了很多 local 的小餐厅做过一些咨询，也帮助了一些本土的品牌资本化，现在有一些也估值上千万美金了。但我们发现所有人能成功，归根结底其实就是一句话，他们就是在正确的时间做了正确的事情。我先来给大家分享几个数据啊。根据这个福布斯的这个报告显示，2022年餐饮服务业的销售额预计将达到8980亿美元，比2021年增加了多少呢？增加了990亿美元，比2020年增加了多少呢？增加了2200亿美元。而2022年，也就是今年的这个销售额预测，会超过新冠爆发以前，也就是2019年的行业销售额。就是它在整个未来的5年里，中餐的行业预计即将保持上升的趋势，而中国食品会继续受到美国人的欢迎，并且有向高端餐饮模式转变的潜力。那这样就是说明什么呢？它将会提高整个行业的利润。那预计到了2027年为止的5年之内，行业收入将以年率2.3%的速度增长到225亿美元。去年有一半的这个全服务餐饮的运营商推出了配送服务，因为疫情嘛。那60%的消费者表示他们比疫情爆发前更常选择外卖服务。那对于千禧一代来说，这个数字更是高达了71%。我刚刚所有的这些上述的数据都来自于我们吃货餐饮的行业报告。那我们团队从策划整理采访校对设计花了差不多大半年的时间。那这一份大的餐饮数据报告里面总共分为3小部分。那它第一部分呢是北美餐饮行业的现状以及趋势，这里比较重要的是消费习惯趋势变化这一块，比如说堂食外卖外带的比率，然后是整个北美市场的行业趋势。那第2份是北美中餐深度内容营销趋势报告，这份报告主要是告诉大家主流的人和媒体他们最在意的点是什么。那第3份是北美华人消费习惯调研报告，那这是我们采访了超过700位在美的华人做出的一份数据报告，里面会非常清晰的告诉大家他们的用餐、消费等等所有的这些习惯。那我们通过在美华人餐饮消费数据和在美国的餐饮消费大数据以及主流媒体的数据，希望多维度的去帮助餐饮人 让我们切入不同的视角，去更深层次的理解和准备好进入餐饮的2.0吧，或者说是3.0的时代。那如果大家还记得我们去年盛典的主题叫做后疫情时代，北美餐饮如何破局重生。我们去年请了猎豹移动的 CEO 傅盛跟我们分享关于餐厅已经迎来了机器人时代。还有去年6月获得800万美金 A 轮融资的 Salttalk， 他们做云厨房的，他们的 VP 也给我们分享了如何通过互联网去降本增效。那还有硅谷的新晋独角兽 We 的 CEO Larry 也跟大家分享了关于北美因为疫情而带来的消费转变，也包括我们的老朋友 Lady M 的 Ken，也来跟我们分享了关于疫情之后电商的崛起之路。那做完去年的盛典以后，之后的大半年的时间里，我们整个团队，然后包括我和 Amy， 我们都陆陆续续收到了非常多国内也希望做品牌出海的餐饮集团的联系，很多问题都围绕着在现在这个阶段要不要做品牌出海，以及如果要做该怎么做。那当然也有很多本土的餐饮品牌，他们希望做到规模化、连锁化，也来找我们说那应该怎么做。那说真的，在屏幕后的你一定跟我想的一样，疫情之下其实大家都非常非常的难。但是你会发现你总能看到我们身边为什么有人永远可以顺势而为赚到钱，然后也有人就是受到大环境影响就是一蹶不振。我们也看到很多餐厅永远关闭了，对吗？但举个今年我觉得应该是最火的例子就是新东方，他们从一个教英语的机构变成了今年最火的直播带货平台。我觉得其实真的很多东西是要顺势而为。那我们去年主要都是在讨论整个大疫情环境下的这个餐饮破局之道。那整个餐饮的趋势，我觉得也不是说整个餐饮的趋势，就是整个世界都是这样的趋势。其实它未来就是一个去中心化的一个这样的趋势。什么意思呢？区块链也好，智能餐饮也好，现在的社交媒体也好，大家其实都不是只有一个渠道去获取信息了。我们今年一开始定了一个主题呢，叫做全渠道颠覆就是餐饮消费行业如何在疫情后全渠道的去触达各类的消费者。我用一个大白话来讲这样听起来有点拗口，就是如何立足当下，然后拥抱餐饮新生态。所以我们今年的主题就叫做拥抱餐饮新生态，它更像是一个去年大疫情环境下餐饮破局之道的升级版本。那去年我们在讲如何破局，在讲破局之道。那今年我们在讲什么呢？我们在讲立身之术，如何立足当下，又如何拥抱未来以及变化。大家会看到我们的日程表，今天早上的分享，美国餐饮巨头全运营高管还有美国第一中央厨房Kitchen United 的人都会来跟我们分享餐饮品牌如何规模化以及数字化。那还有我和 Amy 个人都非常非常期待的鼎泰丰的市场总监会来跟我们分享他们如何把一个小笼包做到全世界人都喜欢，还有如何把亚洲的食品打入主流市场等等。其实这些分享都是在告诉大家如何立足当下。那下午场的中国连锁品牌如何落地美国，降本增效的核心要素是什么，预制菜的发展还有机会，以及如何把茶做成下一个星巴克，都是我们给大家关于如何拥抱新生态的一些畅想吧。所以请大家不要错过任何一场，因为任何一场 session 都是紧密相关，然后它们之间是环环相扣的。我们有北美最大的华人新移民市场，然后我们也帮助中国的品牌出海，帮助美国的品牌触达美国亚裔市场群体，给餐饮品牌整合现有的行业资源，也提供更加多元和合作的服务解决方案。这是我们真正要做的事情也是我们一直在做的事情。所以我们每一个吃货人都会义无反顾地带着这样的信念深耕餐饮行业，让更多人发现中餐、亚洲餐饮的价值。在美国餐饮变迁的历史上，我们希望留下我们更多亚洲人的印记，这是我们成为吃货的使命。这就是我们开始做吃货盛典的初衷，是我们做品牌营销 Asia Creative 的初衷，也是我们做餐饮协会 NAFTA 的初衷，更是我们做吃货小分队的初衷。最后我想说， 我们的人生其实就是由几个你看不见的未来的选择拼凑起来的，最后它给了你现在的答案。再次感谢大家今天来听我们的吃货盛典。大家如果有任何的问题，可以在群里，还有就是在 Zoom 的这个聊天室里面留言给我们，然后我和我的团队的同事都会回复大家的。好，我现在把剩下的时间交给我们的主持人 Jasmine， 谢谢大家。
好的，谢谢 Cosmo 那么刚才 Cosmo 有提到的餐饮行业的报告，请大家扫码我们屏幕上显示的这个二维码进入购买链接。同时呢，我们的吃货小分队的朋友们也会在我们的微信群里头为大家分享这个购物的指南。本次盛典呢，上半场呢上午的多为英文。那同时我们也有同传，可以切换频道。大家如果想要任何的guidance， 可以问到我们的吃货小分队的工作人员。同时我们也有在这个 chat box 里头有给大家输入。那么上半场我们正式开始了。在此呢，我特别感谢以下赞助商对本次盛典的大力支持。感谢刘一手用世界的语言演绎中国的味道，刘一手火锅。感谢北美食材供应链领先品牌酱传集团。感谢 AMA Kitchen， 只要1万1就能轻松展店创业的 AMA 美食厨房。感谢串联东西，以文化讲述餐饮故事的 CSA 设计事务所。感谢 Menu 师傅引跑5年餐厅软件华人共同选择。感谢 Rushable 为餐厅建立私域流量自动化营销以及零抽成点餐。感谢美玉嘉华财务 ERTC 申请专家，最高效最灵活。All right, we are going to switch into English. Again, thank you all for joining us today. We will start with our first keynote of the day. We've invited 2 distinguished VIP guests. Please allow me to introduce them. Carol Osborne, the co-author of the book, Delivery the Digital Restaurant. Carol is a global retail executive and a board member whose experience spans across blue chip companies and disruptive startups ventures and restaurants. His knowledge of operational excellence, business development, and change management, together with his ability to traverse industries and disciplines, is admired by his diverse, extensive network. Welcome, Carol.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here.
And we have our speaker, Meredith Sandland. He's the interim CEO and co-author of the book, Delivery the Digital Restaurant. She has created and driven disruptive growth and at both Fortune 100 and startup companies. She has spent a decade navigating change consumer demands and real estate environments for the restaurants. As the ex-chief development officer at Taco Bell, Meredith reignited Unite growth after the 2008 and 2009 recession to build over 1K Taco Bells and add over 1 billion in sales to the brand.
Yeah.
Welcome, Meredith.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
All right, Cal and Meredith, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, we were asked to talk about growing restaurant brands, which of course is something that I have a lot of experience with, having increased the unit count of Taco Bell. And then of course our background is in digital and how this disruption is changing what's going on in restaurants right now. And so we've combined the 2 topics because so much of what's happening in the digital disruption affects how you can grow your restaurant brand.
Yeah, we're really pleased to be here with everyone. Thank you for inviting us to the Asia Creative team. It's a real pleasure to be able to spend some time talking with your audience today. We often get asked about growth and what digitization is doing for growth. And today we hope to share with you at least a few insights around how a few aspects of growth are actually happening now. Ghost Kitchen and brands. Let's tell you a little bit about ourselves. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as we were kind of introduced, we are the authors of the Delivering Digital Restaurant. Our book is really something which has surprised us in many ways because it's become a bestseller in many countries around the world. It's won a few awards as well. And really, when we were at Kitchen United together, both Meredith and I saw the changing landscape for restaurants of all kinds and the challenge in many ways of what digitization was creating for restaurants as they had to adapt their business model. And so I remember saying to Meredith one day as we were driving back from our office, wouldn't it be great if we could offer our Kitchen United customers a book that helps them understand what is happening in this space? And as a result of our quick search on Amazon, we found that there was no book. And so when we had left Kitchen United, Meredith and I revisited this idea and decided to write the book. We interviewed over 100 different executives, both in restaurants and in the technology companies, to try and tell the tale as to why off-premise, why delivery, why digitization is actually something for restaurants to be excited about, to look at with more optimism, because it is, of course, something that now, since the pandemic, a very large part of the restaurant business model. And we hope that those of you that have yet to get a copy will get a copy. We are offering each of the viewers and listeners today a discount. So if you go to our website, www.learn.delivery, you'll be able to use the Taste of Asia coupon code to get a 20% discount. And we'd love to be able to use that and sign a copy for you and get that to you for you to read. Other than that, let's move on to the next slide and tell you a bit about what we'd like to cover today. And Meredith is going to lead a large chunk of this, but we really want to get into, when we talk about growth, and as Meredith mentioned a moment or two ago, she was in this role herself at Taco Bell, thinking about how to grow a company of that size. And of course, it's always been a challenge. It's always been difficult. But now new paths are emerging, and we'd like to share with you some of those paths that we believe a digital world enables and empowers. And as a result of that, we'll share with you some of our best practices that we think will enable those growth paths to be accepted. But similarly, we'll demonstrate for you some of the things that perhaps aren't articulated as often enough. What are the preconditions for growth? What are the things that you really need to consider if indeed these are potential pathways for you to embrace? And therefore, how do you look and assess which option is right for you? We'll certainly be making some time for questions and answers as well. But without further ado, over to you, Meredith.
All right, next slide, please. So the first thing I want to touch on, since leaving a giant brand, I have met with so many smaller brands who think very similarly, if one is good, 100 must be better. And how do I get bigger than I am? And certainly the allure is there, which is if I'm doing really well out of my current restaurant and customers love me and I'm very busy, how do I leverage my brand and my recipes through additional locations? And certainly additional locations will also create volume for my food and marketing spend. So those will actually get better as I have more volume. And therefore, I can logically assume that each location I open will make at least $150,000, similar to my first one. But what I've noticed is the reality of growth is that a second restaurant creates costs that can only be justified by more restaurants. And so many restaurant chains end up in a situation where they have to grow very, very quickly. And they start bringing on outside capital in order to do that. So they're making $150,000 out of that first restaurant. Customers love them and they are very busy, but the reason why is because supply is limited to one location. And that restaurant's brand is incredibly well known, at least in the immediate trade area. So then the reality sinks in that you won't be able to be at both locations as much as you've been at your first. And therefore your second location will make less money than your first. And your first may also suffer too, due to inattention and lack of brand awareness. At this point, you will think, I need to hire above restaurant staff to fill the gap. An area coach, maybe some marketing people. And then once you have those hires, you'll think you'll need many more restaurants in order to justify these hires. And this is how many restaurants go from one successful restaurant to being on an eternal quest for growth that pays for itself. Next slide. So what happens is what I'll call the growth challenge. And this can be depicted by a classic J-curve of cash demands. So on our vertical axis, we have the cash needs of the business. And on the horizontal axis, we have, a figurative number of restaurants. So what happens is, as you add restaurants, you need more and more and more cash to build out those restaurants, but they typically don't pay enough, don't earn enough to pay back the cash need to build out. So as the example here, if you had a $2 million restaurant AUV, or average unit volume, at a 15% unit level margin, which would be great. I think industry average for independents is about 7. In this situation, you'd be making about $300,000 of unit level profit. But if each unit cost $1.5 million to open, you could only build one every 5 years if you were financing it out of the restaurant cash flow. So this is where many restaurants think, I will take on outside investors, or I will take on debt so that I can go faster. But the problem is, typically restaurants are chasing their tail until they hit about 100 units. At 100 units, that's about the point where they start to become self-funding for additional growth, and where they can carry the entire above restaurant infrastructure, whether it's the area coaches or the marketing staff or whoever it might be. And many restaurants, I think, underestimate how many restaurants they're going to have to build and how saturated they will have to be in their local markets in order to get to this point. Next slide, please. What's exciting about the new digital world is that it opens up a less capital intense growth path. So on the left, we see the same J-curve as from the prior slide, where we had to spend a lot of capital in order to get to a point where the collection of restaurants was generating cash instead of using cash. On the right-hand side, we see the new way of doing things, where less capital investment is required, and we go to immediate cash flow growth. Here, you have somewhere between 150,000 and 1.5 million in restaurant AUV. We'll talk about some of the different models in a minute. Again, that same 15% unit level margin. And so the restaurant is making 22,500 to 225,000 of unit level profit, but each unit only costs somewhere between $0 and $100,000 to open. This means you can open as many locations as you're able to operate without taking on investors or debt. Next slide, and I think I hand it back to Carl.
Thanks, Meredith. So it's at this point when we'll start to introduce the terms ghost kitchens and virtual brands. But I would first like to direct your attention to where Meredith was talking about a few moments ago on the right-hand side, which is just this evaluation on the positives and negatives of these two different pathways of growth. When we look on the right-hand side and the traditional unit growth, obviously we're drawn to the fact that this is a known and proven business model. This is something that the restaurant industry has done for decades and decades. It is proven. We know how to do it. And also, therefore, the consumer is used to it. It's something that the consumer is used to, and the proposition that the consumers actually utilize, in the sense that when they see a new restaurant open up, they're excited about it. They're drawn to it. And of course, it's a wonderful flag for the brand. It's a great way to demonstrate how the brand can be leveraged as well. But as Meredith was just alluding to, these things are expensive. They do take a lot of money and investment to be able to make happen. Similarly, operationally, they are particularly intense, especially in such a labor-short environment as we are right now. And it's not something that you can do particularly quickly. It takes many months, if not years, to open up new locations. And of course, as we know, it's very, very competitive. Do you know, before the pandemic, the US was second only to Japan in restaurants per capita. And so therefore, the competition for the restaurant industry in the US has never been more difficult than it has been in recent years. Of course, we have seen some restaurants fall by the wayside through the pandemic, but still, it is clearly a very competitive environment. But when we look to the left-hand side here, well, let's start to explore ghost kitchens and virtual brands. Now, I'll give you more of a definition of this in a moment, but as Meredith was just saying, first of all, if you can do something in a capital-light fashion, not a huge amount of investment up front, which allows you to also open up quickly, while also taking advantage of the digital environment, which of course is optimized therefore. The food that is being produced through ghost kitchens and virtual brands is produced in a way that is optimized for off-premise consumption. Then clearly that sounds very exciting. But it's also unfamiliar. It's a different business model. When you look at the economics of it, it might seem not particularly attractive. But of course, there's another thing here which doesn't get enough attention either. And that is digital marketing is absolutely at the epicenter of success for both ghost kitchens and virtual brands. And similarly, the menu and the way in which you operate these doesn't have to be the same way as you would operate a traditional unit. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what are these ghost kitchens and virtual brands? Well, first of all, a ghost kitchen, we like to term it as hardware. And in that sense, it's a kitchen that is being created for the purpose of the production of food that is going to be consumed in an off-premise setting. It's a kitchen that's being produced for the consumption of food in an off-premise setting. There are many different types of ghost kitchens, and Meredith will touch on different models for you to consider in a moment or two. But that's it. Virtual brands are considered like the software, the different menus, the different ways in which food can appear on a virtual landscape. And so in that sense, the food that a virtual brand is creating is just that for, again, consumption in an off-premise setting. You cannot eat a virtual brand in an on-premise setting. But both of these models have technology underpinning their success. The next slide, please. And there are many, many different providers out there trying to do this, and many different models as well. The company that Meredith and I were part of before, Kitchen United, leases out kitchen space and provides technology for restaurants to be able to have their brand in a ghost kitchen location. But they still have to supply the staff to cook those items. They still have to think about the way in which they wish to market their items. There is, of course, then the mix aspect of Kitchen United as well, which allows restaurants to be able to be on the Kitchen United platform and, for all intents and purposes, be part of a virtual food hall. But maybe there are some out there, like Wendy's, for example, that don't even want to operate and have the kind of onus of having to manage the production of food with their own staff. And that, in that instance, companies like Reef are actually taking on the mantle. They obviously supply the kitchen, but they also supply the staff and work in a licensing arrangement. From a virtual brand standpoint, again, there are different models that exist. There are some companies that create their own virtual brand on top of their current menu. And then there are other companies, like Nextbite, for example, that create brands themselves, are experts at marketing those brands, and license them out for people to build upon their current restaurant infrastructure. That's right. Virtual brands don't have to only exist in ghost kitchens. They can exist also in brick and mortar settings where they are layering on top of the current offering. So there are numerous different models out there. And I think when we go to the next slide now, you'll see that as a result of that, host kitchens can also be a kitchen for these aspects, but vertically integrated kitchens, which are ones that actually allow everything associated to being a ghost kitchen to incorporating virtual brands, are also a model. So you can have ghost kitchens independently, helping restaurants to be able to exist and to extend their brand in a digital fashion. You can use your current kitchen as a host kitchen and therefore deploy additional brands on top of it. Or you can look to vertically integrated options, which actually do everything together, the kitchen infrastructure, the virtual brands on top, and in the case of things like Cluster Truck, the delivery aspect of it too. Over to you, Meredith. You're on mute.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So what you see on this page is a way to think about all of these different and novel growth paths. Along the vertical axis, we see what kind of expertise do you think your restaurant has? Are you really more about brand and menu and marketing, or are you more about operations and execution? Or maybe you're the rare restaurant who's really good at both. Along the horizontal axis, we see how much operating investment and or capital intensity each model is. And between these two axes, we see 9 different ways of growth. I've highlighted 5 of them here that we'll spend a lot of time talking about. But just as an example, I will say, let's pick out something that is extremely capital intense, very high on the horizontal axis, and requires expertise in operations and execution. That would lead you to the lower right-hand corner, which is to build a ghost kitchen facility. That, I would say, having done it, Carl and I both working at Kitchen United, is probably one of the hardest growth paths on here. It takes a lot of money, and it takes operating very, very well. Now let's take maybe what the traditional is, expanding through your own company-owned stores. Again, this is very capital intense, requires a lot of operational investment. So we'll put it on the far right side. And in order to expand with company-owned stores, you have to be good at both the brand and menu concepting aspects, marketing aspects, as well as operations and execution. There are very few restaurants in America that have expanded through a company-owned approach because it is so difficult. There were, back in the, I would say, 70s, 80s, and 90s, more that expanded through this approach and then subsequently spun their restaurants off into franchises. But it is a very, very difficult path to take. And when you think of the new sort of up and coming restaurants that are doing it, you really have folks like Starbucks, Chipotle, Mod Pizza, Sweet Green. They're very rare, unusual restaurant chains that have been able to take this path. Most high growth chains, think Blaze Pizza or Dave's Hot Chicken, take a franchising path because through franchising, they're able to leverage other people's capital in order to go faster. They also don't have to be quite as good at operations because the franchisee is good at operations. And typically the franchisee is coming from another restaurant chain where they have proven they are good at operations. And that leaves the brand, someone like Blaze Pizza or Dave's Hot Chicken, to really, really focus on the marketing, branding, concepting pieces of running a restaurant. Okay, so let's talk in detail about the 5 that I've highlighted, which are to expand through company-owned and traditional franchising, the ones that I think we're all most familiar with. Number 3, expanding in a ghost kitchen. Number 4, expanding via virtual brands. And number 5, licensing. So let's say you have a restaurant and you're trying to decide which path is right for you. And on the left, I would say these range in a order from harder to easier, with harder being on the left and easier being on the right. Where on the left, you're trying to build more units, either through corporate growth or franchise growth. And on the right, you're trying to build more brands, either through virtual brands or licensing growth. Let's talk about the key success factor in each one that makes it different from all of the others. Please go back one slide. These success factors are very specific to these ways of growing. On the next slide, when we get there, we'll talk about what's in common between all of them, no matter which path you choose. If you want to do corporate growth, meaning all new stores are company owned, you need access to capital. That is the differentiating thing of being on the far left. And to get access to capital, it either means that you are growing extremely slowly at the beginning until you have a very proven model that you can finance out of cash flow, or you have very, very good unit economics, meaning the payback is probably 2 to 3 years, where someone else is willing to loan against it or provide additional equity. In the case of franchise growth, number 2, the differentiating thing that you need to be good at is sales, because you need to be able to go out and find other people who believe in your brand so much that they are willing to invest somewhere between $300,000 and $2 million of their own dollars in order to build the restaurant. It's a sales job. And having done it at Taco Bell, I can say honestly, even with a fantastic brand and fantastic unit economics and great operational infrastructure like Taco Bell had, you still have to convince people to do it. Number 3, on the ghost kitchen growth, Carl already alluded to this, but the differentiating factor is strong digital marketing. When you grow inside of a ghost kitchen, one that's primarily meant for off-premise service, your brand doesn't show up on a pull sign outside. Consumers walking down the street or driving by don't see your brand. The only way that they get to know your brand is online. In many ways, these are online-only restaurants, and so you have to be differentially good at digital marketing. For a virtual brand, let's say you want to add virtual brands to your existing restaurant, or as we would call it, a host kitchen. You really have to have excess kitchen capacity, specifically at the times that the virtual brand is most popular and on the stations that work for the virtual brand. Ideally, that kitchen capacity is cross-utilized, meaning that you're not adding new stations, that you're not overwhelming a station, that you're not adding a ton of new ingredients, so that it's easy for your kitchen to take in additional brands and put them out. Finally, licensing growth. And this is probably, if you can get it, one of the easiest paths, because all you have to be able to do is have commercializable menu items and a great brand, give it to someone else to run the operations and the CapEx. But you have to have such a differentiated commercializable menu item that it can be very, very tricky. See a comment saying ghost kitchen elimination rate is high. And I think maybe we're talking about the restaurants that open in them, but then don't stay open. And there's been a lot of articles about this recently. And yes, it is true. If you go into a ghost kitchen without an established brand and without great digital marketing prowess, you are not going to do well in the ghost kitchen environment. There was a great article that came out last week, I believe in Nation's Restaurant News, that was talking about cloud kitchens and how they were selling a dream to relatively inexperienced restaurant operators that would convince them for a very small upfront cost, they too could open a restaurant. Well, of course, the problem is that most of the costs associated with having a restaurant are in the labor. And so even if you're not paying much for rent, your break even is quite high because of the labor costs that you have to invest. And furthermore, if you're only getting sales from the third-party platforms, your profitability on your food is probably lower. As a result, cloud kitchens has experienced incredibly high turnover, according to this article. Now, I think that there are ways to do it well if you have great digital marketing, if you have a strong first-party channel, then you can generate enough profitable revenue to pay very low labor costs relative to a full freestanding restaurant. Okay, next slide, please. But what all of these things have in common, I would say, is that your current restaurant enjoys customer loyalty as a beloved brand. Your current restaurant enjoys healthy unit level economics. Your current restaurant runs calmly in a scalable system, so it does not feel chaotic in the kitchen, and you have the technology to scale. I will say we have created this list as a checklist so that all of you can think through, would you give yourself a full check mark in your current restaurant? Do you have great ratings? Do you have lines that are caused by customer demand, not by operational supply constraints? Do you have what we call the big two, which are food and labor costs together, of less than 60%? Do you have an asset turnover of greater than 1, meaning your revenue is more than your build cost? Do you know how you operate your restaurant? Is it written down, recorded? Is it shared by all? If you left the restaurant, would your manager do the exact same thing you would do in your absence? And do you have technology that you believe can scale with you? Okay, so having said all those things, I think next slide, we have a few minutes that we can go into Q&A.
All right, thank you, Carol and Meredith. We do have a few minutes for Q&A. If you do have any questions, feel free to leave your comments in the chat box.
I see a comment here that says digital marketing is a must for ghost kitchens, but Facebook ads charge much more than before to meet their profit and revenue goals. I think this is a challenge that figuring out digital marketing in a way that drives profitable ROI is can be very, very challenging. The third parties themselves are turning into search engines and also present another opportunity to spend money on advertising. You know, the great news is that by definition, any consumer on the third party platforms is actively hungry and in a decision-making window. The downside of it is that they're incredibly expensive because you're paying both the listing fee as well as potentially an advertising fee. I think the trick here is all about experimentation and seeing what works for your brand. First, know where your consumers are online, which of the platforms they prefer, and then experiment with what seems to reach them and cause them to come in. In digital marketing, a concept called A/B testing is very, very popular among what I'll call online brands in other verticals. And this is a concept that needs to be carried over into the restaurant world, where you're putting two things up against each other so that you can test a hypothesis. You know, do we get better traction on Facebook or do we get better traction on DoorDash? On a DoorDash ad, is it better to do percentage off or dollar off? And being able to see the results of those A/B tests hopefully will lead to a more positive ROI on the digital marketing spend.
Got a few questions that have come through. Thank you everyone for your questions. Professor Savant says, Lee, nice to see you there, sir. What is your favorite virtual kitchen, ghost kitchen? Well, of course, you'll know that we'll have to say Kitchen United because of our background there. But I think the real answer to that one, Savant says, is it really depends. You saw Meredith give a breakdown on the circumstance of what you need, where you're at, and the competencies that you have, and perhaps the competencies that you don't have. And I think that true evaluation of your own business model and where your capabilities lies is really important in selecting the right ghost kitchen provider for yourself. There's another question here from Sarah. Says, I get the point that digital worlds reduce some cost, but why is the total cost lower? Delivery central kitchen, digital marketing can also add a lot. I think you're right, Sarah. I think it often gets missed in the sense that digital marketing does need an appropriate level of investment. the reality is, as Meredith has just been touching on, is that if you don't invest enough in digital marketing up front, not just doing it well, but also the proportion of your P&L that actually gets dedicated to digital marketing is really, really important. We were at a panel at a conference a few months ago, and some of the folks that are doing this well say that they add 20 to 30% of their overall spend into digital marketing when launching a new brand. And typically ongoing, that's another 10 to 20% that they use to maintain it. So that gives you some idea as to the expense involved to really maintain digital marketing ongoing. Sophia
And
asks,
I would say that leads to, Sarah, in many cases, the profit margin of a ghost or virtual brand is lower, but because the upfront cost is also lower, the payback is better. So if you compare it to a freestanding restaurant, you would always say, well, I can't make the margins work. The percentages are getting eaten up. But if you compare it to the return on capital invested, that's when it becomes much more attractive.
Absolutely. Sophia here asks, what are the top trends in digital marketing in restaurants right now? Well, Meredith and I run a podcast called The Monday Minute that we put out every 2 Mondays, which you can look at on our website, www.learn.delivery. And on that, we only just started to speak about this one, Sophia, on our edition that came out on Monday. Instagram Maps, I think, is a really interesting one to keep an eye on, in the sense that anything that's allowing your customer to have a more frictionless experience, to be able to get through the ordering process more easily, is a great way to be able to embrace different digital marketing trends. And Instagram, with their maps, allowing restaurants to tag their location, and then for customers to be able to see restaurants around them from a local perspective, is a great way of being able to keep that customer in the app, and perhaps more pertinently, drive them towards your own platform. It's really important that, and you'll see in the book when we talk about the third party to first party conversion challenge, that is a real critical part of the maturity of digital restaurants these days. And so being able to bring people to your own ordering platform, getting the customer data so that you can then repurpose that. So for one-to-one marketing purposes is really, really critical. And the last thing I'll say before handing that over to Meredith is video. Video is the future, and don't disregard TikTok. TikTok is really important.
Indeed. Do we have time for a few more questions, or are we at our limit?
I think we're good for now. If the audience still have more questions, feel free to reach out offline to Meredith and Carl. All right, thank you so much, Carl and Meredith, for sharing us with the insights. Let's keep in touch, and I'm going to move to the next session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for the next one, I'm going to lead in the fireside chat with the Din Tai Fung, how to make Chinese food that masters to attract both Chinese and American mainstream customers. Before that, I would also want to have a brief introduction. I know like most of us, or every one of us, are very familiar with Din Tai Fung. So Din Tai Fung started as a storefront eatery, has now become one of the most successful privately owned restaurants, with more than 170 locations in 13 countries around the world, including the US. So we are so honored today that we have invited 2 guest speakers from Din Tai Fung, who is Daniel Alcock, the CMO of Din Tai Fung. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Jasmine. Thanks for having us.
Welcome to our session. And we do have Jason Lee, the VP of Supply Chain. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Hi, Jason. Daniel, before we start with our conversation, could you introduce a bit of yourself?
Sure, no problem. We're so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us. Just to kind of jump off of what you already said, we are a Taiwanese restaurant founded in Taiwan in 1972. We opened our first location stateside in Arcadia, California in 2000. Really just started as one small mom and pop run shop there, and then expanded up to Pacific Northwest and all throughout the rest of California. So we now have 13 locations in Oregon, Washington, California, and a location in Las Vegas. And we're excited as well that we will be opening in Portland, Oregon, New York, and Anaheim, California in 2023. So excited about a lot of growth that we'll be having over the next couple of years. And I think really one thing, just to kind of address the topic, we've been able to take our brand from a small family-run dumpling house to a 13+ location brand in the US, really by approaching everything from a marketing to supply chain through a lens of authenticity, consistency, and craftsmanship. So looking forward to kind of digging down into how we make that happen.
Thank you, Daniel. And Jason, you wanna introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us. Jason Lee, VP of Supply Chain. I've been with Din Tai Fung for about 6 months now. Prior to that, I was with Kava. It's a fast casual Mediterranean concept that's in hyper growth mode. And before that, Five Guys, burgers and fries. Five Guys is pretty established in the US, but at the time they're looking to enter 5 to 6 new countries a year. So, oversaw international supply chain throughout Europe, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. Before food service, I just worked for different Fortune 500 companies, various roles in supply chain. Thanks again for having us.
All right, thank you, Jason. So we do have the chat box open for the audiences to leave your questions. In the meantime, I'm going to start my question to both of you. I know that Din Tai Fung has many branches in the US and of course overseas. So how do you ensure the quality of each store's product? Or could you share some experience or strategies of how you execute the good quality control?
Yeah, I can start with that one. So for us, the key is managing the product closely before it even gets to the restaurants, right? So putting tight QC measures in place with our suppliers, transport carriers, the distribution companies, then of course having clear training materials for our stores to follow. And from there, we lean on data and technology to capture any issues and make sure that information is tracked and shared back upstream to prevent issues from reoccurring.
Okay.
From just to jump in, from a marketing standpoint, really again approaching everything that we do from a viewpoint of consistency. So over the last year, especially, we've really done a deep dive into focusing a lot on consistency across all of our marketing platforms. Beginning really with updating our brand standards, including our brand colors, fonts, anything related to kind of guest-facing pieces, and then doing audits regularly of all in-store signage, guest-facing collateral, digital and social media, everything down to the language that we're using and the words that we use to describe our products, just to make sure everything guest-facing has one cohesive look and feel. Pre-printing menus that we've been using, before the pandemic to make sure everything was updated and really kind of reflected the look and feel and level of sophistication that we have in all of our locations, especially new locations. And then once we were able to achieve consistency across the board in anything guest facing, we moved into more of a maintenance mode where we now conduct regular store visits and spot check that all pieces are up to date, sending out quarterly checklists for managers to fill out, and really just ensuring anything that's guest facing fits under the current brand standards and is consistent across the board.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Daniel. So following up with the previous question, I heard that Daniel have mentioned some like standardization, consistency about the marketing and presence. So could you share some procedures or techniques, and is there any obstacles you have met during the innovation, or anything you would want to share with us
Sure.
in details about the procedure and techniques?
Sure. A lot of them have really been internally focused, getting all of our store managers and store leaders on board with, reading collateral guides that we sent out. That was a big one that was implemented this year, where anytime a new printed piece or marketing piece is going to be sent out to stores, we make sure there's a comprehensive guide that goes with it, with images of the pieces that are going to be used, clear instructions for where it should be placed, and when any old collateral needs to be discarded. And then a checklist at the very end, so managers can kind of go through piece by piece, make sure that everything has been updated according to marketing standards, and then that's submitted back to us. And then, like I said, the marketing team will then conduct in-person audits where we physically go to the stores, meet with the managers, help kind of troubleshoot any issues that they're having with any of the collateral, just so we really can kind of keep a close finger on the pulse of what's happening in store. We also use the platform Tattle to capture guest feedback post-visit. Every guest that is registered through our reservation system is sent a link to fill out a brief survey about their experience. Just how was the food, how was the service? And then we really closely monitor that. Managers are able to really quickly troubleshoot any issues, implement any new policies and procedures that we need, and really kind of focus in on the training with the staff. So this has helped us maintain really high guest standards, really high food quality, and it's helped us be able to pivot really quickly if there are any issues in any of those areas.
That's awesome. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing. Jason, do you have any comments at this point?
No, just echoing what Danielle said. I mean, just lots of training. I think our dumpling department requires like a minimum 6 months hands-on training, for example. It's just very, very intense, and detailed documentation every step of the way, just to make sure direction is clear. I do want to add ownership and leadership are very hands-on as well. So they make their rounds to the stores, provide guidance, leadership, just to make sure everybody is equipped to succeed.
All right, thank you, Jason. So I'm coming to my next question to both of you. So as an Asian brand, how does Din Tai Fung achieve to the localized market operations within the US?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Jason.
I'll take a stab. I think my answer is going to be short, and then you can put your marketing spin on this. But for us, we try to offer the same experience and core menu everywhere. Even with our partner locations throughout the US, we control the supply chain. So corporate owns the product specifications. We have to approve any substitutions. And not just supply chain, we centralize all major functions, operations, marketing, IT, etc. So we act as a resource, support center for our locations, which helps a lot with try to standardize operations.
And from a marketing perspective, in terms of achieving localized kind of operations, the personality and demographics of the area really come into play when looking at our marketing strategy. Really, this has been highlighted for us recently when looking at our new opening strategy. As I mentioned before, we're currently planning for our Portland and New York openings happening in early to mid 2023. And one thing we've really quickly realized is that the personalities of both neighborhoods are very different. Portland as a market is very close-knit, really loyal to local brands and a little bit wary of outside kind of big brand feeling companies. So for that strategy, we'll be looking for lots of opportunities to endear ourselves to the local market, including showing them we're going to be great neighbors, and be, kind of elevate the neighborhood, and be a positive addition to the neighborhood, someplace that they can come and, have familiar faces. They'll know the manager really well, really just kind of making it feel like a local neighborhood restaurant versus, a huge international brand with a large following. Local brands that we can possibly partner with, a local nonprofit as our opening charity partner, and really just other ways we can ingrain ourselves in the community. And then on the flip side, looking at New York, which is obviously a much different market, very fast-paced, open to trying new things, interested in global brands. So for that market, we'll be looking for ways to really showcase the craftsmanship of our whole menu and really kind of lean into the fact that we are an international, world-renowned brand with a cult following. Including, updating some cocktail offerings, ensuring that when we're launched, we're seen as a destination for really great food in the midst of a city with a lot of dining options. So again, looking for food publications and maybe influencers that really kind of back that sort of philosophy for us. Bigger VIP brands and just kind of leaning into the fact that we are an international brand. So again, looking at the personality and demographics and just, really look and feel and vibe of the market that we're in. And then figuring out the parts of ourselves as, a brand as a whole that we want to kind of capitalize on and really focus on in that different market.
Thank you, Daniel. Jason, want to share for this point?
Nope, I don't.
All right. So following up with Daniel's comments on the the branding, the difference between the New York, maybe some other places or other states of the US. We would also want to learn from you what is the difference, or what branding or marketing strategies you have been embracing or mastering into targeting the North American market. North America. Yeah.
Sure. You know, one thing that I think we've been really lucky in that is we have not really had to use a lot of traditional advertising or offering any sort of discounts in order to attract guests. The majority of our success really has been due to word of mouth promotion from guests who have visited one of our international locations and then brought their families to visit our US restaurants. And then kind of grew from there. So we've been able to really focus instead on raising brand awareness to a wider US audience. And we've been able to do that through social media, has been kind of a big focus, specifically TikTok, which has been really kind of an interesting phenomenon for us. We don't have our own TikTok platform or a presence on the platform, but we have noticed that there's been a really viral trend of guests wanting to dine in at our restaurants, film their experience, and then post it on TikTok. And then these videos have, you know, millions of views and are republished on different platforms as well. So one thing that we thought would be interesting to try was to kind of capitalize on this movement without also having to have our own presence on TikTok. So we launched a TikTok brand ambassador program earlier this year, which has seen a lot of success. So we've reached out to some of these influencers that have been loyal fans of the brand on TikTok, and then invited them to be part of this kind of exclusive brand ambassador partnership, where every other month for a period of 6 months, we send them a gift box with souvenirs and gift cards, and just a note of thanks for all of their support. And then as a perk, we help them make reservations at the restaurant, which are traditionally really difficult to get. So it just kind of encourages them to continue posting. It shows that, you know, we are really grateful for these influencer partnerships. It's cost effective to us because traditionally an influencer campaign can be really, really expensive. But we've, again, found that leaning on this group of people that are already loyal fans and are excited and organically have tried and posted about the restaurant has been really successful. Another way that we found really some success marketing wise in North America is through some really thoughtfully selected partnerships. We say no to a lot of partnership requests, but the ones that we do say yes to really kind of go through a rigorous process of, does this feel on brand for us? Does this partnership, this brand that we're partnering with, have similar values to us? Is it an audience that maybe we've been trying to reach? And is the message, again, really on brand with what our core values are? So I think focusing on those two kind of key areas has really enabled us to not have to focus on traditional advertising and discounting. And it just kind of is a way for us to really, raise brand awareness with different audiences.
All right, thank you, Daniel. I think your point is to basically, other than using the traditional ways, always explore the new principles or new targets, new platforms, for example, influencer marketing, and also being really conscious or careful picking your partners to make sure that keep the branding, the awareness is going to the right direction. And Jason, you have any comment?
I guess the only thing to add to that point is, you heard Danielle talk a lot about brand awareness, how we care about our customers, their perception of us. So I feel like it is very important from an execution standpoint that all leaders and all department heads are aligned, right? And making sure we're working towards the same goal, the same messaging. So myself, for example, I oversee supply chain. So my job is to showcase our core values through sourcing and management of our food. So once we get to that section, definitely we'll be happy to spend a little bit more time going into the details. I also see there's a couple of questions in the chat regarding supply chain, sourcing challenges, stuff like that. So I'll cover that in a bit.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, sure. And for the, sorry, excuse me one second. So for the audiences, we do see your comments from the chat box, but we do have one question left for both of them, and we will have a video from Din Tai Fung to share with you. And after that, we are going to switch to Q&A, and we will have Jason and Daniel to pick from the questions they would wanna they are able to answer at this time from the chat box. So just feel free to leave your comments for now. And we'll jump into our last question from me for both of you. So have you developed different products to adapt different markets? For example, in the US or in the Southern or Northern America? Could you share with us?
Yes, this is a great question. We really do pay close attention to what our guests are saying about our food, any feedback and any products that they want to see. Last year, actually, we expanded our vegan menu with the addition of vegan noodles and wontons. We've been noticing a really huge uptick in requests for more vegan items on our menu, and we really took it into consideration. And then the Din Tai Fung way, we spent a really long time, almost 2 years, really perfecting the recipes until we were confident that they could stand up against our traditional long-standing favorites. And the response and feedback from our guests has been really overwhelmingly positive. It really almost doubled our vegan offerings in size, and really has kind of turned us into a destination where you really can bring anyone in your family and everyone will be well fed and they don't just have to order something like a salad off of the menu. And that is a uniquely US offering that started in our Southern California kitchens, and the recipes were perfected and then rolled out in all 13 locations. One more example of this, in October of last year, we also launched our black pepper beef tenderloin, which had previously just been a specialty in our Las Vegas location. Obviously, Las Vegas and the Aria is home to a lot of really high-end restaurants and steakhouses. And our guests were looking for kind of a more meaty option that would really stand up against, some of the other steakhouses that they had the option of dining at that location. So we rolled that out in that location only, thinking it would just be a local kind of specialty dish. And the response, again, was overwhelming to expand it to all locations. It became quickly a guest favorite. And there was a desire to kind of launch it everywhere. So in October, we rolled it out to all of our locations, and now this dish is offered all across the US. So, again, listening to what our guests have to say, adapting to the local markets, and then just kind of keeping an eye on how it goes, seeing if this is something that maybe would be beneficial in all of the locations, or if this really is truly a local specialty. Some of our Pacific Northwest locations as well offer local beers. Again, the culture of Portland is really close-knit, local run, family, mom and pop, and there are a few breweries there that just the whole community really rallies behind. So it was important to us to be able to offer those on the menus at our Seattle and Portland locations as well. So tried to kind of find the balance between consistency across all locations and then servicing whatever the local needs are.
That's awesome. Thank you, Daniel. And Jason, anything to share?
Yeah, just we try not to move off from our core offering too much, but also recognize that being flexible, making certain adjustments could serve great benefit for local markets through research, of course. On the sourcing front, the most challenging part of servicing different markets, I have to say, is finding suppliers that can match the same specifications, especially for perishable items like produce, proteins. So therefore, we put in a very strict vetting process to ensure the experience for the same menu items is the same across the country.
All right, thank you, Jason. So for the next, we would want to share one video of Din Tai Fung. Let's give us a few seconds. All right, that's awesome. Even it's just 11:38 here, I'm getting hungry already. See the videos. Thank you, Jason and Daniel. So we do have around 15 minutes for the rest of the session, and right now we are open to Q&A. If both of you or either of you want to pick some of the questions from the chat box, feel free to pick and to answer live.
Sure. I see one here asking how Din Tai Fung uses influencer marketing is really inspiring. Can you elaborate more on how you find organic influencers that are on brand? This is something that we really are trying to kind of evolve over the next year, especially as we expand across into the New York market versus just the West Coast. But up to this point, we do have a dedicated social media coordinator who handles our Facebook, Google Business, and Instagram accounts. And so really, kind of taking a look at who is tagging us, and then also spending some time doing some research and due diligence on who might be good influencer partners for us on both of those platforms. So really, we kind of look at what their other content is. Does it, obviously nothing that's really risque. We do quite a few sort of family bloggers because they seem to be a little bit more sophisticated and high end. We do a handful of beauty and fashion influencers as well. Again, kind of looking at past videos that they've posted and making sure their aesthetic matches ours. And then in terms of TikTok, what's been really kind of interesting about that is that without having our own actual presence on TikTok in the form of an account, it really sort of takes the pressure off of us to have to constantly be posting. So we're able to really look at who's using our tags, who's, kind of tagging us in locations, and then looking at those specific videos. And then part of the process before we'll bring them on board as a brand ambassador is looking at how many views their video has and did it kind of go viral. But really an important part of it too is looking at the comments. Are they, responding to people in a positive way about our brand? Do they seem to be pretty knowledgeable about our menu items? Are the people that they're speaking to interested in this content? So if we get one that has, maybe 1 million views and a lot of the contents underneath it are, I love Din Tai Fung, this is a great brand, did you try the chocolate buns? Then we know that their audience are also interested in more Din Tai Fung content. Their audience is also potentially our audience. So we'll kind of hone in on them to, either for a paid influencer partnership or as a TikTok ambassador.
Yeah, I prepared a small talk highlighting our supply chain program, which I believe will cover most of the supply chain questions here in the chat. So okay if I spend a few minutes just going over my supply chain spiel? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
Jason, go ahead.
Sure, okay, thank you. So there's so 4 main topics I want to cover. Basically, I feel these are priorities for us at the moment and keys to our future success. One is investing in our supply chain program to help us scale the business. 2 is the emphasis on exceptional quality and brand standards. 3 is the tools and strategies for achieving high service levels, especially in this current environment of so many unknowns. And 4th is risk mitigation planning. So the investment in our supply chain program, again, like supply chain is at the forefront of many companies across all different industries, thanks to COVID. My position was created 6 months ago. I added a new distribution role about 2 months ago. So we recognize to continue to be competitive in the marketplace from both a service and quality standpoint and protect revenues, we need people, good people, of course. What we also need is data and analytics to drive decisions. And for us and our team, it's so important to have visibility throughout the supply chain. So we've onboarded a couple platforms to allow us to be more efficient. I feel food service as a whole is behind the 8 ball when it comes to technology. Not exactly sure why, but it does look like things are slowly changing. Invest in your supplier base. Transactional relationships won't get you very far anymore. So share information with them, forecasts, upcoming promotions, company goals. Don't always reach out when there's a problem. Pay fair prices. Not saying overpay, but don't try to always find the lowest cost provider anymore. Number 2, emphasis on exceptional quality and brand standards. This is an area that we always strive to excel in. For supply chain, it begins with having strong SOPs and detailed spec sheets for all of our items. So everybody is crystal clear in terms of what is our standards, what is acceptable, and then making ourselves accountable versus assuming our supplier partners will always have it right. So for example, we have boots on the ground at our production facilities. We conduct random sampling. Our stores have very strong QC processes in place. We lean on third-party services to check our quality. So it's very, very important to us. Number 3, tools and strategies to achieve high service levels. So again, the key is having data and reporting. For us, we rely on this to measure performance, the performance of our suppliers and distributors, and it helps us identify where the major gaps are. Prioritization is one of the most important and challenging things in managing day-to-day supply chain now. It's even harder without being able to quantify performance. And share this information with your suppliers, whether it's good or bad performance. That type of information share and transparency is so important in forming a true partnership. And trust me, the supplier base will appreciate the information too. Last, risk mitigation planning. COVID exposed most supply chains. You truly always need to plan for the worst. There are many things you can do here. I'll highlight a couple. Having a risk assessment, so understanding which items or suppliers are at the highest risk, which again could be difficult to assess without data and KPIs. Designing a playbook for if and when an item is ever out of stock. So have an approved substitution list readily available. You might want to look at tweaking the recipe without jeopardizing quality, of course. If you do have to 86 an item off the menu, so remove an item off the menu, you already want to have a process in place and align activities with all the key stakeholders, digital, menu, marketing, ops, etc. So transitions can happen smoothly. And lastly, diversify your supplier base. So that doesn't mean just having a secondary supplier in place, but bringing on a secondary source that truly spreads out your risk. So that could be a supplier from a different origin, different capabilities, shorter lead times, someone willing to bring in extra inventory and hold it as safety stock. So start viewing these supplier options as an insurance policy almost, right? The investment is worth it to us by being able to keep a full menu and offer our customers the full experience every single time. So that's all I had, but I do want to say, kudos to the team here for recognizing and implementing a lot of these practices even before I joined. But like any other supply chain, it's a battle. We can always do better, and we always strive to do better.
Thank you, Jason. And we do have 7 minutes left. Any questions that in the chat box you guys would want to answer?
I see a question about what advice would you give a smaller restaurant for starting out if they want to focus on long-term success? And I think that's a great question that I can definitely answer from a marketing perspective. One thing that's really worked for us is focusing on, again, the 3 words that you see on our slide: authenticity, quality, consistency, and craftsmanship. So, again, thinking about what ingredients that you can use that are of the highest quality, training your staff to be the best quality servers that they can be, staying authentic to your brand. The backbone of our branding strategy really has been to see everything through a lens of authenticity and asking, does this connect us to our roots in Taiwan? Does this connect us to, our original fans that fell in love with the brand very first? And then thinking how we can apply that to, a US marketing kind of strategy. Consistency, again, Jason touched on consistency from a supply chain angle, but from a marketing perspective, again, making sure everything, our messaging across all different platforms is the same voice. One thing that I like to tell my team is that the tone might be slightly different, just, the same way you're talking to anybody. It's your voice, but your tone might be different if you're speaking to a grandparent versus a friend. So making sure that, our social media is a tone that still is our voice, and anything, media wise or guest facing is our voice, but a different tone. Consistency also, across the board with training, making sure that our guests know that they'll come into Din Tai Fung and have one experience at Valley Fair. That's a great, amazing, quality food, consistent service. And they can go to our San Diego location and they know that they'll get the same kind of treatment and food quality there. It just helps kind of build trust in your brand. So focusing on making sure those things are excellent and really kind of in place from the jump is going to make it easier once you do start to expand and scale. Another thing that we focus on that we've mentioned previously is craftsmanship. So, again, at the heart and soul of Din Tai Fung is the craftsmanship of each menu item. Jason mentioned before, it takes our dumpling chefs about 6 months to really learn the basics of making a soup dumpling, and then years before we consider them a master in the craft. Everything is weighed to exactly 21 grams, and the xiaolong bao is folded exactly 18 times. So making sure that, that is kind of the forefront of someone's restaurant experience. There's a reason that when you walk into a Din Tai Fung, the first thing you see is our big dumpling showcase kitchen. And that's because we really want to showcase the love and care and craftsmanship that's put into each item. So again, kind of picking your maybe 3 key things that are important to you as a brand, and then focusing on those from the beginning and making sure that you just keep those in mind and look at all of your sort of tactics from a supply chain perspective to a marketing perspective through those lens will just make it much easier when you open more and more locations.
Thank you, Daniel. We do have one audience who would love to, this is curiosity. I think it's probably also majority of us would want to know. Could you share with us what are the most chosen dishes and what the least chosen dishes?
The xiaolong bao, the Kurobuta pork xiaolong bao is obviously the most popular. It's what we're the most known for. I think across every single location, that one's definitely the #1. It's funny, I was just looking at some results from some of our delivery platforms as well, and it's the same thing across all platforms that we use, takeout, dine-in, delivery. It's the pork xiaolong bao, and then the sauteed string beans are right up there as well. In terms of least popular, looking at our P-mix, it's really tough to kind of pick out at the very bottom something that's not popular. It just kind of varies by region. Again, in the Pacific Northwest, our soups are all really popular, and down in our California locations, obviously the greens are. So it really just kind of varies by location. But one thing that we do try to do is regularly take a look at our menu, and anything that maybe isn't performing well, do a deep dive into why. If there's a recipe tweak that we can make, we make it. If it's something that just, maybe is no longer very popular, we'll replace it with something else. So again, that was kind of the thought process behind adding the vegan items is, we saw a need for that and added that to the menu. And, there's a natural kind of pushback on some of the other items then when you add new things. But I think the team has been really great at kind of keeping a look at what is selling well and what is not selling well. And making adjustments if possible.
Thank you, Daniel. Xiaolong bao is also my favorite.
Yeah, I see a question here in terms of the type of platforms we use for supply chain, and reach out to me offline. I'm happy to share the company names. But we do have platforms that give us visibility to our third-party warehouses, live visibility. We have temp-tails and GPS trackers on some of our trucks at the store level, of course, a POS system, but we also have tools that help control and log quality issues that also have connectivity with our distributors, with our suppliers. So, there's this visibility up and down the supply chain.
Thank you, Jason. So you guys ever consider Vancouver market?
I have heard Vancouver pop up a couple times in some internal discussions. I know that we definitely have our eye on that market. I think it would be a great fit for our brand. So keep an eye on in the next couple of years. I'm hoping we get there. I love Vancouver. I think that'd be a great fit for us.
All right, thank you. We have 2 more minutes.
I did see a question earlier asking about frozen dumplings, and I thought that would be a good time to point out we did recently start selling our frozen buns on Goldbelly's platform. So, again, kind of thinking back to the theme of choosing partners that really kind of align with your values as a brand. Goldbelly is one that we really felt was a good partner, kind of branching out into this totally new market for us. We do have frozen buns available for sale in our restaurants, and this is the first time that we've ever actually sold them via a third party. And they've been a great partner for us to be able to kind of ship our dumplings nationwide, which again, with our New York opening coming up later in the year has been a great sort of test for us to be able to see what the demand for our products is across the US and instead of just from the West Coast.
Thank you, Daniel. All right. So how do you choose local partners from our last question?
From a marketing standpoint, again, really kind of looking at what their values are. We're obviously a pretty traditional brand, so we look at everything through more of a conservative scope. So thinking again about who the audience is for that local partner. Do they have a similar brand aesthetic as we do? Would they fit in well, bringing them into the restaurant? So our partners in the past have included, we partnered with Netflix in 2000 to launch their movie Over the Moon. I think it was in March of 2020. So, Netflix obviously has a huge, notoriety, especially in North America. And this particular film that they were promoting was completely on brand for us. It was talking about, it's called Over the Moon, and it's a family movie talking about the story of the Moon Festival. So we were able to create a takeout package, which just really was perfect given, that time in our history, everyone was ordering a lot of takeout and staying home with their families. That was centered around the movie. So the theme behind it was you can order the special takeout family package. It had pieces in it, like little souvenirs and gift bags from the movie, and then go home and download the movie and watch it with your family. So we really felt like that helped us kind of stay in line with a lot of our brand values, but also reach, a wider national audience. So, locally, again, thinking about what is important to the people that service your community. Is there a nonprofit that really speaks to the community? Maybe it's a local university with, a hospital attached to it. Maybe it's a local food bank that everyone really kind of rallies behind. But it also has to kind of be organic too. Is it a message that really your brand can stand behind? And then choosing it based on that.
Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate Jason, and I see you unmuted. Anything you want to add?
No, I was going to say actually I have a hard stop, need to catch a flight, but thank you so much for having us and allowing us to spend time talking about our brand, and looking forward to connecting with some of the audience offline. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot for both of you. Really appreciate your insights. I will see you around, and we are moving to our next session. For our next guest speaker, we have Hattie Chu here. She's a senior commercial real estate consultant of the Elevate Retail Group. She worked as the ex-senior manager of leasing development of the West Valley Fair, collaborated with a team of real estate professionals to oversee a $102 billion redevelopment assets by developing, implementing, and executing leasing strategies, including new business prospecting or leading competitive analysis and creating budgets and pro formas. So recommending, also she was recommending the infrastructure and the space improvements, etc. So today, Hattie will share with a keynote speech on the topic of post-pandemic interpretation, the local trending of the catering and the retail entities. Welcome, Hattie. Hattie, could you unmute yourself first?
Sorry about that.
All right, I can hear you. Hi, Patty.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here today. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I am a retail real estate broker with Elevate Retail Group. My previous experience It includes working for shopping mall companies like Westfield, Macerich, and Vornado. Today, I'm going to discuss the effects that COVID-19 pandemic had on retail real estate. The most recognizable trend is that people moved from urban areas to suburban markets. For instance, in the first year of the pandemic, 17% of people moved out of the densest parts of big cities into surrounding suburbs, which has created new opportunities and markets in areas that were considered perhaps less desirable for real estate developers in the past, but now have really high demand. Another trend that we recognize is the strength of having a grocer anchored use in the shopping centers. I think we could all see how people really gravitated towards supermarkets, fighting over toilet paper during the pandemic. So with the right anchor, a developer is able to bring strong synergy where retailers can increase sales volumes. And then for those who did stay in big cities, people tended to move to newer residential towers where there are retail services on the ground level. Let's take a quick look at the shift of office workers and how it's impacted food locations. Whereas in the past, people had to really think about, commute time, transportation, remote work has really changed all of that. So, there is strong retail and restaurant demand in suburban markets. People can work from home. Suburbs are diversifying and demand for Asian food is growing in those areas. Actually, in fact, Asian food is seen as mainstream now because it appeals not just to Asians, but to demographics all across the board. So one of the examples that I want to take a look at today is a suburban market in the Chicago area. It is Algonquin, Illinois. It's just about 40 to 45 minutes outside of O'Hare Airport. There is a migration of people moving into that area because people get bigger homes for their money. They don't have to worry about driving into the office. So high average household income in the suburban markets, about $126,000. As I said, it's a fast growing population. It is a center anchored by Nordstrom Rack. There's a Dick's Sporting Goods there, Ulta, Pottery Barn, Trader Joe's, and coming in 2023 is a Fresh Market. But there are very few good options actually in the suburban market. The retail has not caught up yet. And so the developer recognizes that. Red Mountain Group actually just acquired this center recently, and they are investing $30 million into revitalizing this shopping mall. And what they will be bringing here, if we can take a look at the deck. Yes, so we are bringing in the street, which basically is a food-driven destination here. So as you can see in these renderings, there will be an outdoor patio dining, indoor with really great signage to really just bring the people here, have a place where people can gather, hang out, get really good food. As we scroll through the deck, we can see that we will be bringing in something called the link. It's on the right side of this rendering. It will include entertainment. So, consumers can come, they can hang out here. It's kind of like a food hall, like a smaller version of one. They can go watch a game, dine, bring their families here. There will be very family-friendly entertainment. So as you go through the deck, you can see that there is something called the field. And here there'll be entertainment, for example, ice skating rinks for families to come to in the wintertime, movie nights. So yeah, essentially you come here to dine, you come here to shop, you come here to play. And research has shown that people as far as 50 miles away would drive here because they really need a place to gather that's safe, that meets the demands of the population that's moving out to the suburbs. And so for opportunities in this area, definitely reach out. I am happy to discuss with anybody who is interested. The next thing that I'd like to talk about is Asian grocer anchored shopping centers. So the need for supermarkets will always be there. Developers are being really thoughtful about bringing all kinds of retailers to benefit from the strong traffic that grocery stores bring to their properties. One of the examples that we are going to use today is Plaza 205, which is located in a suburb of Portland, Oregon. It will be anchored by a 99 Ranch supermarket. What we are seeing is that Asian retailers who may not have been very familiar with this market is really attracted to the fact that 99 will be there. And they feel very confident coming here because they know that this grocer anchored tenant will be bringing a lot of strong foot traffic. Retail developers are really looking at it as a destination for people to come and shop, eat, gather. Our group does have an exclusive relationship with a developer based out of Southern California who is redeveloping shopping centers all across the country to bring in Asian grocer anchored stores. And part of the goal is to really curate good Asian restaurant uses all across the country. So cities, even like Atlanta, Georgia, for example, those are markets that we're looking at. And then for people who did stay in the city, they have been moving to newer mixed use residential towers with retail spaces on the ground floor, which is seen as amenities now. Again, the same kind of concept as live, dine, shop, and play is really important here. Landlords are being really thoughtful about curating their retail offerings. So they're preferring culinary driven, locally sourced concept over national chains. They do want to distinguish themselves from competitors, and they want to avoid turning their buildings into run-of-the-mill sort of mall food court. So let's take a look at Blossom Plaza as an example of a mixed-use residential tower in a dense urban market. Blossom Plaza is located in the heart of Los Angeles, Chinatown. It is a residential mixed-use project with 237 resi units above, and at the base are restaurant and retail spaces. It's got a Type 47 liquor license already in place. So for restaurant tenants who are interested, it's very easy to go and apply for the license. Just a little bit about the area. There were over 4,000 residential units that were built within the last 5 years in the neighboring market. There is definitely strong demand for more relevant Asian food concepts here. The demographic has really evolved actually in this area. Demographics show that there is a 40% millennial, have very high disposable income. There is parking actually right underneath the building, which is rare for this area of town. And, if you can take a look at the renderings, you can see, again, developers who are being mindful about these outdoor spaces where they can bring in events, entertainment, restaurateurs can really use a patio, activate the spaces. And actually right on this project is the Metro Gold Line. So there's a stop right there that brings 167,000 ridership per week. And then to add to that, there is actually an office building that is being constructed just across the street. It's 150,000 square feet, and it is projected to open in 2023. Another project, let's take a look at, which is both an Asian anchored center, property rather, and it's also in the city with residential above. This is Rise Koreatown. This is anchored by Zion Supermarket. It is currently under development. And what makes this really special is that the retail spaces here are available for sale. So anyone who is interested can purchase all the retail spaces, or if you just want to purchase 1 or 2 units as a condo, that is available as well. The building offers 374 residential units above. So again, there is that built-in daytime, built-in nighttime crowd. And in the surrounding developments, literally just across the street, there are 500 other residential units that are coming up under development. It is in Koreatown, so extremely dense population, and very rare that there are over 200 parking spots in the building. So the major takeaways of today's segment is that the pandemic has changed the way people consume, where people are living, where they are working. And so real estate developers have taken that into consideration, and they do see a lot of value in going into the suburbs, ex-urban counties where urbanites have migrated and now have a strong demand for diverse food options. There is a lot of value in Asian grocer anchored centers, where the project really becomes a destination for Asian shoppers, and restaurateurs can take advantage of the strong foot traffic that brings. And then the third thing is, of course, we had just gone over the mixed use buildings where people live, they work remotely, there is a built-in daytime and evening traffic. Great opportunities for restaurants to really basically bring the dining, bring the experience to the consumers, and especially with, the recognition that delivery services is really important to both, eateries as well as grocers. There is a lot of parking now in these newer buildings for, delivery services like Uber Eats, Grubhub or Postmates to stop, really go pick up and then deliver to customers. So yeah, if there is any interest, definitely reach out to Elevate Retail Group. We have a lot of other projects, like I said, nationwide that will be under development. And we would love to just hear from you, see what your thoughts are, or even just for site selections, if you want an opinion, we are happy to share our knowledge.
Thank you, Hattie. Are you okay to share your contact info to the chat box?
Oh yes, please do.
If you could just type your email or your contact info to the chat box to the audiences.
All right. Okay, so let me figure out how to do this. Sorry,
No,
I'm feeling like my mom right now.
We have plenty of time, and if not, I think our we will help with that part. We will help with that part. And there are some questions in the chat box. Do you want to answer it? If there are any questions you could answer.
So I am sharing both my cell phone contact as well as my email. And
actually, we already have your contact in the chat box. Yes, gotcha.
Oh.
All right, that's great.
Great. So I was so focused on typing my contact information. I'm sorry, can you come again?
Oh yes, from the questions, I see what commercial properties managers view on the tasteful pop-up market.
Mm-hmm. So there's a question about pop-up markets?
Yes. Pop-up market. Yes.
Okay, so for food pop-up markets, some really good areas to look at, I would say, is, landlords who, first of all, pop-up, you're going to have to think about permitting, licensing. So locations where there's already infrastructure in place is really important. Second generation spaces, that's what we find is in high demand. Obviously, a lot of restaurant eateries come to us and they always say, we want second generation. The reality is that, yes, there are some coming online. They do go really quickly. So if there is interest in a pop-up, if there is interest in a second generation restaurant, my advice is do not sit on it. We see tenants who come, they look at a space and, oh, I don't know, I'm going to think on it. And then a week later, it's gone. Another thing to really consider is that, liquor, if that's something that your establishment serves and it's important to you, having a liquor license already in place is gold. That will literally save you probably a year in trying to get the license. As many of you know, sometimes applying for it doesn't mean that you'll even get it. So again, I'm going to push our project, Blossom Plaza. It already has Type 47 available, so keep that in mind. And also just looking for landlords who are willing to be a good partner. There are some landlords who are, really sticking to their guns. There are other ones who recognize the importance of bringing in quality tenants and not just national chains anymore. There is value in, more curated, chef-driven, culinary-driven. A lot of these millennials who are, growing older now, they have that spend power and growing families, really appealing to this educated, very, well-traveled kind of consumer. So I kind of probably went off on a tangent, but like I said, pop-ups, looking for second gen spaces, do not sit on the opportunities, move quickly.
All right, thank you, Hattie. Thank you so much for staying with us and giving us such a wonderful session. We will stay connected.
Great, thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Hattie. All right, everyone, thank you for staying with us. We are moving to the next session. I'm going to lead the fireside chat. We are going to share, we have invited 3 guest speakers to share with us their insights on how to make the Asian flavors prevalent in the American consumer market. Same old, please allow me to introduce them before we start. Our first speaker is Jiang Lin. She's the founder and the CEO of Yishi Food, first of its kind of breakfast brand, celebrating traditional and modern Asian ingredients. She started Yishi in 2019 in Chicago, where she has craving a healthier breakfast that was also convenient and functional. So prior to Yishi, she worked at BCG and helped Fortune 500 companies develop strategic initiatives in organization design and M&A. So let's welcome Lin. Hi, Lin.
Good, Jasmine. Hi. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction. Excited for the discussion.
All right, good. Thank you, Lin. Our next speaker is Douglas Yu. He's a U.S. entrepreneur and an investor with unique insights on consumer packaged goods gained from his years of experience, reporting on the industry as a business and a financial journalist at Forbes. So where he leads coverage of the exclusive fundraising, M&A, and IPO news, and working in the virtual capital sector. Welcome, Douglas.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, our next speaker is Sandro Rocco. He is the founder and the chief executive officer of the Senzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water brand. He previously worked on the credit derivatives trading floor at JP Morgan, and most recently served as head of the growth and then chief of staff of the bond fail and online personal styling service. He launched Senzo in 2019 with a mission of bridging cultures by connecting people to authentic flavors. Welcome, Sandro.
Thank you. Excited to be here. And good to see you, Lynn and Douglas. It's fun to be doing this.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. So my first few questions are for Yishi and Senzo. So how did Yishi and Sando be able to have the good flavor and the Asian inspired in the meantime? So how does such a fusion help your brand to draw a difference with the other competitors?
I can start. Sanjo, yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah, honored to be here with Sanjo and Douglas, our really good friend, and they're both doing really inspiring and awesome things. So I personally think Asian-inspired flavors are delicious, and what we're doing is to bring more breakfast and dessert flavors to mainstream market to share with more people in the States. So the flavors that we are doing, so we have, they're really trendy in either boba tea shops or the desserts in Asian fusion restaurants. So we saw Asian-inspired oatmeal with taro bubble tea flavor, with matcha latte flavor that are common in not only just Asian restaurants, Asian stores these days, but also really, all over the place. So now we're making this into a really convenient cup of oatmeal or a pouch of oatmeal that people can purchase in a grocery store and bring it home to eat every day and make it into a daily ritual. Yishi means ritual in Chinese. So we're hoping by bringing a product on the market in a more convenient format, we're helping the market to really learn more about Asian-inspired flavors and enjoy them.
Super cool. Yeah, also good. Thank you so much for having us, and so excited to be here. For Sanzo, I'd say the two big I guess like founding pillars from a product perspective were one that Asian flavors, kind of to Lynn's point, like hadn't yet really been we think properly celebrated or highlighted in American grocery stores. And I think specific, and we would say specifically in the beverage category, which for us is what we've seen is just been pretty explosive over the last specifically 2 decades, and then specifically in the world of like sparkling water. There's just been such an explosion of interest in the States. I think the leading brands we would kind of call out there are LaCroix, which is independently owned, Bubbly, which was incubated and launched from PepsiCo and has since become pretty large in and of itself. And I think the biggest thing that we identified was all of the sparkling water flavors or brands that were really out there were kind of using the same exact fruits or fruit flavorings, essentially like a lime, a lemon, a grapefruit. And we just felt like, hey, there's an opportunity here to actually highlight these amazing flavors from Asia, and through a medium like sparkling water that's actually like super accessible. Like I loved particularly that you didn't really need to explain that much of what the product is. It's just sparkling water infused with real fruit. And so it was just a great, we think like platform to start building a brand on top of. And the second part was, we kind of mentioned how, I felt like in the United States, a lot of Asian inspired products, weren't really seeing placement on, I guess, a quote unquote mainstream American grocery shelves. And a lot of that was because we felt like, a lot of the products that I had grown up with, while I still love and enjoy, weren't really meeting the needs and demands from a consumer standpoint with respect to the packaging, the labels, the actual ingredients inside of it. And so we really sought to create something that could actually meet a modern day consumer where they are. So those two kind of core things were the fundamentals for Sanzo. And then up on the screen right now is our 4 main flavors. We have a yuzu with ginger, a lychee, which is our number one. It's our most popular flavor, an Alfonso mango from India, and then a calamansi, which is a Filipino lime tangerine hybrid, if no one's ever had it before. And it was actually the first flavor I formulated. I'm Filipino American, and so that one's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Love that. I have to add a comment. My whole office, including me, are huge fans of Sanzo. We're on a subscription plan of
Thank you.
lychee is my personal favorite.
Appreciate that.
Nice. And also the name is taking from your first name, right? Senzo and Sandro.
Yeah, so my first and middle name. So my name is Alessandro Lorenzo. So unfortunately, we get the question a lot. Does Senzo mean anything? In a lot of people think Japanese, and nope, it's just something I came up with.
It's a nice name.
Thank you.
All right. Next question for both of you. So, what are the target customers of Asian-inspired packaged food and beverage, especially in the American mainstream market? Other than Asians, so people with what kind of eating habits? I actually heard from the chat box, the kiddos, of course. So what are other more audiences or who has the particular eating habits would likely to be attracted by your brand?
I can step in here for a bit here. It's funny because we actually just did a big customer survey. So I think we had almost well over 1,000 respondents. So we felt really good about like how we segmented our customer base. And at least self-reportedly, about 40% of our customers right now identify as Asian or Asian American, which is exciting for us in that obviously, as we expected, a high level of representation. Asian Americans currently comprise anywhere between 7 and 10% of the U.S. population, so that's super cool to see. But I think we're also excited by the fact that more than half, close to 60% of our consumer base is actually not Asian American, and that kind of dovetails with our distribution. And so, actually, obviously an easy way folks can shop for us is either through our website or on Amazon or any other, or there's a slew of other e-commerce marketplaces. But most often, customers are finding us in grocery stores. And right now, our biggest grocery partners are Whole Foods, Sprouts, and Target, which, I think just we see more closely align with just a general U.S. consumer in terms of a demographic breakdown. And so we would say it's definitely the Asian American, which we've talked about, consumer who for whom these flavors are a taste of home, or if they're first generation, it's flavors of their parents' home. But what we're also seeing, to Lynn's point, I think we've heard this from other panelists before, that Asian flavors have really crossed over and are being celebrated and desired by not just Asian Americans, and we're actually starting to see that in our data. So I think overall for us, it's folks who either are kind of getting on the sparkling water wagon or are trying to trade off from full calorie sodas, but still want something with flavor that's not just water.
Thank you, Sandra. And Lynn, do you want to add any comments for this question?
Sure, I agree with a lot of points Sandra mentioned. So the Asian American market is very excited to see the flavors Sanzo and Ishi are bringing to mainstream. For us, we are in hot cereal or oatmeal aisle. So in the oatmeal market, we see usually only a few flavors: apple, cinnamon, maple brown sugar, maybe a blueberry flavor. So, and they're loaded with sugar. For a serving of oatmeal, that's sometimes 40, 50 grams of oatmeal. There can be 10 grams of sugar. So 20% if you're a quarter of your oatmeal, very small bowl of oatmeal is sugar, and the flavor is so boring. So oatmeal usually in the mainstream market is associated with, boring breakfast. So we're trying to change that as well for the mainstream consumer to make breakfast fun, interesting, exciting, delicious again, while also being healthy. So our products are organic, there's no added sugar, and there's good protein and fiber. There's really rich dessert-like flavors like cherry bubble tea, black sesame, matcha. So we're trying to fill the white space in the oatmeal category, and also bring new customers to the aisle. So from some stores that we're in, they notice the growth of their category because more people are now eating oatmeal because of our flavor, because of us bringing innovation into the category.
Very nice.
So I would say, the second point I want to add is just about the market. We're trying to fill the white space with Asian inspiring innovation.
Thank you, Link. So I know that this market is, of course, you can see the trends of people are more awareness of their personal health, and they're also very conscious on what their consumption from the supermarket, what products they are buying. So I think the market is growing for sure. In the meantime, do you see any could you share more about what is your strength of your brand? And what are the challenges or limitations you are facing at this point? So strength and challenge, limitations.
You want to go, Glenn, or me?
I can go ahead. Yeah, I can go first. So for us, I think one of our strengths, and this is shared across many Asian-inspired brands, including Sanjo and some others in this conference, which is just the authenticity and the cultural heritage, the rich cultural background of the flavors, of the stories that we're trying to tell and celebrate. So we are the first Asian-inspired oatmeal on the market, and Sanzo is the first Asian-inspired seltzer water in the sparkling water on the market. So we are pretty unique for the flavors that we're trying to introduce. And I would say the second strength for Ishi is that we are, besides bringing innovation to the market, we also eliminated a lot of reasons that a health conscious or modern consumer would say no to a product for. For example, we're gluten-free, we are organic, we're plant-based, we're also, there's no added sugar. So these healthy attributes, product attributes, are becoming almost table stakes for better for you foods. And I think, for brands that can build these product attributes, build these qualities into a product without hurting the taste as a key advantage to the product. So the bottom line is product has to taste good. So limitations, I would say there are many challenges, small and emerging brands are faced with. For example, scaling up supply chain takes time. Sometimes the traction we're getting in retail and online can exceed the pace of scaling up our production. So in the meantime, we have limited manpower, we have limited resources. So we always try to prioritize the channels that's core to our strategy and grow really mindfully.
Cool. So I guess the strength and a challenge for Sanzo, a big one for us early on. I mean, we talk a lot about the development of our community, and over the last 3 years, especially, when I think as the pandemic, was kind of doing what it was doing, and then now with all the challenges that Lynn has talked about, we're experiencing as well, and I'm happy to dive further in. The strength of the community and the brand has just been kind of like kind of saved us in many ways, like propelled us to I think where we are and where we think we're heading. Within that realm, and I think I have a slide here too, we've been able to strike some pretty cool partnerships that for us has been pretty helpful in trying to place Sanzo outside of just the world of food and beverage. So I think a lot of times in the world of food and bev, whether you're in consumer goods or restaurants or what have you, like there can I think sometimes be a tendency to just kind of like stay in our own world, which is awesome. And hey, I'm a foodie. I love everything. But the fact is, like, most people, even for as much as they enjoy eating and drinking, only eat and drink a certain amount of minutes or hours in a day. And frankly, the rest of it is spent on TikTok or Instagram or consuming other forms of content and media. And so over the last 12 months, we've been able to strike two pretty cool partnerships. One was with Marvel Studios for Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which came out crazily enough like a year ago at this point. We were able to design custom cans featuring each of the four main characters. And the lead actor, Simu Liu, who played Shang-Chi, actually invested in the brand as kind of part of all that. And then most recently, we did a partnership with Pixar, which was not shown here, but for the most recent film, Turning Red. And so did a similar thing that you can see on the screen here, where we did like a custom can design. We were on the red carpet and kind of got to activate the brand in an arena that's not just in grocery stores, which we've found, like Lynn was saying, there's a lot of brands out there, a lot of people launching new products. And so, how can you as a brand owner kind of like stand out like amidst all that? We've found some initial success in trying to play in different arenas that aren't just in food and beverage. And then I'll just echo Lynn's response on the challenges. It is actually quite difficult to scale subscale food and beverage companies. A lot of times, I think in a world where we're kind of used to a bit more instant gratification and kind of seeing an origin story of a brand being told over the course of a 6-second or 15-second long TikTok that has like sharp cuts and hard cuts and all that stuff. Most often, if you actually peel the onion back, that like 15-second clip is actually like 3 to 5 years like of building up supply chain, manufacturing, sales teams, marketing plans, things like that. And so, I think if anything, we're just on that journey, and so it just takes a while. But we've been kind of talking about the journey has been pretty awesome to see how much both Asian and Asian Americans and also non-Asian Asian Americans like resonate with our brands, with our flavors, with our products. And so it eases the pain a little bit.
Thank you, Sandro. I think from my point of view, when I see those bottles and also when I see those Asian packaged healthy organic juices, for me, as a first generation of immigrants, so I would really be excited to see those flavors in the market, and I do have more choices when I was struggling with the other food I do not want to go with. And also I think for those messages you guys trying to deliver is to show that people that we do care about ourselves and what we eat. We are what we eat. We are what we drink. So it's try really to deliver the message that we deserve the self-love, we deserve the compassion, and we are staying with brand because they are providing us more healthier, sustainable future. As a community, we raise as a community. Yeah, really, that's really good point. Thank you for pointing out that. And following up with the questions for both of you, what future, I think Sandro already mentioned some. So in the next few years, how did you see your brand in this industry in the next few years?
You or me? I go. I don't know.
It's your turn. It's your turn for this question.
Okay, sounds good. For us, I talked a little bit about it, but the big game for Sanzo and most beverages is enabling the right distribution. I think there's a lot of talk over the last 2-3 years, both with the pandemic and then now as things are starting to almost like renormalize, but also kind of but also looking into a potential recession. There's a lot of analysis being done right now on where consumers are purchasing food and beverage products. During the pandemic, for 2020 and 2021, there was a big shift into direct to consumer. But increasingly, whether it's the new changes that have been made through various Apple, first it was 14, now it's 15, and then just in general, like the increased costs to acquire new customers have really made food and beverage brands, and we would obviously put ourselves in that category, into like reevaluating like, hey, where are the best ways to grow the business? Fortunately for us, we've had about a year head start in that, and so we are currently distributed nationally at every Whole Foods, every Sprouts, several hundred Targets, and then on the screen too, I forgot to mention, we are also in a little over 1,000 of the 2,000 Panda Expresses across the country. And so for us, a lot of it is just making sure that we are meeting customers where they are. This week, for example, we're for anyone who here is in the Bay Area or Hawaii, we're launching in 200 Safeways in the Bay Area and in Hawaii. And then next year, can't share anything yet, but like basically we know we're going to be increasing distribution. And so for us, it's pretty simply additional distribution, new flavors, which we're very excited about. And additional brand building activities like part of these collaborations with Marvel, and trying to find other other great partners to team up with.
So I echo a lot of things Sandra already mentioned. So we're a retail focused business, and in the next few years, we'll definitely focus on further expanding our distribution. 3 days ago, it just went live in nationwide Whole Foods stores. So now we're available in every single Whole Foods stores in the country. So this is the biggest, the first biggest banner for us. It's a really important milestone, and we want to leverage this, the Whole Foods relationship, to further build brand awareness and build our velocity, so we can continue to grow our distribution in the natural channel, premium, conventional, and hopefully further expanding to other channels. And then I guess marketing wise, similar to a lot of things Angela mentioned as well, further building that brand awareness and brand following. I would love to partner with a movie like Shang-Chi as well in 5 years, if we're just talking about our dreams. But overall, I think, this question reminds me of an interview question, or like this question: if you want to be a tree, what kind of tree you want to be? I hope Ishi can be a tree that people recognize. People don't feel they're unfamiliar with in 3 to 5 years. When in 5 years, when someone talks about Asian inspired oatmeal, it doesn't sound strange to people. So that's my dream.
Thank you, Lynn. I definitely can see the future that your tree will grow into a forest. Just stay tuned.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So any of the audiences, if you do have any questions, please feel free to leave your comments to the chat box. And before I ask Lynn and Sandra more questions, I'll give you a little bit break. I'm going to move to Douglas. Hi, Douglas.
Hi there.
Hi. So do you want to introduce a little bit more about yourself?
Absolutely. Again, my name is Douglas. I'm a senior contributor right now at Forbes, covering the CPG, especially food and beverage industry, for the past 7 years. Currently also a business manager working for Springdale Venture. We are a Austin, Texas-based early stage consumer-focused venture fund, looking at deals from seed to Series A stage. So very entrenched in the CPG category and industry, and super, super proud to call the other two panelists today my close friends. Very, very proud of what you're building with Ishi and Senzo, really two awesome stellar brands in the CPG markets. So I'd love to share more insights with the audience today.
Thank you, Douglas. So what advice would you give to the Asian entrepreneurs from an investor's perspective?
Wow, that's Very broad question, but I would say, right, from an investor perspective, we're definitely see there's a growing number of inbound deals coming from whether it's Asian immigrants or Asian American entrepreneurs. More and more so, right, entrepreneurs from our Asian community are very much emboldened to represent themselves. Compared to many years ago when we came up with the products where Asian entrepreneurs tend to, tuck a certain flavor, slowly introduce our flavors into insert a broader category in order to appeal to so-called mainstream audiences. But now the concept of mainstream is slowly changing, right? From what stereotypically is the majority of white population, but now it seems like our population is becoming more and more diverse, right? So I would say the concept of mainstream is changing very dynamically. Coming into the market, representing your culture, even it's like a subcategory within a broad, Asian market has lots of great opportunities. So I would say, be very bold, be encouraged, be inspiring, and have the guts to represent your culture and bring the products that you really believe in to the market is number one, most important thing. Number two, I would say, targeting mass markets. Ishi and Senzo are both great examples of, both in the sparkling water category and, breakfast oatmeals category. They're both longing for major disruption, and they're both, major categories. And I think that's a great opportunities to tackle in the first place.
Thank you, Douglas. Any other insights you want to share, probably with Sandro and Lin?
Sandro, do you have any additional add-on quotes you would like to provide?
I guess a question I'd be curious, and hey, we're doing this a bit live, but it is kind of an interesting time for the markets, for entrepreneurs and investors, with a looming recession. How are if there's any, I'm not sure if folks here are also like aspiring entrepreneurs, but how are you evaluating, given Springdale's like check sizes, like pre-seed, seed level deals? Are you still actively investing? What are you looking for your brands, or are you just focused on Springdale's current portfolio? Because we've gotten that from our own investors, which is good for us, I guess, to a certain degree. But we know that it's a potentially challenging time for entrepreneurs in the space.
Absolutely, that's a great question. I would say challenges really not resonate with the founders, entrepreneurs themselves, but really resonates with entire CPG broad category. When we do investments, we're actively looking at consumer products, not just the food and beverage category per se, although it represents the majority, which is 75% of our portfolio. But I would say things that really resonate with the burgeoning consumer trends and consumer demand has always been a hot topic. Things, especially food and beverage, everybody eats, and things like this is just not going away. I think, like Lynn mentioned earlier, we're actually just the tip of the iceberg when we say, Asian cultural movement. And one of the biggest reason why they're seeing a growing number of Asian inspired brands coming to market because of the K-pop, right? We have Bling Empire, we have Crazy Rich Asians, and all these cultural movements that are like moving forward with these brands that are really emboldened. I would say recession is looming, in a lot of people's opinions. But in the meantime, I think it's actually a great time for VCs and private investors to come in at a better valuation, because people are kind of like, be careful a little bit with their evaluation, making sure that it's not too ego driven, right? I would say if you have a fantastic deal, have a great products, great tasting products that really resonates with the majority of consumers, I'm more than happy to take a look at it.
It's a good answer.
Thank you, Douglas. Lynn, any comments for now?
I want to echo the trends Douglas mentioned earlier. I'm a huge believer in the CPG market getting more diverse, and consumers are becoming more diverse. The next generation of consumers, they're so diverse. They embrace a lot of different cultures. Also, where they shop, where brands can meet them, the channels are getting really diverse as well. So I think for brands, it's important to meet the customers and also tell us, share the story of diversity and catch this trend, leverage this trend, and be where consumers are. And I do have a question for Douglas. I'm curious, given this current environment with, all the supply chain and operations challenges for a lot of companies, all the challenges are widespread, and also the capital markets are really tight. Do you see more companies, getting working capital financing, leveraging that to extend their runway and raise later when the economy is better?
Yeah, that's a very good and timely question. We definitely see, just resonating what, Senzo mentioned earlier. It's really resonates with the CPG industry across the board. It has been a very, very challenging time. What we are seeing right now is a lot of brands out there are trying to cut out middlemen, right? Sourcing ingredients or working with farmers directly. So in a certain way, it can streamline the supply chain process. So that's one of the ways to, to cut down costs. But I would say, whatever creative way that you're able to find out in order to maximize your profits, but in a way to continue penetrating the market, it's always a good option, whether we're in a difficult, recession or when economy gets better at a later stage.
I agree. I think it's obviously an important strategy is extremely important during recession.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thank you. So we do see the question from the chat box. They would want to hear more about your personal story. How did you found the brand? So let's start with Ling. I know that we have a brief introduction from the beginning, but if you want to add anything, share with us more about your personal stories, and also how do you make sure for the retail customers, for the first engagement, how do you pitch yourself, pitch your brand, your product to in front of them and have them to try at the first time?
Sure. So my inspiration came from my mom. I grew up in China, in a little coastal town known for its beer, Qingdao. And when I was a kid, my mom used to make all kinds of hot cereals for me. One of my favorites was black sesame cereal. And my mom made it so delicious, so nutritious, so healthy and clean. I loved it as a kid. And then I came to the States for college in 2014. And then after I studied finance, after I graduated, got into management consulting. I was always working long hours and not eating very healthy. But I was eating a lot of oatmeal. I thought oatmeal was better than a lot of other options, office pantry or at an airport. Then I started reading the oatmeal labels. I thought the sugar is really unnecessary. And the flavors were so boring. Every morning I had to make really hard decision. Do I want apple cinnamon today or do I want maple brown sugar? And at that time, I remembered the black sesame cereal my mom used to make for me. And I thought, well, I should just make that into my breakfast and combine, what I missed and loved with the ingredients I can find here, which is oats, flax seeds, hemp seeds, and also, ingredients that I enjoy as I label myself as a health conscious consumer. I like to eat things that can provide more protein, less sugar. So I combined those black sesame, walnut, and the traditional ingredients in the Eastern hot cereal with local ingredients and just created all the recipes in my own kitchen and started bringing to work. My coworkers at that time have never tried anything black sesame, saw this black bowl of oatmeal I was eating and got so intrigued. They smell so tasty. So he tried it, loved it. And I shared with more shared the Black Sesame cereal with more coworkers, and they all love the taste, the benefits of the ingredients. And they started making suggestions about flavors. So one of my coworkers said, Lynn, you have to make a taro bubble tea flavor. That's my favorite flavor if you're doing Asian oatmeal. So from there, I created all the flavors. And in 2019, I moved from Boston to Chicago to start my MBA at University of Chicago Booth. So I thought, now I'm a student, let me just try testing out this idea to see if people that are not my friend will enjoy these flavors. So I walked into a Whole Foods and asked the team to try the products. So this was pre-pandemic. The team was really open in trying new products. I didn't even have packaging. So they tried it. They told me about the local forager program, which is where we started in retail. So we started in local Whole Foods stores in Chicago. And one of the team members, her name was Rachel, I remember, she said she loved, one of these flavors. And if our product was sold in the stores, she would buy it every day. And that was so encouraging. So I started making oatmeal in a commercial kitchen with my co-founder. I met my co-founder at school. So we would make oatmeal in a commercial kitchen on Sundays. I used to pack oatmeal with a hair dryer. And every Sunday we make 800,000 servings of oatmeal, and during the week I would sell and demo it at farmers market, yoga studios, local grocery stores that I have to walk into maybe 20 times to convince the owner to let me sell there. So from all these events, I was having a lot of fun, kind of just sharing these flavors and my oatmeal with people, and slowly we gained organic traction through word of mouth, and we were accepted into the local Whole Foods program, and then everything started taking off from there.
That's cool.
That's
so
my
sweet.
story.
Thank you so much for sharing. How about Sandro?
Yeah, I'd say for anyone who wants to learn about like the deeper dive, I've done a couple podcasts over the last year that can that dive in for like a half hour, and in one case I think like an hour or hour 15, to kind of go for, if someone wants to go through like all like the nuts and bolts here. I know we're kind of running a little short on time. I think the biggest thing that I'd say for my own story was just like, having had some interesting experiences, in, I think it was, as you said at the top of the hour, is the 2 years in investment banking, and then 5 years at an apparel startup. I think the biggest thing that I learned with launching the brand, and something that I really enjoyed about this industry, is that like it ultimately is actually, I think, one of the most democratic business models to be an entrepreneur in. Folks with MBAs or college degrees are at the same exact starting line in many ways as folks who have only a high school degree. In fact, like especially in the beverage world, there's a couple folks who are billionaires in this industry who never went to college. And for
They're
me,
smart.
What's that? Yeah, right.
They're smart. Yeah, it's overrated.
Right. And so it's just like, you talk about, I don't know, the American dream. I'm like, I kind of, it can be humbling, but also like kind of inspiring. I think this world that we're in, having come from tech for the last 5 years and then banking for the 2 before that, while interesting, it can also be very gating. And so, I think one of the things I've truly loved about this industry, and I'm sure we all, like a lot of us here, if we're into this world, we like going to restaurants, we like tasting products. Like the biggest thing I just say is like, it's really cool how the most interesting things can come from truly like anywhere. Anyone can start it in their own home kitchen with, in my own instance, I have like this MacBook that I'm like here on with a Google Sheet that's free. Ordered a $20 kitchen scale off of Amazon, and then ordered purees from Amazon, and bought like a 12-pack of Canada Dry seltzer water. And that was like my first R&D. And I think, Lynn, it seems like you're kind of in a similar way, where you were just literally playing in your kitchen. And so, yeah, in some ways it's like the story isn't actually in some ways all that unique. It's, for Lynn and myself, I guess just like taking that leap to believe that, hey, there's something that can be built on top of this. There's a brand, there's a story, there's a business that can be scaled on top of just like the products that we're building. So that's what I'd say. Yeah, I know. I sorry for kind of ducking the question a little bit. I know we're kind of running a bit on time, but for my own story, people want to learn a little. If you want to go like way deep down, yeah, there are some podcasts, and we've also gotten a little bit of. You can, got a little bit of press. You can kind of Google Sanzo and my name, and hopefully find a couple things. Douglas has actually covered our seed round. I guess it would have been 2 years ago at this point. So yeah, I would encourage folks, if you want to learn more, feel free to Google us a little bit.
And you have come a long way. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you for being the first teller, one of the first tell our story.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, three of you. Any words to summary before we let you go?
I think I would just give my last words here to, our audiences, people who want to start the Asian-inspired food and beverage brands out there, for entrepreneurs, for potential entrepreneurs, right? Never too niche to represent yourself. We have more than 50 countries across Asia Pacific Islands, right? I think each of us has a very unique story, a unique flavor to represent. You will be surprised how inclusive and supportive the CPG industry is. So be bold, be encouraging.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and let's stay connected. I will see you around. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone, really appreciate your time to staying with us. We have came to the last session before our lunch break. Last but not least, here we go. So I'm so honored to introduce the founder of 吃货, Amy Duan. Let me rotate my camera. Actually, she's just behind me, next to me.
Thank you, Jasmine. So we're gonna just like this, or I'll just switch the seats.
Let's switch the seats.
If John Lin and Douglas, if you are still there, thank you so much for your support. Yeah, I know Lin is in Europe, and she's very late there, and I heard the session, and it's so inspiring. And let me introduce this session, and I'm so excited to have this conversation with those fabulous female women leaders, Nona Lim, founder and CEO of Nona Lim, and Hannah Ann, managing director of House of Ann, Crustacean, and Norma Chu, founder of Day Day Cook. So allow me to have several minutes to have a quick introduction of myself and what is 吃货, in case some of the audience are new to this platform. So my name is Amy, and I came to the United States about 12 years ago. And in 2012, I started 吃货as a content creator that found there's no platform in US that can give me good introduction of what is good Chinese food. So I just write about what I feel what is the good Chinese food in the US. And right now we are a food media, and probably the largest Chinese language food media in the North America. And we have about 1.6 million followers in 16 cities. So for anyone in the audience that has followed our social media account with 吃货小分队, thank you for all your support. And we also start the marketing initiative called Asia Creative to help brand to enter the new market. And I feel what Douglas is doing and what Ling is doing and what Sandro, thank you, Sandro, if you are still there. I tried the lychee sparkling water. It's great. Yeah, I hope we can communicate in the future opportunities. Okay, so back to my current session. And I think like what I just did, I'll just wanted to let our guest speakers tell the story of as a women founder, as entrepreneur, how you start your brand and how you start your business. So maybe we can start from Nona.
Sure, absolutely. So I grew up in Singapore and I spent about 8 years working in London, originally in management consulting and software consulting. Moved to the US actually quite some time ago in 2005, 2006. So the first company that I started was actually a meal kit delivery business. So I created that category in the US, but I did it on a shoestring budget while, doing competitive fencing. So I was still representing Singapore in fencing and almost made the London Olympics in 2012. Missed it by a point, got really frustrated, gave up my competitive fencing, had a kid instead, and then launched the Nonalin brand in 2014. And that was when I took a lot of the soups and the snacks that were in my meal kit program and then launched them into CPG. Because what I wanted to do was to take a lot of the foods that I grew up with, but to put it in a format that consumers can enjoy. Because what I realized was that when I was a competitive fencer, being, many times a decade older than a lot of my competitors who are professionals, I really needed the healthy food and food that would help me recover much quicker, so that's how I kind of got into it. And what I wanted to do then is to create kind of a CPG brand that really still tasted authentic, but is healthier and better for you, right? And also convenient, because at that point in time, what I saw that was even, 8 years ago was that, as you see the opportunity here, right? Which is a lot of packaged food out there was still very traditional. And I wanted to create something that was more accessible to mainstream Americans, that was more nutritious, gluten-free, non-GMO, healthier. So that's what I did. And so, so what we have now today, actually we have a line of fresh noodles like ramen and rice noodles, pad thai noodle, pad see ew noodles, different kinds of Asian flavored, Asian broth, as well as stir-fry starter kits that we sell at Whole Foods, at just launching in Target, at Kroger, so things like a pad see ew stir-fry starter kit, so that it allows you to quickly make a nice restaurant quality meal at home in like 15 minutes or so.
Thank you, Nona. Actually, I try to buy your products because I check your website and it says it's available in Lucky Supermarket, but I didn't find it.
Yes, you will find that that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in grocery retail, which is execution at the store level, making sure that there's no out of stock. And that's definitely one of the biggest challenges, in CPG, which is just the store execution.
Great, thank you so much. Next, I wanted to ask Hannah. Hannah, nice to joining us. I'm so glad we met several years ago, and I just realized that actually House of Ann is the founder. You founded garlic noodle, which is my favorite.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I did remember, and congratulations. And I'm so congratulating what you've done with Chiwo. It's amazing that you create such an amazing platform, 1.5 million. That's amazing. Congratulations. And we're very thankful that now we have a platform that we can all share our idea and kind of support our Asian community. I mean, we definitely, as you already know, we definitely need a bigger voice in this industry too. So thank you.
Totally. That's our vision, to have this Taste of China event. And so yeah, the next question, we wanted to hear your story and the story of your family. And let me say more about House of Ann. Actually, House of Ann is inaugurated in Smithsonian Museum as a pioneer for introducing the real Vietnamese food to mainstream America. So it's amazing. And so what are the experiences and how your family made it?
Well, anyway, thank you. My family, we started in 1971. I mean, it's a very long story. I will try to keep it short. I don't know. But first of all, we opened in 1971, and our very first restaurant is called Tang Long. And, through the years from there, we have also created Crustaceans Restaurant. And that was opened in 1997. actually 1991. And then we came to Beverly Hills. Our flagship is Crustacean Beverly Hills, which is we opened it in 1997. And that's we here in Beverly Hills. So, I mean, I would like to kind of talk about, I know that, this topic is about, fusion cuisine, and I want to share with you about garlic noodles, how it all started. And I do think that, garlic noodle is one of the key elements that kind of put us in on a map as well. There's a story behind it. So way back then, my mom originally, we all first came over, we have to start over from the United States after the fall of Saigon. And we always wanted to, back then, Italian food was the main important thing. The spaghetti was so popular, and we always, tell my mothers that we want to go eat Italian food. And my mom would say, well, back then it's expensive food. And so from there said, well, let me create you guys something very similar, and using her background, her philosophy, about cooking, like the yin and yang. So she's using, as the French cookie, Italian cookie, there's a lot of butter and cheese. So we try to use the different elements in it, like garlic, which is healthy. So from then we create the garlic noodles, and we kind of, so that's my mom's own creation. And it's become like so popular that everyone loved that dishes. And that's why it started. It's kind of launched, people coming to our restaurant. And of course, we know for our crab as well, the roast crab. And that's what made Thanh Long our very first restaurant, very popular. And to this day, it's still there. And, we really grew truly from a 20 seat to a 40 seat, 60 seat, 80 seat, now 150, right? Seat as well. But then, we would say, okay, well, the next step would be, we got to take this to the mainstream. I mean, we don't want to be pigeonholed at, okay, Asian restaurant, it's, it's kind of like cheap, like inexpensive, but I won't say cheap, inexpensive. So we said, yeah, let's come up with a concept that would take us out there. And that's how Crustacean came about. And there are definitely a lot of challenge with that. And maybe a little later after I can share more into it, how we, the challenge we have. It wasn't easy to break the mold of being, one of the first, high-end, like you said, they put us, they induct us in the Smithsonian because we were able to break the mold. And I can share with that you later how do you do that. But I remember way back then, I think when we first opened Crustacean, there was like no other high-end restaurant other, I think maybe at San Francisco, maybe like Tommy Toys or something. So that was a challenge for us. Doing what we did with garlic noodles and creating Crustacean and the challenge. And, it wasn't easy because, it's always hard, to be able to be, like, okay, so Asian, we can have, I remember we have right away, there was a lot of resistance. And I can go over that a little bit later with you as well. If you like to hear that story, we have like really right away, the first article was written about us like, okay, why the An family, they are so great at what they do as a mom and pop at Crustacean. I mean, in San Francisco, in the Sunset District called Thanh Long, why are they trying to create this concept? What is Crustacean? What even that mean? Why is there wine? Why like wine, alcohol? Like it should be simple. That was really bad. And then along how we go overcome that. And it wasn't easy either. So we able to do that. And we also very lucky. I'll share that later with you if you like to hear that story.
Yes, we love to
hear that story now because it's long. So I can continue. So basically, why do we get that really bad article that say, okay, you know what? It's why the An is trying to do that. And then we also so we were all like scratching our head. Oh my God, we just opened this new concept. What are we gonna do? We pretty much invest everything that we have at that moment to create this concept. So what we're gonna do but at the same time, like I said, it's luck and timing. You gotta be persistent, you gotta be creative, and you gotta, do out of the box. Like we were saying, should we challenge, the media? I mean, a lot of people would say, okay, if you get best press, let's keep moving, create new thing after why people forget about it. But then for us, we feel that it was more of we thought it was kind of like a personal attack. Like why say, why the Asian food, why Asian food can be, high end. So but we were lucky, then we had another article that was written about us, from David Bex from the San Jose Mercury News. They said that, okay, garlic noodle is worth marrying for, because at that time, all of us were single, and there was a secret kitchen recipe. Only family member know how to make those dishes. So then we said to ourselves, okay, so we got this 2 articles, what are we gonna do? So then we all decided, you know what? We're gonna take out, we're gonna buy the full page, both sides, of the art, of the newspaper. And we're gonna post it on a Sunday, both sides. We're gonna post up the bad article, by Michael Bowers, and we can put up another article with David Bax. And under it, we challenge the media, and we let to our audience say, come and find out who's right. And I really believe that was one of the turning point for us. But since then, we have so much press, people coming in to to try the noodle. They try to decide, read about who's right, who's wrong. And that was something that, we did. I really, my family really feel that, that's kind of a turning point for us. And from then, fast forward, it's been so many years. We have done, we have more location, and actually now we're about to launch, more crustacean in Saudi Arabia. And, we even have a noodle concept called Newts as well. So, that's to me is something that I like to share today with you. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I'll ask you about how you some other questions later. So next, let us welcome Norma from Day Day Cook. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Day Day Cook 日煮, and I saw you are also a great host and cook, and you made fabulous dishes by yourselves. I'm not sure if you down those videos right now. Are you still doing that?
I haven't done it in a while, but I was doing it I think still up to a couple years ago.
So tell us your story, how you start your company and why you started, and what's your vision and passion, and how about what is now about Day Day Cook?
Yeah, no, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me here today. And apologies for my voice, or if you see me, muting myself, I'll probably be coughing and maybe blowing my nose because I do have the flu. All right, so my company is Day Day Cook, and we originated from Hong Kong. So we are a brand that enables the younger generation to enjoy cooking, ranging from having a wide library of social content to a growing portfolio of convenient meal kit solutions. So I started back in 2012 as a content creator on Facebook. And then from Facebook, we then went on to YouTube and Instagram. And later on, in 2015, we expanded into the mainland China market, where we now have a pretty good fan base across all types of content and social commerce platforms. So very similar to you, Amy, we started as a content creator and then kind of have this, mindset of, whatever the market takes us. And fortunately, being in the mainland China market, we just had a ton of opportunity to kind of expand and explore different things. So, in 2017, we started doing a little bit of content commerce where, we feature some products within our videos, we started selling it. So that was a pretty interesting period. And we then realized, okay, this is something that we want to keep doing, but perhaps we should start selling our own products. And so in 2019, we decided to launch our own product portfolio. And, post-pandemic, it was a very challenging couple of years, but nonetheless, I think it was very fruitful couple of years for the company as well. We are now, 100% focused on selling consumer products with the help of content still being the core of our brand, where we have, great consumer and customer engagement and, still a growing presence across all social commerce platforms. So, right now we're very excited just to be here. I mean, this being a part of today's event is a complete positive surprise for me. I mean, I haven't been back to the States in 3 years, and just being back here, I'm now in San Francisco, and being invited to be a part of this is just amazing. So really, really glad to be here today.
Thank you, Norma. I'm expecting to catch up after the event, maybe offline. Yeah, I'm also in San Francisco. I think Nona is also in San Francisco, right?
Oakland.
Oh, you're in Auckland. Yeah.
Yep.
Then we can meet up.
Yeah, let's do
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, let me ask Nona. And another role of you is you are also the vice chair board of director of Specialty Food Association, and you are the first Asian female board director at SFA. So can you share some of that part story?
Sure. So the Specialty Food Association, they've been around since the 1960s. And they were started back then with regards to Italian food. I think, Hannah mentioned that Italian food was really popular, right? And so what happened was, I guess, a bunch of Italian food importers decided to create the fancy food show at that time so that they can showcase to the American public all the different kinds of imported foods from Italy. That's how it got started. And so then it became kind of like the leading show for specialty food, where a lot of buyers would go there, retailers would go there, and makers would go there. So you see a lot of cheeses, a lot of meats and salamis and these and all kinds of seafoods. Not as much Asian food, although they do have pavilions from the different Asian countries. And honestly, when I first launched my business, I decided that, if I'm going to get into this industry, I might as well, get involved. And so really just started getting involved, volunteering my time there, and started off being kind of the diversity chair back in 2016 for a couple of years, when they decided to really, how should I put it? When they wanted to create more diversity within the association. And then I decided to just run for it. And it's kind of interesting because back then, in 2014, 2015, there are not that many Asian entrepreneurs in the CPG space. So I was definitely one of the few. There were a few out there. And so, it was a little bit of, let's get involved, right? Because I have to build a network, being, coming from a totally different country. I didn't grow up with a network here. I didn't know anyone, and coming from a different industry as well, I didn't know anyone, right? So I knew neither the people in the country or the industry. And so what I did was I just sought out trade associations that I could participate in. And so now what's exciting is that the how should I put it? The landscape has evolved a lot, right? In the last few years, we've seen a lot of other Asian entrepreneurs. I think Sandro is one of them. You have Sandro, you have the sisters from Omsom, you have Fly by Jing, you have so many different brands have come out since then. And so it's awesome to see so much representation. But I think what I try to do with the Specialty Food Association is to create opportunities and diversity, right? Not just for Asian Americans, but just for what we call BIPOC, just non-white people, so that we have a voice. Because as we know, the food industry is evolving, right? What's very exciting today are all the different types of ethnic cuisines, lots of different, not just Asian cuisines. You have, whether it is Singapore, Malaysian, or Thai, or Vietnamese, or Japanese, or Korean, or Taiwanese, and then you have Moroccan, you have different parts of Africa. So I think that's what's really exciting about kind of the food industry evolving in the US today. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Nona. Yeah, I think for the goal of our event is also wanted to gather those fabulous Asian entrepreneurs and support the Asian CPG community and restaurant industry. And next question I wanted to ask Norma. So like you mentioned, we are also start from content creation by ourselves. But in today's, it's full of changes, and especially the fast changing the social media trend. So how do you keep up with the timing? And because you are start doing the your own brand these years too. Yeah, could you share some of the story and how you see those opportunities?
Sure. I mean, definitely. I mean, the content market has changed a lot since we started. I mean, I hate sounding old a lot of time when I say we've been doing this for 10 years, but yeah, the content market definitely has changed for the past, not even 10 years, but a few years. And then the commerce landscape also changed dramatically over in the mainland China market. And so when I look back in terms of, why and when we did those, little experiments and pivots with the business and how do we come to where we are now, I think it's really up to three things. I think one is, always just having a very open mind and, keep an eye out in terms of what's happening in the market. Because, I think as an entrepreneur, we are always so busy, and then we are always, tasked with the important thing about, just solving problems that we see in our business day in and day out, right? But I think it's always important to kind of keep an open mind and see what's changing and what's happening out there. And then number two is just, once we know what's changing, and oftentimes we are unfamiliar with that space, just like when we went from content to content commerce, and then now running a consumer business, having to manage the manufacturing process and understanding supply chain, we just have to really keep learning different things. And finally, I think, how do we seize these opportunities? Maybe, the trends that we see now or future trends coming up. I think it's just really to get moving, right? I mean, it's always important or easy to spot opportunities, but another thing is just really put one foot in front of another and get started, be fast and nimble and react to these new trends. So yeah, I think that's how I would describe how we're able to kind of evolve into where we're at now.
Thank you, Norma. I just checked on the chat box. Someone is asking, because we originally we will have Anita Law, the meeting chef of Anissa, but she's not able to make it today. But we already recorded interview, and we're gonna share it later during the lunch session. So yeah, if you are interested in watch the interview with Anita, and you can stay tuned in our channel, in our Zoom meeting. So thank you, Norma. And next Hannah, I want to ask you more about your story about House of Anne. And so you talk about the garlic noodle. I'm kind of curious, like during those years, what's some of the changes you've seen in the Asian food flavors, and is there any flavor that your group are developing right now, or you wanted to emphasize more on the signature item, which is the garlic noodle?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically what our philosophy is that we like to stay true to what we believe in. And, as I mentioned before, when we first do it, there was a lot of resistance. People say, garlic noodle, but yet now you see garlic noodles in almost lot of the restaurant, even in American restaurants, there's a garlic noodle. So we are very proud, we kind of proud to see that. But my philosophy is that, even though we are fusion, but you have to stay true to what we feel that we like, that we enjoy eating, the true flavor. Like I can, give you an example. We have certain dishes that we love, like for example, the bun cod. And how we about bringing it up to another level is that is a very traditional Vietnamese dishes, right? But then yet now we elevate it by the presentation and using great ingredients. But the flavor itself, you still have to be able to identify if you were to go to Vietnam and eat a bun cod, for example. So right now, your question is, what is our plan? I think we will continue. I mean, we have to stay true. Just like my family have this philosophy, like we got to continue. We started, I think, when we had our very first restaurant called Tang Long. Yes, we still have it to this day, right? After all this year, it just keep growing. We stayed in the same location, bigger, but we just keep adding to the location. So I mentioned 20 seats, and then we got to 100, and then we got to like 150 seats today. So we like to stay true to what we're doing. We continue, but adding on, and we are looking to, develop, like you said, possibly do more of a garlic noodles to people home, like that you can have it at home. So we're working on that right now. I think, we're still exploring the opportunity. I feel like in the, Vietnamese sector, there hasn't been one that really do ready to food eat Vietnamese food, traditional Vietnamese food that take it to the mainstream yet. So I think, that's what we are looking to do. We are exploring that, and we want to continue our, crustacean brand concept. I've mentioned to you earlier, we are opening in Saudi Arabia, and more yet to come. And we're looking to expand that even more towards Asia. So we're looking for a partner on that as well. But mainly, we want to bring Asia garlic noodle more to the mainstream, and it's not just coming to our restaurant, but hopefully we can have it where you can access it a lot easier. So that's one of our goals right now. Yeah.
Totally. I think one flavor, if it can be found in many other outlets and in many different concepts, it shows the vitality of the flavor. So thank you, Hannah. Similar question I want to ask Nona. I know that your products are also inspired by the amazing flavors from Singapore and across Asia. So how do your products reflect the fusion and diversity of Asian flavors?
Yeah, for sure. I think that, Singapore is such a melting pot, right? Originally, it is a country full of immigrants, whether they come from historically from southern China, from, the Malaysia, the Indonesia, what do you call it? The fishing villages around Southeast Asia. So I think that growing up eating lots of different kinds of cuisines, and so I try to bring those to market. But at the same time, for me, what I have to do, because my target audience is more mainstream Americans shopping at like Whole Foods and Kroger and all the supermarkets, I have to almost take baby steps. And so it is sometimes a little bit of try and error. I want to introduce them to the flavors that I enjoy and grew up with, but at the same time, there's a little bit about, are they ready for it? I know that when I first launched my laksa noodle many years ago, back in 2014, people had a hard time pronouncing it. I got a lot of people saying they call it Laska noodles because they think it looks like Alaska noodles, right? And so it was a little bit about, how do you, yeah, I see normal, right? Like, how do you name it? Do you call it rice spaghetti, right? There's so much to it, which is, there's all these flavors that I want to introduce it, but then, how do you do it in a way that is more accessible? I remember launching one of my favorite bone broth, which is, kind of a ginseng chicken bone broth, which is very much similar to kind of like, in Hong Kong and Singapore, right? You have the uji tang or the black chicken ginseng soup, right? That you cook in a double boiled tongue, right? So I tried to recreate something like that, which I absolutely love. But it just didn't get mainstream appeal because they're not familiar with the flavor of ginseng, because the flavor of ginseng is a little bit more bitter, right? It's my own personal taste with what would work for the timing. And so, like in my R&D, our own internal team, I actually make sure that besides us liking it, we have a bunch of non-Asians that we actually let them try to see how it works for them.
I think Nona, maybe there's some disconnected from the
internet. So sorry. Yes,
it's
connection.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, so definitely I have to temper that to see if they're ready for it yet. Yeah, with the products that we make. Like I wanted to launch for many years ago a laksa. If those are familiar with Singaporean cuisine, you do have also the laksa soup itself, right? That has that shrimp paste in there that gives it that funkiness together with that coconut milk and all that, right? So it's very unique to a Singaporean Malaysian dish, but a lot of Americans are not ready for that funkiness that you get with the shrimp paste. And so, I have to hold back on launching it. It's definitely a fine line, which is I get inspired by all the foods that I grew up with, that I enjoy and I taste, and all the different Asian cuisines that I love. But I sometimes have to temper it by, having non-Asians taste them and see kind of the feedback. There's much more broad-based to the Ranch 99 or the H Marts and all that, but some willing to kind of the
Hey,
lucky
Nah,
smart,
maybe you can
to
stop
what they might.
video. Maybe you can stop video. That will be maybe help the internet like going faster. Maybe you can try that.
Yep.
Well, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. No, that's all I have. Hopefully you guys caught it. Sorry for the connection.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry for the laksa noodle because I think we actually reported 10 best Asian noodles. We do a research, and there's 1 year for the #1 noodle flavor is laksa. Yeah, I remember clearly because I bought that flavor after we do the research. So I think that's a very smart strategy because Hannah choose and family choose garlic as the signature flavor as a representation or symbol for Vietnamese flavor. And also I think Nona chooses, what Nona chooses is the laksa flavor. And so same question I wanted to ask Norma. What do you think are the most signature flavor for your product?
Well, for our product, definitely the stronger flavor profile sells well, across the mainland China market. And here in the US, we just started selling on Yummy Buy, and also I think the more spicy Sichuan flavor definitely gets more of the appeal. But for Daily Coke, I think what's interesting and what we want to keep as the core identity for the brand is not to just stick to one particular Asian flavor profile, but be a little bit more I guess fun and inclusive in terms of bringing it maybe Korean flavors, some Japanese flavors, some Chinese flavors for sure whenever we think about product launches. So I just want to kind of keep that sort of an international image across from content all the way into our product creation. Because I think that's also, being originally from Hong Kong, it kind of represents, our Hong Kong, I guess, food scene as well. So, that's kind of how I want to take, the product going forward. But right now, if you ask me, what is our top selling product? Definitely the more spicy and strong flavor products gets most of the love.
Yeah, I think those strong flavor are most memorable flavors. That's why it's easy to get out. I think here are my last question for 3 of you, since it's a panel session about Asian women and women founders. So what do you think are the most challenging things and biggest advantages as a female entrepreneur? I want to ask Hannah first.
Yes. Actually, I think, as a woman, there's pro and con, right? I think, people don't expect us to do certain things. Like, for example, but then we have to go out of the box. I think that would make it, that's very important. Like that example that I talk about the challenge when we first opened Create Station and making the first, kind of high-end Asian restaurant. And we just have to go out the box. We gotta be persistent, gotta stay true to what we believe in, and and just go for it. And I think that's the key, was when we challenge the media. And I don't think, so I don't think anyone expects us to do that. And I think that's create, a lot of, get a lot of attention to that. So, and then, and also unity too. I think women, we need to stay together. And I think one of the key things that my family, there's had been a lot of restaurants open and come and go. And I think we are here today since, all these years, because we learn from our mistake, right? And we also we have to work together as a unity. And I think as a family, there's like 5 of us. So we help each other. And, we learn from, from our mother, and we continue the legacy. And then we have to, experiment. And I think women, we have a tendency, we like to experiment thing. And I think that's the key, is that staying together and like everything else, you have to work really hard. You do need luck. I do believe luck, but luck is probably and timing. But working together and working hard is the key. And I think women, we're very resilient. We can handle stress a lot better than men, I think. Yeah.
I agree. About 70% of our readers are women. We love to explore new food and new flavors and new products.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hannah. And maybe next one, Nona, share some of your thoughts on that part as a female entrepreneur.
Sure. Gosh, I think that when I first started in 2014, many of the retail buyers were mostly older white men. And so one of the challenges was kind of making small talk, right? Especially, I'm sure your many of your readers, and it is how do you make small talk with older white men? And I don't really watch a lot of American sports, right? Like baseball or American football or basketball. And so I know that I had a white broker then, right? A white male broker. And that's what they were kind of chit chat about, like, oh, did you watch whatever play in the team and so on and so forth. So I think for me, one of the hardest things as well, because I didn't come from, I didn't grow up in the US and I'm not big into sports, into at least the common American sports, was just trying to find common ground where making small talk, whether it is with retailers, buyers, or investors. So that was one thing that I noticed. And of course, I'm sure many of you guys might have experienced the mansplaining, right? Which is sometimes you have some, right? Especially, us Asian women, we tend to look a little bit, maybe I'm making a generalization, but we tend to look a little bit younger than we are. So they tend to think that we're much younger than we are or much more inexperienced. And so I definitely have been mansplained before, so much so that when I hired my one of my VP of sales, he asked me, what are you looking for, in the VP of sales? And then I said, well, I'm not looking for an older white guy to tell me what to do. So I think that was definitely that would go on in the industry. But having said that, the third one that I think is a big challenge for both female entrepreneurs and then Asian entrepreneurs, I think, is in fundraising, right? Because a lot of the investment community, they're still very white and they're still very male. And so then the question is, nobody would tell you openly that they're not going to invest in you because you're female, you're Asian, right? They might just say, oh, you're not the right fit. And so you never really know if the same set of presentations and numbers, would you have gotten funded, right? So there's always that question. It's a question mark, I think. But the good thing about being, I think, where we are today is we bring credibility, right? As Asian tastemakers creating Asian food, we now have a lot more credibility than a white person trying to sell Vietnamese cuisine or Singaporean cuisine, So I feel that that is something that is an advantage, and definitely I feel like women entrepreneurs were much more collaborative and we work much better in teams and with others. And yeah, I think we're more efficient.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Nona. I think you made an inspiration sample for all the other women, because you are the first female Asian female board director at SFA, and hopefully we can get more power, and I think it's getting better and better right now, and thank you. And I think last one will be Norma. Yes. Can you share us some of your story?
Yeah, I mean, Hannah and Nona already covered some of the challenges. But yeah, I think like challenges don't discriminate, right? I mean, we all, as entrepreneurs, we all face the same stuff about, running the business, scaling up, navigating the right direction, especially during a time, that we're in right now. So I'm not going to add to the obstacles. I would agree with the ones that are being covered. In terms of advantages as a female entrepreneur, I think mainly it would be I would boil it down to maybe our ability to communicate and probably build rapport with others. I mean, during my past 10 years of entrepreneurship, I think, if I think about what I value most to date, I think would be my ability to connect with people, from attracting talents to join my team, getting investor support, building business partnership network, that, all of those things are very critical. So I see that, female entrepreneurs, we have the tendency and the ability, like our superpower, to be like water, you know what I mean? Like we're able to adapt to different scenarios, adapt to different personalities, and just connect with people in a very authentic way. So I think, that's important about being an entrepreneur, and just, riding out the tough times and use that to our advantage.
Thank you, Norma. So I think I'm gonna wrap up this session because it's about we're already past the time slot. Thank you again so much for your participation, Hannah, Nona, and Norma, and we hopefully we can get together offline soon.
Yeah,
and
let's do that. Thank you so much. Thanks for having
learned
this
a lot
session.
today. I have to thank.
Feel free to stay in the chat room, and because I see there are a lot of people saying like, so for example, someone saying Nona's story is so real, and I think your guys, our ladies really inspired our audience, and hope you guys also have a wonderful conversation with me. Okay, so
thank you so much.
So maybe I'll just pass this to my host, dear Jasmine, another wonderful women leader.
All right, thank you, Amy, and thank you for all those wonderful female entrepreneurs. Myself, I'm also very proud of being a female, and let's girls get united and raise up as a team. As you can see, we are approaching our lunch break. Really appreciate your time to staying with us for that long, and we are coming back around 1:25. So coming back on time on 1:25. During this lunch break session, we do have, Amy has mentioned that she had an interview with Anita. So we will share the video for the interview during the lunch break session. And we are coming back at 1:25. 谢谢大家，我们的上午场现在暂时告一个段落了。现在是我们的午休时间。那么下午场的话，将主要是以中文为主。我们将在11点25分准时开始。一会儿见，拜拜。
That's it, Brian? Yes.
Bet you're looking for something new.
算是一个吃货了，我是一名吃货。
Yeah, I'm definitely a food lover. I wouldn't do what I do if I was not.
从小吃到大，一天3餐吃不够的。
之前最疯狂的日子呢，我们可以一天吃8家到10家餐厅吧，还足够内容给我们的粉丝看。所以我说我们是吃货是没错的。
应该算是一个吃货啊。I wouldn't call myself a foodie, but yes, I do love food.
Yeah, I'm definitely a foodie.
Definitely a food lover. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, doesn't matter.
美食对我来说是生活的另一半，对，有的时候看得比男朋友还要重要。
在过去的3年里面，我们就吃遍了 LA， 吃了1500家餐厅，但是很快乐，还是这么的瘦。
Food means to me is a celebration of family and friends and bringing people together. Like churro, yes, churro brings a lot of people together.
I especially love food in Los Angeles because it's very international and very diverse, and I think it's an exciting time to live in Los Angeles.
工作一天会有很大的精神压力或者体力的压力。通过好的美食放松一下他的心情。
Food is something delicious and lovely to look at and smell, but also I think food is one of the purest expressions of culture. It's a really good way of understanding other people.
我选择了做餐饮这个行业，见证了我的爱情。刚好我老公也是一名大厨，所以说每天就生活在大厨的私房菜之中。
2006年，我从中国到美国来读书，因为吃结识了一帮非常好的朋友，他们今天在美国就相当于是我的家人，吃联系着我们之间的感情，是一个非常重要的纽带。
大家好，我是黄磊黄小厨。未来黄小厨将继续坚持以美食为纽带，与全世界的吃货们一起发现幸福生活的美好日常。祝大家走遍世界，吃遍全球。
我是 Amy，吃货小分队的创始人和 CEO。这是我们第一次办这么大的一个活动，每年到年末年初的时候，都会想说去办一些餐厅的评选啦、颁奖啦这种。在讨论的过程里面，我们既然认识这么多的餐厅老板，然后了解这么多的背后的故事，所以我们就在想说，哎，是不是可以真的把他们招在一块儿？那我们之后的话，我们也会做自己的互联网产品，希望大家不管说是来美国旅游，还是说在美国留学，你们都能够通过吃货小分队找到你们想念的美食。
像冰山
茂林，再难也要好好吃饭，中国加油！
我相信明天，我相信青春没有地平线。在日落的海边，在热闹的大街，都是我心中最美的乐园。我相信自由自在，我相信希望，我相信伸手就能碰到天。有你在我身边，让生活更新鲜，每一刻都精彩万分。
has led to the latest wave of Chinese immigration. Young, educated professionals bringing their culture from all regions of China. Meet Amy Duan. She arrived in California 10 years ago for college and saw that what most Americans referred to as good Chinese food was far from anything she recognized. In true millennial fashion, she started a website, Chuhuo, Mandarin for foodies. It's a resource for Chinese immigrants looking for the good stuff.
When I first come to the United States, when I looked at Yelp, like a restaurant is Chinese restaurant 5-star rating, but when I went there, this totally sucks. But my friends recommend a restaurant, but I looked at Yelp, it's like 2.5 stars. But I went there, I feel, oh my God, that's just really home taste from home. So for Chinese restaurant, I feel I can do better. So we started blogging and we grew to like 1,000 followers in the first week.
Wow.
We have accounts in Chicago, Boston, Seattle, Toronto, Vancouver, LA.
How many followers do you have with all the accounts combined?
I would say more than 1 million. Yeah.
Not bad. To me, it sounds like what you're doing is kind of building this community, whereas, you know, before, Chinese in America had Chinatown. But now it's hard to build community. So in a way, your site has the possibility of becoming a digital Chinatown.
I think that's what we're trying to do because we wanted to unite all the people with the same passion about food.
Amy and her team are bringing the Chinese community and its food into a new era.
Yeah, that's good. You can just you just dip it into very quick. That's the spiciest.
What was your first impression of Chinatown here in the Bay Area when you first came?
Oh my God, that was really shocking to me. It was like older, you know, like 1980s in China. So that's the first impression. But it's changing. The whole Chinatown, I would say it's evolving. And I would recommend some very good Chinese restaurants there. Not, you know, Americanized
chop suey.
No.
You think chop suey? Have you ever had chop suey?
No.
Do you know what it is?
I know.
What is it?
It's like a stir-fry combination, something like vegetables and meat stuff. But we don't eat it that way. But I think that's a very good invention to make people who didn't know Chinese food. To give them a first understanding.
That's just my one in this 4 pots.
Mine, but God damn it.
People are hungry for more, right? They want to see what else Chinese food can be.
This is very well done, hot. It's hot.
It's good.
Each wave of the immigrant from China, they changed the Chinese food scene in America.
I think my favorite is this tofu.
Yeah.
Out of everything.
It's the golden age for regional Chinese food here. More and more new Chinese immigrants are from different regions, and they have the huge potential market to go to such restaurants. Also, for Americans, they care more about the culture behind the food. And they start paying attention to authenticity and the experiences of the food.
It's an exciting moment for Chinese food in America. We've gone beyond chop suey and General Tso's chicken. The full spectrum of food from China, a massive and diverse country, is settling quite nicely on American soil. And traditional Chinese cuisine is thriving alongside modern and exciting new food. It's taken 200 years. But we're beginning to understand the vastness of Chinese food.
So good. You can just enjoy it slowly. It's fine.
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. And I'm so excited. I'm Amy. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Love it there. I'm on Long Island right now, actually.
Oh, in New York.
New York, yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for accepting our invite about the Taste of Asia event. We are very excited to have you this time to have an interview and to have a little discussion and just have a chat and have a better understanding of each other. And we believe that in the future, I hope we can have more ways to working together, since I think I'm really inspired by what you've done and achievement as a woman, as a foodie, I'm a more on the media person. You actually have different roles, like award-winning chef, and also like restaurant owner and author of 2 books, and also board director of the nonprofit. So which role you love most and why?
I mean, I love all of them for different reasons. And I think all of them are important to me. I think it's incredibly important to do nonprofit, especially in this day and age where so many people don't have enough to eat, or don't have fresh water to drink, etc. But selfishly, I think my most favorite role at the moment is I work for a company called the Tour de Forks, which is a travel company. It's a culinary travel company, and I help host and sell trips around the planet, like culinary focused trips. And on each trip, I teach a hands-on cooking class, and they're just so well done. It's everything is vetted, so we have like the best food experiences, and we do a lot of research, and I just get to be on the trip, and I love travel, and I love learning new things, especially about new cultures and foods that I've never had before. So that's probably my favorite role right now. But there's nothing like creating a new dish that people like. I mean, as far as like being a restaurateur, I think it's amazing. It's incredibly difficult and can be awful, but when you've managed people correctly and they're grateful, and you feel like you've helped them grow and learn, there's nothing better than that as well. So all different things.
Yes, I'm very curious about the travel culinary program, but I checked on the website. They're on destination for China, right? Have you ever planned maybe to explore some destination in China? Like, I think there are a lot of great ingredients and products, and maybe.
I would love to do that. I think it's a little bit difficult right now with COVID, and I think it's a little scary. I don't think we're, looking at, until this is resolved.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like within this year, but maybe in the future, coming years, because we also have some we know some like bureaus and city governments, and they wanted to, for example, Yunnan province, they have very, very good mushrooms.
I am dying to go to Yunnan. Yeah. I am dying. Yeah, the mushrooms, that sounds incredible.
Great coffee and tea.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, no, I'm dying to do that. I was in China a couple of years ago, right before a year before the pandemic started. And we were on this sustainability tour, if you will, with Yale University. And we went all over, but everyone was talking about Yunnan. So and I was like, oh my God, we have to come back and do that. It's a lot of work to develop these trips, and we do need, normally the government will help us, governments of these different places will do these little tours for us so that we can vet, so that we can do our research on the area before we set up these trips. But once we do these trips, we hope to continue them and do them, do several of them. So
Thank you. Yeah, we can definitely discuss about that. Second thing, when we talk about China and about what our theme for the event is Taste of Asia. I watched the interview about you called East of Main Street. You mentioned your mom actually gave you a lot of inspiration on the recipes. So I'm kind of curious, what are the cultural elements that you think that can represent Chinese food culture and Asian food culture?
All of it. Yeah, I think, I'm interested in all of it. I think.
Well, what's your favorite Chinese food?
What?
What's your favorite Chinese food?
Oh, anything that's cooked really, really well. I loved it. I loved it all. When I was in China, I ate so well, I can't tell you. It was so incredible. And, I was there when I was a kid, and it wasn't that great. I was there like when, everyone was wearing Mao jackets, and it just was like, the food wasn't very good. But this last time I went back, it was like, oh my God, it was so incredible.
When was the last time you visited China?
Yeah, so that was going to be 3 years. It's been 2.5 years in the, so it's like 3.5 years. We spent a good amount of time in Chengdu, and I love Sichuan. Just love it. But it was just incredible. I love Shanghainese food. That's all of that, all the the Shaoxing wine sort of thing. All of that's great. I love, Cantonese. I love it all. Yeah.
So, but for Anissa, it's like more American, modern American food, right?
Yeah, which means that you can bring in influences from all over the world. Yeah. I mean, I brought in influences. Yeah. I mean, it was a personal cuisine. It wasn't anything classic, really. Although there were a lot of things were based on classic flavors or combinations.
And there's a foie gras dumpling. Is that one popular dish in Anissa?
My signature dish was a version of xiaolong bao.
Is it foie gras dumpling?
Yeah, it was with foie gras. So it had a soup. It was a foie gras soup dumpling. A little bit different, but sort of more French Asian. But yeah, so it was based on the xiaolong bao, which I love, and it had foie gras. It had a little bit of jicama for crunch, and it had sort of a red cooked broth with like star anise and cinnamon, and then instead of like a dipping sauce, it was more of a reduction of black vinegar and balsamic vinegar. So. With a little ginger, yeah. But I could never take that off the menu.
This dish is from the dumpling bar. It's not from Anissa, right?
No, that's from Anissa. Dumpling bar was a fast casual, like, it was kind of like a fast food, only a little bit nicer restaurant. I was basically consulted for them.
Can you talk more about what kind of people are in the culinary industry or like famous chef that actually inspire you?
Well, my partner is the chef at the Musket Room in New York City, and she's doing incredibly well. She's got a Michelin star as well. She was just longlisted for the James Beard Awards.
Wow.
And she just got an incredible review from the New York Times. We used to work together, but she's incredibly talented. Her name is Mary Tia. I would definitely suggest going there. I was, certainly influenced a lot by David Waltuck when I worked at Chanterelle. David and Karen were kind of like my restaurant parents. I based Anissa a little bit on my experience from Chanterelle. I learned a lot from Boulay as well. David Boulay, he was farm to table before anyone was farm to table. But yeah, I mean, there's, women that I've looked up to in the industry, Anne Rosenzweig, Martha Stewart, who else? Certainly my teachers in France as well.
So my understanding is that actually for the Asian part, for the Chinese part, you actually maybe most inspiration is from your mom or your family, and your culinary experience about like what's your past education and chefs influences more on the French side. Is that?
Yeah, completely actually. But I did grow up eating a lot of Chinese food. And we did travel extensively. So I bring in those flavors. So I'm not. A lot of people will come to me. American media will come to me just asking about Chinese cuisine. I'm like, well, I don't know. You know that. You grew up eating those food. Yeah, I like it, but I don't have any classic training in it. My base is really French. But that being said, yes, I might know more than your average American, but there's certainly other people that know more about Chinese food than I do. And it's such a big country. There's so many different cuisines within China, And because I can't read Chinese, I don't speak Chinese, it's difficult for me to just follow recipes because a lot of them, a lot of the ingredients are hard to distinguish what they want really. Like there's so many different bean pastes. Like if you're just going to ask me for bean paste, or bean sauce, or like which one, if you can't read the Chinese characters, you don't know, so, yeah.
But I think that's how you help communicate the message. If you really, because I think French or American or your background, you really know what people in this country love about it. And because sometimes when I talk with some Chinese restaurateurs from China, they wanted to bring the, it's so complicated to bring the authentic, they wanted to bring the authentic food, the food that they had in China, and they wanted to make people here to get understand about the food. I think it's hard, but
it can be. It depends on the market. It's going to be very difficult if you're doing that in, some small town in the Midwest, for sure. Unless there's a big Chinese population there. But like in New York City, people are all people, not all of them, but there are many people that are interested in new cuisines and new flavors, and so yeah. And the bigger markets, I think it might be a little bit easier. But yeah, I mean, as someone who's Chinese American, it's I completely understand that
I think you are
that disconnect. Yeah. Sorry.
But I think you are the pioneer or the advocate to really combine those different cultures and to make people know about the new culture and new flavor.
Yeah. So I'm available for consulting if any of your companies are looking.
Definitely. I think I think you can definitely be a big help and big support from your past experience and your knowledge. My next question is about the whole restaurant industry environment since the pandemic. Because on that event, we will have a lot of restaurateurs as attendees to listen to the guest speakers sharing about their insights and opinions. So what do you think of what are the trends you've seen since the pandemic about like different restaurant scale or different restaurant scenario or different eating habits? Like what do you think of the trends since the pandemic? It's a big one. Question.
Yeah, it is a big one. I think I think there's clearly a bigger focus on delivery and takeout food, even in fine dining restaurants. Even takeout cocktails. I think it's important that you have a presence online now more than ever. What else has changed? Yeah, outdoor dining is more important than it was before. Obviously for health reasons. And with all the new, I think a lot of people are tired of it and are not worrying about it anymore. But at the same time, there's still a lot of people that are, and we should be with all these new variants coming out. So building outdoor spaces. I think I think hiring is even harder than it was. There's a clear labor shortage. The inflation is wreaking havoc on margins and costs and everything. It's a really difficult time to be in the restaurant industry.
Yeah, because actually you don't own your own restaurant. But
Thank God. Yeah.
But how about your partner? How about Musky Room?
They're doing okay. I think they're doing very well. I mean, because they've done, I think that a lot of people are so I think right now in New York City, either you're doing really, really well or you're not doing well at all. And they're one of the fortunate ones. I mean, they've gotten so much press recently that they're very busy. That being said, it's still not without its challenges. I think, a lot of like butter, the cost of butter has doubled. Labor costs have more than doubled in the past, 8 years or something like that. It's just, I just don't, and what we can charge has not doubled. So that it's very problematic.
But I think some, as you mentioned, if the restaurant is really good, they can still survive, and people still need those fine dining experiences.
Yeah, I mean, all different kinds of dining. So, I mean, you have to work harder now, for sure. But it's a labor of love, and if you get into it, it's because you love it.
I think as a chef, I think you love to create. When you do every dish and you create something, but managing a business is totally different. Besides being the chef, you have to manage people, manage the business, and manage the whole space. So that's
why. It was fun in the beginning, and then 17 years later, it's like I'm so tired. But
but you've been through all of this, and that's very admirable. So any advice that you want to give to those current restaurateurs, especially after the pandemic?
Knowledge is power. I think it's been difficult in the Chinese communities, and I think it's done now. But I think a lot of people didn't even know how to apply for the PPPs and all the government, all of the government help that was available in the beginning, and that's kind of awful. But I think it's important to try to network and try to learn as much as you can about what you can do in these times and what other people are doing, and hopefully everyone can come together as a community and find help. I don't really have, it's hard. You just take it day to day. Try not to go crazy. If there's nothing you can do about it, stop worrying,
So what do you think of potential opportunities for those new restaurant owners or new entrepreneurs that want to enter the business?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of, in New York City, we've had a lot of companies open Chinese restaurants, especially in the East Village, and they're all doing really well, as long as they're really good. But and they are all really amazing, or the ones that I've had at least. I mean, I think there's the Asian community is the fastest growing community here in the United States, and so the market and the need is only going to grow. So I think it's clearly a good time to come in. I think there are big cultural differences that can make it hard. And I do think that there's a clear, I don't know, I think there's a part of a section, half of America have been taught to be Asiaphobic, because of COVID and because of our unfortunate last administration. So, I might avoid some of those communities, but there's still, I mean, this country is huge, and I think there is a lot of opportunity. I think if you wanted to make foods to go or frozen foods, I think all of that is all of the Asian food products are growing in need, and people.
好的，欢迎大家回来，我是 Jasmine。那我们的下半场呢是以中文为主。首先呢，我们有请到我们的吃货小分队的团队成员为大家带来 keynote 话题分享，引爆社交媒体最权威的北美2022饮食内容营销策略的拆解。那么接下来的时间我就交给小分队的 Amy、Cosmo 和滴滴。
Hello， 大家好，我是小分队的滴滴我也是我们团队比较 senior 的 BD 的这个成员，所以呢，今天下午下半场的部分，然后由我来跟大家分享一些当然一会儿还有 Amy 跟 Cosmo， 然后我们跟大家一起分享一些我们团队其实是做了很多调查，然后看到的一些关于北美的华人使用社交媒体习惯的一些这个分享的数据麻烦切到 PPT 第一页，谢谢其实可以切到下一页，谢谢。在我们这次呢，其实我们是准备了一个行业报告，然后我们整理了很多干货。然后既然大家来到盛典，我们就摘了一些大家都很有信息的这些数据来跟大家分享。我们这次在线上线下其实一共调查了700多名在北美生活的一些用户，然后这些真实的受访者呢给我们就是 drawing a picture， 然后有很多的消费习惯。然后受访者在这个报告里面也跟我们聊到，比如说他们自己喜欢用什么样的中英文的社交媒体平台呀，然后他们自己的一些用餐习惯啊，然后什么时候会给餐厅留下差评或者好评。相信的这些都是一些商家，然后还有这些品牌都会比较关心的。然后大家也可以看到，就是 PPT 里面有说，就是大家去餐厅评价的时候呢，都比较习惯用 Google Map、Yelp、小红书，这些都是使用的比较多的一些 App。然后另外呢，可能跟大家想的不太一样的点，就是因为现在小红书上有很多的探店文是非常泛滥的。然后其实在调查中，大家会提到说，其实对小红书的信赖度是在下降，因为有一些受访者会觉得小红书上的一些中餐真的有点过度营销，然后看到了一些比较频繁的发一家店的话，大家就会觉得可能是在吹捧或者有点不可靠，所以这个可能是大家会比较感兴趣的一些点。然后我们的受访者还跟我们反馈，由于小红书的平台有一些这个受众的关系，然后大家会觉得小红书上推荐的西餐是更值得信赖的，有一些中餐和亚洲菜系，他们就会觉得要甄别，或者是特别看看这家店到底怎么样。尽管这么说呢，小红书还是对提高餐厅本身的知名度非常有效，很多人都会选择在小红书上刷餐厅，然后再去 Google Map 或者是 Yelp 上去看一下这个英文的评价，然后这样他们就会有一个这样选择的路径和过程。然后对于餐厅的评价其实也是很残酷，因为很多受访者都会表示说，其实如果只是正常的去用餐，他们自己也不经营一些账号的话，他们是不会给餐厅留下一个评价的。但是如果在餐厅遇到了一个很不好的体验，比如说菜难吃或者是服务不好，在这种情况下他们会选择说在 Yelp、Google 然后去留一个差评。所以这个也是为什么很多中餐厅可能会遇到就是评价这个都是一些不太好的评价这个问题，因为这个就是一个消费者一个真实的表现。然后根据我们的调查问卷也可以说就是社交媒体平台大家还是比较偏向于使用微信、Instagram、抖音跟小红书，这个是大家最常用的4个软件。然后因为作为我们的读者很多都是美食爱好者，然后大家喜欢看其他的美食博主会选择小高姐、绵阳料理、王刚，这个是被提到频率比较多的。麻烦帮我翻页。 大家可以看到这个图表，这个也是我们在调查了700多人以后就得到的一个使用习惯吧。就是其实在这个数据里面来看，很多人还是，其实最多的还是会用微信公众号来获取这个美食的资讯，其次就是小红书，然后是微信朋友圈，然后60%的受访者其实每天都会看短视频，在这些受访者里面呢，就有1半多的人都是每天至少要刷1到2次的短视频平台，然后另外1半也要刷3次以上，所以其实短视频是一个肯定是不可抗拒的一个趋势吧。然后其实对于我们来说，就北美常用的中文平台，2022年我们肯定得提到的一个就是小红书。小红书作为一个，就是我们作为美食媒体，然后也会发现，就大家使用习惯上，很多人不管是搜索还是去找餐厅，找一些周边的玩乐，就更倾向于说 OK， 那我们在小红书上看看有什么好玩的好吃的。然后其实早在2021年，就是在小红书平台美食类的文章这个数量已经是占到了第1位。然后这个2021年的一整年，小红书美食行业的种草笔记也是超过了975万，然后互动量呢就高达18亿以上。然后这边也有很多其他数据，我就不一一给大家就是阅读，大家可以看一下。然后其实值得注意的就是小红书的行业有商业比例这个占比，还是很高的，有5.31都是美食类，然后转化和这个广告投放的性价比都很高。然后呢，我们还有一些没有写在上面的数据，就是我们根据小红书海外负责人的一些分享，小红书在北美就是仅在加拿大一个国家注册的用户就已经超过了40万，然后美国注册他没有给一个实际数量，但是肯定是加拿大的好几倍。所以我们也注意到，就是说很多餐厅的老板现在已经更偏向于说 OK， 那我有一个什么新的活动，然后或者我要餐厅开业，我希望说去找一些小红书博主。然后这个尤其是在一些人口比较密集的城市，因为在这些地区小红书的用户跟博主也会相对来说比较多，比如说纽约、洛杉矶、温哥华、多伦多这几个地区都是非常非常多人。然后根据这个海外这个负责人的介绍，小红书在小红书上发布的笔记其实是有几个流量的时期，比如说在3天之后，就是这个笔记发了3天之后，这个笔记的流量大家就会看到有一个衰退的迹象，然后在7天之后就这个流量基本上就死亡。就是所以很多人就是说作为一个广告推广，老板肯定会想说我什么时机找这些博主最合适呢，然后找什么样的博主最合适呢？其实这些我们一会儿也会让我们的 co-founder Cosmo 来具体介绍一下。然后其实我们这边也有一些经验可以跟大家分享，就是与其说老板们随便去找一些博主，然后发很多很多私信，然后找到很多路人博主来帮你发一些文章，然后这个可能不是一个最好的方式吧，至少对于一个餐厅的一个长期的影响来说，因为你可能找到了一些博主，但他并不能给你写到一些你真正的特色，比如说可能你的餐厅是很正宗，或者是只是一个街边小店，它只是便宜大碗，但是你找到的这种素人博主，他可能只会说哦，这是一个LA 地区的天花板，然后就是真的很好吃，就是它的非常贫瘠的这个形容，可能并不是对餐厅最好的一个展示。所以我们会在后面提到更多真实的案例，是会帮到大家，就是说找什么样的博主。没关系，可以下一页。然后就是小红书这边就是说完了以后，就是微信也是一个非常重要的，因为刚才也提到，其实就算这个页面上展示的很多 data 都是说 OK 微信在衰退，然后可能有一些文章的阅读量不如以前了，流量也不如以前了，但是
多久啊？
但是非常真实的一个情况就是小红书，这个微信其实还是在我们就是小分队这边是一个最受欢迎的一个平台，大家还是会比较倾向于 去投微信，就是这个也是有很多的原因的，我也来解释一下。微信为什么有这个不可替代的这个地位在？举个例子，我们有很多的电商的客户，他们可能投放了各种各样的广告，不管短视频平台啊或者小红书，但是这些平台都流量很不错，但是一提到说 OK 我要让我的客户点进我的网站去购买一些东西，这些平台就变得就是有一些薄弱，因为这些平台都有很严格的这个外链或者是二维码的政策，就很难说我们去插入一个真正的网站或者是二维码到这个文章或者是视频里面。所以呢，作为一个商家，或者是你希望 OK 客户来下载我的 APP， 然后我希望客户来我这个网上的平台来下单，那在这种时候，就是微信还是一个比较更好操作的一个平台。不管说你要插入一个二维码，或者是我想把我的网站写上，让大家更方便的能 copy paste 到浏览器里面，这个都是一个更好的、更直接的平台。然后可以看一下下一页。我这边放了一个案例，其实这个客户是一个在网上租车买车的这么一个电商的客户，然后我们给他写了多地文章，我只是放了一个西雅图的例子。然后他在发了第一篇西雅图的微信文章，他就给我做了一个反馈，就是说他的效果。然后因为也是当时我就是因为转化的原因，我给他推荐让他先买微信公众号的文章。然后在这个部分，他就是跟我们反馈，就是说不管是我们真实的就是客户去阅读这个文章，然后真正转化到他网站，就是大家说哦这个文章还蛮好的，对我蛮有用的，那我去这个网站看看吧。这一部分人是550个人，然后到客户来跟我反馈，就是说真的有很多人来下单，就是说真的有很多人不光是点进网站了，也跟我们真实的咨询了，然后跟我们询价了，然后这个转换也是非常可观的。所以呢，就把这个例子放出来给大家。其实如果你是一个商家，然后你真的是有很强的转化的需求的话，其实还是微信还是一个很好的投放平台。然后我放另外一个例子是就是大华超市的一个 APP 的下载，因为这个也是同样的道理，就是我们文章写再好，然后流量再大，比如说我们到了10万加，但是如果没有人真的点进去说我要在这个网站里面下载，或者是点进去说我真的要购物，那这个整个的这个广告流量就变得比较薄弱了。就大家还是最后还是要看真正有多少人真的能过来购物，才是很多商家的一个投放广告的一个这个需求嘛。然后我要说的基本上就是这样。可以到下一页。然后也可以来说一下抖音，因为之前也就是提到过，抖音也是一个现在是巨大的趋势。抖音是这边华人很喜欢看的短视频平台，因为相对于 TikTok 的英文内容，抖音肯定是大家更喜欢去设计一些这个比较喜欢看的段子啊，然后你花很多时间在的一个 APP。但是就是抖音在北美的一个问题就是抖音没有办法做很多的直播，因为有一些限制，就是你需要是一个很头部的这种博主，可能到了1000万以上，你才能单独去开一个海外的白名单，我可以去直播带货。因为直播带货其实是抖音的比较成熟的一个商业模式，就是可能小红书上还会有一些博主说我是去探店，然后我就能赚一些广告费，但是抖音的话，现在大部分的这种收入都是来自于直播带货，所以它是一个完全不一样的生态。然后所以就是抖音这一块的数据就更倾向于都是在直播带货这一块。然后抖音官方是非常鼓励这个探店视频的，因为他们相信就是线上线下的结合，就是能牢牢的抓住这个消费者，然后加速消费者这种从种草到消费的闭环。所以说这个是抖音的一个比较好的地方。然后这边就是我这次要分享主要关于 data 这一块的一些信息。然后下面呢就有 Cosmo 然后来给我们介绍更多的案例。
Hello， 那个感谢滴滴的分享啊，但是就是因为其实跟大家能够这样 面对面交流啊，虽然我看不见你们，但是我觉得是一个面对面的交流还挺不容易，我还想多跟大家聊几句。在我分享之前，在我讲这个案例之前，我想跟大家就是先说一说我最近在关注的一些国内的餐饮的趋势，因为我觉得这个对我们在北美做餐饮其实是很重要的一部分啊。因为我们前面是讲了很多就是美国的北美的趋势，我也想跟大家分享一下国内的这个趋势。那前几年大家都知道，其实大家都在做这种单品升级。那比如说像泰尔酸菜鱼就只卖酸菜鱼啊，火锅也做的特别细分，比如说什么串串呀，然后或者是卤味火锅呀。那其实这种经营策略是比较符合定位理论的，就是企业要把这种产品聚集在某一个细分的这种品类上面，然后去这种叫什么击穿消费者的心智，所谓这个单品即品牌啊。包括也有调查，这个数据显示，同样的菜品，40%的消费者会认为单品类的餐厅它的出品会更加的专业。那我前2天在关注的一个就是一个火锅品牌啊，它是做社区火锅，它叫牛爽爽，它刚刚完成了这个天使轮的融资，大概融资也差不多这个1000万人民币。那其实整个国内的火锅赛道是非常的激烈啊，大家知道，就是然后包括投资者他选中的这种标的也是非常非常的谨慎。那为什么在今年上半年就是在外界看起来非常火的赛道，比如食品餐饮啊、智能芯片啊、智能硬件这些，其实它都只能排到这个投资的第2梯队。那今年上半年在这种第2梯队里面也只有100多起融资。那为什么牛爽爽能够得到这个资本的青睐？我觉得它的经营方式很有特色。一般的连锁火锅店其实它都会选择在 mall 呀，在商业街开，但是牛爽爽是把它开进了社区里，它做社区客流的生意。而且它不是说只经营火锅，它同时会去做外卖的熟食，还会去卖那种现卤的牛肉、鸡爪、素菜。它等于在店里面画了一个大概5平方米左右的一个这种熟食的铺子吧，它其实就是做这种社区的生意。为什么给大家分享这个案例？因为其实大家都知道，做餐厅的都知道有一个通用公式，就是大家的营业额是等于流量乘以转化率乘以客单价的。也就是说，你们的店想要提高单店的这种营业额，其实必须要从流量、转化率或者是客单价这3个点去下功夫。那现在其实国内有很多的这种所谓的社区餐饮店，我觉得这种模式不仅做他们做熟食外带，还做这种全时段的经营，比如说早上做小笼包啊，什么晚上做烤串啊，然后做外带啊，然后各种小吃，就是包括我前2天刷这个小红书还有抖音，就发现上海的这个咖啡早餐店还卖一些什么煎饼果子啊，就等等，它从早餐到宵夜全都给你包圆了。那其实我觉得是比较有借鉴意义的，因为美国的人流其实没有那么大，然后客群其实也是相对来说是比较稳定单一的。那从单品类拓展到多品类，收获更高的营业额，我觉得是值得大家去思考的。那么做餐厅，我们可以从品类出发，把一件东西卖给更多的人，也可以从人群出发，把这群特定的人给他们提供更多的东西，让他们去复购。好，然后我讲回我今天的这个这部分啊，就是我们 C Studio 其实真的是一直有在考虑麻烦回到上一页，不好意思，一直是在帮助大家去这个触达这个全渠道的流量。那不管是刚刚滴滴我给大家分享的一些数据，都是为了把这些渠道的这些大家的用户习惯给摸透。那我们怎么去做营销这一部分是我们比较擅长的。好，麻烦下一页。那所以我们自己本身来说，这个 C Studio 这一部分呢，就是我们其实是会帮大家去找到合适的这种所谓的这种博主，然后也是这一部分因为是非常重要的啊。然后另外一部分呢，也是就是要去这个最大化内容的这个影响力，然后要去定这种内容的方向。包括要去匹配合适的博主，因为有一些我后面的案例会讲到，并不是说博主的粉丝量越高越大，然后他就能够得到最好的效果。对，这里我会重复，因为时间有限，我快速进入到案例的环节。对，我先来给大家分享，这一个是 LA 的一个 local 的一个面包店的一个案例啊。它首先是一个非常老牌的蛋糕店，开了很多年了。那它是第一次尝试这种小红书上面还有 ins 上面的博主的内容推广。他自己作为这个餐厅来说，他的预算非常的低，可能就几百块钱这样子。那他当时希望 他不知道要怎么做，所以他找到我们。那我当时给他们的建议就是做 ins 和小红书2个平台，同时覆盖中英文的消费群体。因为像蛋糕这样的品类，其实在 ins 上面也还是算是不错的。所以因为它的这个预算不是很高，我们就选择了粉丝量比较少的，差不多就是500左右的这样子的博主。但是这些博主的图文质量是非常高的。那我们找到了他们，最后我们达成的效果就是以一个非常低的粉丝量撬动了很高的互动量。那不是说客户一定要在高预算的情况下才能做得好啊，就是在一些它比较低的预算情况下，我们也获得了一个比较好的内容影响力。那我直接讲，我们当时做完以后，它有一个单品的销量是直接翻了1倍。对，因为就是我没有办法就是给大家讲特别具体的这个，然后大家可以看一些这个数据啊，就是我们在 ins 上面去发的时候，其实下面有很多外国人也会再去问要去哪里买啊什么的，所以我觉得是一个也算是一个比较成功的案例。他当时找到我们，其实是因为我们当时在小红书上，我们自己的这个小红书运营的人，他发了一个这个他们家的一个面包的一个单品，然后当时就卖爆了，然后卖爆了以后呢，他就问这些年轻人，哎，你们从哪里看到？然后他们就说，哦，是吃货小分队的这个小红书的账号，所以我们过来了。所以在这个上面的转化率还是蛮高的。好，然后麻烦到下一页。然后第二个案例呢，它是一个因为我这3个案例是不同的商家，因为这样子的话会比较清楚一点。第二个案例呢是赖声川导演的歌剧《红楼梦》。这个是比较特殊，因为疫情后就是他们是旧金山的歌剧院希望大家能够重新回到歌剧院去看。那它除了推广这个艺术和科普，还有一个商业推广的这个需求哈。所以我们当时在做的时候，我们希望能够稍微有一定规模的去邀请博主，所以我们大概超过20个博主去邀请，然后年龄的覆盖也是比较大的，从这个学生党一直到工作的人，然后职业领域也是去包含了这种艺术类的工作者。当时我们在做的时候是专门策划了博主小红书发文的方向，主要是以观后感为主，然后结合演出的信息、票价还有观看注意的事项，然后进行了这样的介绍，并且我们当时是给了博主争取到了一个给他的粉丝大概有一个7折的 promo code， 一个这样的给粉丝带来优惠的这样的一个票价哈。那最后我们达成的效果就是全面的这种内容吸引了非常多的网友的自发的讨论。如果你们现在去搜这个，在小红书上搜，还是能搜到很多人都在发这个内容。它增加了博主还有粉丝的这种互动性，并且为这个歌剧演出也带来了这个一定的讨论热度。也转化了这个比较可观的这个售票的转化啊，就是这一部分也是比较重要的。对，所以这个客户呢是一个求职类的国内的一个求职的平台，一个蛮有名的。那他自己的这个客户的情况是预算比较充足，但是当时时间非常非常的紧张，大概只给了我们不到5天的时间。那他当时是希望找到跟品牌调性一致的知识性的博主去为这个品牌背书，因为他要去一个线下的活动参加，所以我们当时在不到5天的时间，大概匹配了差不多是20位这个有留学背景的知识分享型。那我们找了几类有知识分享型、有个人成长型，还有教育领域的这种人气博主，都是跟这个大的比较搭的。那整个博主的粉丝量全部加起来是超过50万。我们是整个帮内容上面去做了几个定调，然后提供了几个模板给博主去参考。然后我们到了现场也提供了这个现场的执行，包括有摄影等等这些。博主会到现场来参与现场的互动，然后结合了这个线上的这个发文的分享。那最后也是线上和线下都引发了很多有效的互动，然后也积极的提升了这个品牌在留学生中的这个知名度与好感度，也是为这个中国的本土品牌拓展海外市场打开了这个比较好的局面。就是综上几个数据来看呢，其实会有一个很有意思的数据，就是我刚刚在给大家的几个案例里面，你们会发现其实并不是粉丝量越大的博主它的数据就越好，包括点赞、收藏、评论的数据就最高，然后有效的互动率就是大家想象中的最好。我举个案例，就是以这个案例 为这个案例吧，就是第一个博主大概有30万的粉丝，然后他的这个，因为我们只是说这个就是1周后的数据啊，现在的数据已经不是这样子了，1周后的数据，他的数据还不如一个粉丝量2000的一个博主发来的这个总互动量的数据，就是有时候其实是那种比较小的博主，他没有很多的粉丝，但是如果他的帖子一旦爆了，他会有非常好的转换率啊。这个跟它的内容是非常有关系的。那我们自己来说，其实我们就是在努力的促成这件事情，因为我们自己本身了解用户，了解博主生态，也会从内容的角度给博主一些建议，甚至给到具体的参考模板。更重要的是，我们其实是根据每个商家的情况出发，去给到最优的解决方案。在这个里面，你们会看到，因为是不同的商家，我们会给出不同的解决方案，并不是说每一个商家他都需要很大的博主，或者是需要很大量。有一些商家他会需要到，比如说一些小的博主，但是他需要非常多。然后以及博主不是要去像刚刚就是我也有看到，就是在这个评论区大家都会在说啊，就是这个小红书上大家都在无脑吹，对，所以我们其实在帮助一些商家去邀请 KOC。去探店的时候，我们会希望他们去做更中正和更中立的评价。这样子的话，其实我们更多的是希望给商家带来曝光和引流，而不是要去造成更多的反感。其实这样是不好的。对，这个后面的时间还有限，因为 Amy 那边还有很多东西要去给大家分享，所以我就把时间交给 Amy， 她那边有非常重要的东西给大家分享。
好，谢谢 Cosmo。那个。对，就是其实弟弟跟 Cosmo 也是非常的细节的去讲到我们这个日常，包括我们作为在北美比较大的这个中文社交媒体平台，我们每天在怎么样去帮助这些这个不管是餐饮也好，还是品牌也好，我们做的事情，然后我们发现的一些 insights。那在这个过去的这个我们在做这件事情的过程里面，其实就是我们其实发现有很大的一个出圈需求然后以及我们也是有发现这个巨大的潜力。什么意思呢？就是中餐的在北美的这个市场，其实还在一个非常蓝海的阶段，可以这么说。那像之前一代的餐饮人，或者说这个老板们，就比较多的可能只是去做中国人的生意，或者只是一个社区的生意，但是越来越多的现在有这个很大的潜力，是可以让更多的不管是主流市场也好，还是一个更大的市场也好去喜爱。那在这点来讲，我们在这个就是我今天就是接着 Cosmo 的这个话头我也想说去给大家分享一些，就是说因为我们做了一些分析就是说整个的 mainstream 这个英文的 social media 什么是最受欢迎的，然后美国市场到底喜欢什么，然后以及是什么样的事情或者品牌是会被这个美国媒体去报道去传播的。然后首先就是说这个分享一些这个比较多的这个餐饮，其实这个部分更多的是数字化的一个数据尤其是在疫情之后有非常大的这个餐饮老板意识到，就是说绝对要拥抱数字化，拥抱线上，以及就是说这个 online ordering delivery 采用各种方法，不管是扫码点餐，还是我们一会儿我们嘉宾会来分享，就是怎么样去通过这个 SaaS 的软件去做这个降本增效。所以这个线上化数字化是一个不可逆的一个大趋势。然后通过这个开启这个点单或者订单服务的餐厅，订单量的涨幅会达到2到10倍。我前面还有一句没说完对这个第3句就是刚好我引到，就是说下面就是我为什么要去讲社交媒体，因为在美国有主流媒体，比如说我们非常熟悉的纽约时报、洛杉矶时报，然后还有包括Wall Street Journal。那么年轻的这群年轻人，以及就是说吃货小分队最擅长的做的这个部分，就是极大的这些年轻人是会通过 social media 上面的热贴或者是 online review 去选择他们去哪儿吃饭。对，所以呢，我接下来我就会去跟大家去分享一下不同的 social media 的一些情况。这里是4个比较 美国这边比较主流的这个 social media 的平台哈，Facebook， 然后 Instagram、TikTok、YouTube， 我们来做一个简单的对比。首先就是 Facebook 一定是一个算是时间最久，然后虽然说现在就是这个期间很多人有在唱衰 Facebook， 但是它仍然是全球最大的社交平台，它的这个月活用户达到了28.9亿，然后它上面的这个餐厅入驻数量有65万，所以就是说在这么长的时间里面，就是大家已经会习惯说用 Facebook 作为一个非常非常普遍的典型的一个去跟用户去做互动和交流的平台。然后它因为时间久，所以它的这个好处是它的广告接受度很高。那么为什么这么说呢？就是我们再去类比 Instagram， 其实 Instagram 很像我们中文平台的小红书，它其实也是一个年轻人非常非常爱看的一个平台，但是它在这个就是广告的一个输出上面，就像小红书一样，就小红书相对来讲，它会比较的希望说去有这个所谓的素人种草，但是就是如果去发太广告的内容，就会引起这个读者的反感，所以 Instagram 和 Facebook 其实相对来讲就是也是有这么一层关系在。那我们再来说 TikTok， 我先下个结论，就 TikTok 一定是就是在座的，不管是你们想做营销、做餐饮，必须要去这个攻下的山头，就是它应该现在算是一个就是增长非常非常快的一个平台。对，那么它的月活用户现在来讲，就是当然肯定还不如 Facebook， 但是就是它的这个增长的这个量，以及它的这个广告的这个营收的增长属于现在社交媒体平台就是最火热的一个渠道。然后包括像吃货现在的话，我们的媒体渠道也包括了 TikTok， 也包括了 YouTube， 然后我们也做到了这个 TikTok 几个100万粉丝量的几个账号，所以就是说我们现在在这个英文平台上面，我们其实也是在希望能够说去变成这个桥梁，然后能够去发出更多的身影在这些主流平台上去看到。那 YouTube 来讲，就是说它的这个内容的深度和读者的粘性是 YouTube 的最大优势。因为 TikTok 现在来说，其实它的转化是很低的。对，就是它的转化低是基于它的视频都是偏向于短视频，以及在质量上面是不够能够去呈现出这个品牌的特色和特别有意思的价值。就是在 TikTok 上火的视频都是比较偏趣味性的、搞笑性的就相对来讲，就是我们是很难说去在这个 TikTok 上面去把这个我们真的一些比较好的精良的内容去用 TikTok 呈现，但是 YouTube 上面其实相对来讲，从2分钟到1小时的视频都有人会爱看，都有他的这个粉丝，所以就是在这4个平台的选择来说各有优劣，相对于来讲我认为更多的其实也是基于大家的预算，因为相对来讲视频拍摄的成本一定是高过于做简单的图文的，比如说像 Facebook、Instagram 对，然后这个部分在有更多的就是这2页的部分，就包括我今天大概讲的部分都是会包括在我们的这个行业报告里面。那我们今年的行业报告
Amy 可能就是你要加速一下，主要讲一下主理人的部分，我们的时间有点紧张对不起，怪我讲太多了。
没有，那就刚好就是给我们自己打一个小广告，就是我前面发所有的内容都是可以在我们的行业报告里面看到的，而且会有更加详细的版本，包括所有的案例和数据。我们看了上千个账号，以及我们研究了我们自己吃货的中文社交媒体的爆款内容，然后包括这些社交媒体平台的调研，我们这个就是这个我们今年这个行业报告里面都是会 cover 的。好。那我就直接就是 move on 到最后一个 part， 最后一个 part 稍微就说点情怀的东西哈。那个，我也想跟大家有个小互动，就是说，就是我们差不多我们调研了过去2年，就是说在美国媒体上有100多篇中餐厅的介绍文章，或者是可能中华美食的一些介绍性的文章，然后我们把就是说。这个报道角度去做了标签化的分析，然后有这么几个标签哈，就是一个标签是这个口味，然后第2个标签是性价比，第3个标签是招牌菜，第4个标签是这个主理人故事。然后Cosmo 你看你这个泄密了 然后第5个标签是这个环境，对，或者服务。然后想大家来 type 一下，你们在 chat room 里面或者在咱们的微信群或者 anywhere 咱们那个视频号 type 一下，你们觉得就是最多被报道的是什么标签？就是这个你们比如选招牌菜呢，还是选这个口味呢，还是选性价比呢，还是选这个主理人故事呢，还是对，还有设计，有人说是设计。其实这个回答呢没有什么太大悬念，就是 Cosmo 前面是虚晃一枪，最会报道的是招牌菜，但是招牌菜和口味是不一样的，就是相对来讲，就是大家对于招牌菜的这个记忆度是最快的，所以就是说，从这个菜品研发、菜单设计上，就是说我相信其实我们中餐是有很大的创新领域的，包括比如说就是这个tofu以及 vegan 素食，然后包括中式融合菜都是大家报道的热点。那口味这件事情其实是一个非常大的一个概念，就是这部分其实美国人很严谨，啥意思呢？就是他会拆分为口感和味道，就比如说口感它有脆的，有嚼劲的硬的软的，然后味道比如说它有这个酸甜苦辣咸，那它酸是梅子的酸还是柠檬的酸，都是会区分出来的，所以就这个口味就比较难报道。然后他们是会非常的去揪这些细节的，所以口味不是最重要的。前面一页我这一页我还没有那个就是前面一页不好意思，对，然后这个在 callback 前面 Cosmo 提到了为什么我要马上去讲到这个部分，就美国人除了口味和招牌菜，他第3个最爱看的就是讲到背后的人，对，就是背后的人。那我就快速说就是说现在比如说我们会讲到很多食品趋势，比如说这个减少食品浪费然后 plant based 就是其实我们中国人好像会很喜欢说这个就是这个味道好不好，但是其实美国消费者真的不是一样，就是美国消费者会很 care 你的价值观的，很 care 说你这个主理人很环保，你在关心这个世界的未来，他们会为你的这个环保理念和社会责任感买单的所以就是说一句话总结，就是美国市场是会在乎谁在做这件事情，怎么做这件事情，你们为什么做这件事情，你们做这些事情，你们做这些餐厅开这些餐厅背后的意义是什么，然后我是否认可这个价值观，他们注重这个过程而不仅仅是这个结果，口味只是一种结果。对，那下一页3点建议我就说完，我就这个 wrap up 了就是我这里就是给到3点建议，给到我们的这个餐饮人和这个咱们的观众朋友。首先第一点就是我希望我们这些餐厅老板们，然后餐饮业主走到台前，就是我们就是打过那么多交道，就是很多老板都是实业家，就是你们就是在后厨，然后这个都喜欢在幕后，然后但是我们在跟很多人交流，就真的是很被你们的这个情怀是打动的就是你们这个心血，你们背后付出的努力，你们希望可以说你们家乡的一个味道让漂洋过海，让更多人看到你们这个是有非常有感染力的故事的，所以这是我提的第1点建议。第2点建议，我希望你们深度的去挖掘你们的品牌故事是什么。那品牌故事包括什么东西？就是首先你们每个食材的选取，菜单的设计都是可以去体现你们这个匠心的精神的，包括你们自己创业移民的经历你们不要怕现在的亚裔歧视，就是这个种族歧视其实是一直存在的，就是我们其实完全可以多利用好现在这个 Stop Asian Hate 这个浪潮，我们去讲好自己的故事。然后第3点，最后一点就是你们去找到你们自己品牌的这个差异化和定位。那这个差异化啥意思呢？就是啥是你们自己最独一无二、抄也抄不走的东西。因为菜是可以抄的，就是菜是最容易抄的，但是背后的人是谁？你这个人是独一无二的，你们自己做事的初心，你们做这件事情的 story， 这个过程经历了哪些，这个就是独一无二、抄也抄不走的东西。然后这些事情才是文化和价值观的东西那然后好，我说完了，就是这个有没有超时对，那个我最后还是想说，这个部分也是放在我们的行业报告里面的对，好的，谢谢主持人。
好的，谢谢艾米。那么刚才，我们吃货小分队呢匠心打造产出的这个餐饮行业报告的购买的链接啊，请我们的观众朋友们留意我们的对话框里头，我们的工作人员呢会分享2个链接，分别是美元和人民币的购买链接，请大家留意，好吧？
对，然后那个。因为大家有讲，就是报告里面是不是有 food products 的调研，就是都是有的，就是大家可以去里面看，就是我们只是讲了一部分，总共是3份报告，对，所以大家可以去Eventbrite 上面买，或者是我们的小卖部的2维码，然后对，大家有就是需要加我微信的，就是我在下页有我的企业微信，然后如果需要跟我交流的，我也私信了我的个人微信给你们，对，
好的，谢谢 Cosmo。那么我们下一个话题也是非常有意思啊，降本增效，不管是哪一个行业，我觉得降本增效都是一个永远的热门话题，那也是很多企业可持续发展的一个非常重要的因素之一。这个环节呢，我们请到了2位 speaker，一位是 Rushable 的联合创始人兼 CEO， 前 Panda Express 的区域负责人Ryan 刘，以及Rushable 的南加州区域经理迪丽达尔。他们将为我们揭秘北美餐厅降本增效的核心要素。有请 Ryan 和迪丽达尔。
Hello， 大家好。
Hello Ryan， 你好。
大家好，大家好，久等。我是 Rushable 的 Ryan。那今天呢，就是为大家准备了一个 presentation， 主要讲2样东西吧。我觉得第一个先简单介绍一下 Rushable， 我们是为餐厅打造私域流量，提供零抽成的第一方点餐以及自动化邮件和短信的营销。我们呢其实算比较年轻，只有2年在这个创业以来，那2年里面也是比较幸运的拿了2轮融资，总计250万美金。较去年增长的话呢，也接近600%，所以增长上都非常的不错。那今天呢，我们就是通过这2年运营以来得到的许多数据呢，给大家提供一些行业内的一些数据分析。这是我所会present 的第一个 session。那迪丽达尔的我们南加州的负责人呢，会为大家再简单介绍一下 Rushable 能够怎么样帮大家做好这个餐饮。那我觉得我在开始之前可能先理清一个概念，就是什么是第一方点餐呢？刚才好像也有提到 direct ordering 跟 first party ordering， 然后包括上午的鼎泰丰的 session 也提到了 first channel， 所以其实这些的词都是讲一个意思，就是客人是如何直接能够跟餐厅点餐，而不是通过一个第三方的平台或者中间的一个平台。那这就是一个第一方点餐。第一方点餐的特色就是它是没有抽成的，并且大概率所有的菜单上的价钱都是跟店内保持一样的价钱。所以这也引入到了我们的第一个 slide。其实做市场调研下来，有63%的客人呢，他是比较 prefer to order with the restaurant directly。那其中有19%的话呢，他是没有任何的 preference。那其实只有18%的客人，他是比较倾向于说我在 DoorDash 或者 Uber Eats 这样子的第三方平台上点餐的。那我们经常在我们的销售 team 经常在做销售的时候，还没有到第2个 slide 哈。我们的销售经常在做这个 presentation 的时候，经常很多餐厅老板会混淆一个概念，那是不是说非我即他，是不是我选了第一方点餐我就不要有第三方点餐？我觉得其实这个是不存在的，就是反而这2种方式是一个并存的状态。因为你看，你有19%的客人可以从第三方转化成你的 direct customer， 但是还有18%是永远会待在第三方平台上面的。所以我觉得2个平台都是要去做，都是要去保留。那尽量的把第三方平台呢作为一个 marketing 的一个 resource， 给你带来很多的新的客人。那用自己的这个点餐系统呢把他们给保留住，或者说尽可能多的去 convert 一些这样子的客人变成你的 direct customer。然后我们来看第二个 slide。那很多人就会有疑问说，那我这个第一方点餐我怎么去 promote 呢？我会不会有流量？那其实给大家分享一个小故事，就是我们上线的第一个餐厅是周4上线的，然后没有做任何的营销的情况下，他们第1天就拿到了超过10个订单。其实我们也很惊奇，那个时候他们餐厅的老板也非常非常的惊奇。那我觉得这一大原因是因为在海外，特别是在像北美，很多人的生活习惯是他都会去用 Google， 都会去用手机，所以它不像中国被微信啊或者是美团啊这些都垄断掉，它始终会保持一个 browser 在使用。那很多时候搜索附近的餐厅，不管去 Yelp 也好，去 Facebook 也好，去 Google 搜索也好，最终都 最终都会点一下餐厅的这个网站。所以这张图就是为了告诉大家，其实我们所有的这些2年以来得到的数据，其中有48%的那个订单全部都是来源于直接的网站访问，也就是说他直接就输入了餐厅的网址，或者说之前有访问过，他直接输入完之后就直接就访问了。那另外38%呢是来自于谷歌的搜索，甚至包括一些谷歌商家的一些直接点击，剩下来的 Yelp、Facebook 所有的其他的 channel 加起来占到了12.7%。下一个 slide。那这边呢，我们把客人引流到了这个自己的网站上或者 App 上去点餐之后呢，那什么是可以更加多的带来这个营销的？我们在这边发现一个很有意思的现象，就是一个菜单上有多少图片，图片的多少可能决定了说，这个生意的好坏。那你看我们的柱状图，左边是我们所有的餐厅，我们大概有600到700家餐厅。所有的餐厅它的图片覆盖率呢是平均达到了21.95%，而我们的前20家餐厅，就是revenue 最高的前20家餐厅 online ordering 方面，它的图片覆盖率呢达到了41%，所以说几乎是2倍，所以我觉得这个可能很能体现一些问题。那其实现在很多时候餐厅去找人去拍一些照片，网上都有很多非常非常容易去 book 的一些photographer，基本上价钱都在200到400-500之间，所以我觉得还是很有必要的。下一个 slide。那这边呢是像 Rushable 这种第一方的点餐系统，其实它肯定是有个 cost 在那边。那市面上呢有非常非常多别的 solution，其实很多时候其实无非就是2种，就是这个 cost 到底谁来付，是餐厅来付还是由客人去支付？那由客人去支付，比方说像一个 convenience fee per order， 这就是客人去付。那餐厅的话呢，可能是一个fixed monthly fee， 或者说是一个 percentage， 什么各种各样的收费方式都有。那我们通过调查我们的所有的客人里面发现呢，平均而言，所有的餐厅愿意让餐厅去承担这笔费用的呢，占到了12.3%。但是我们前20家餐厅，前20家那个 high revenue 的餐厅，它其实有40%，也就是那个8家愿意去为客人承担这笔费用，就是他不想让客人去支付任何的费用。所以这个是不是有一定的代表性，我不知道，但是我觉得它可能会说明很多运营背后的道理吧。好，下一个。那这边呢是我们研究了我们所有的数据，发现我们的客单价很有意思啊，就是每一种 cuisine 它都有一个它的客单价的一个平均值。那我们最常看到的中餐 Chinese 在中部达到了47块2毛2，那日餐呢也是大家印象里面的会比较高一些的，达到了53块3毛3。那还有一些像 Asian Fusion 这种达到了43块1毛3。那我们可以看到前3名哈都不是我们这些中餐日餐，也不是 Asian Fusion， 前3名反而是非洲餐 other Asians， 比方说像我们没有做特别记录的像马来西亚之类的，然后中东餐也是比较高。所以是不是物以稀为贵，然后餐厅老板去开餐厅的时候要不要考虑一些不太那个 common 的一些 cuisine type， 可能会对 check average 会有所帮助。好，下一个。好，基本上的所有的数据都是这样子了。那我这边主要是想表示一下，我们前面拿到的很多数据呢，在我们平台上，在我们这个签约的餐厅里面，有38%是由中餐、日餐跟 Asian Fusion 组成的，另外有62%呢是别的 cuisine。所以我觉得我们的数据还是相当的有代表性的，能够是非常 diverse 的我们的客户群体。所以这些数据如果大家有任何问题的话，我们可以到最后一起询问，我们可以一起回答。下面我们可以把这个交给丢导来简单介绍一下 Rushable 能够怎么帮到大家。
好，大家好，可以听到我的声音吗？可以 ，OK，All right， 我先把这个打开，哎，可以吧 ？All right。好，如果我听不到的声音，可以在 chat box 里告诉我。我叫迪丽达尔，今天很高兴和吃货盛典的各位餐饮界人士交流。那么刚刚 Ryan 和大家介绍了一些餐饮市场的趋势和走向，我这边想和大家探讨像 Rushable 这样的 direct online ordering technology 可以具体如何帮助到餐厅去优化这个线上点餐的系统，加大盈利能力。
那我今天也会中英文结合，希望大家谅解。OK， 我们可以到下一章了。好 ，Direct Online Ordering Technology， 其实和 Delivery Platform 是非常不一样的，是一个直接第一方点餐的方式。那我们可以来讲一下它的运作原理和主要解决的方式。那从这张图中我们可以看到，餐厅在没有属于自己的点餐页面和自己的点餐技术的情况下，那些来自谷歌网上的有机客户呢，只能被导向第三方平台去下单。那餐厅又会从这些订单中被抽取高达30%的抽成，失去了这一部分本可以留住的收益。那另一方面呢，也失去了可以获得餐厅属于自己客户数据的一个机会。那我们可以到下一页。那Direct Online Ordering Technology 就是解决这一问题，搭建餐厅和 Direct Customers 来自网上这些有机客户群的一个桥梁。那比如说像有了 Rushable 这样的零抽成在线点餐网站之后，客人就可以在来到这个网站上的餐厅页面去点餐，然后来到菜单页面去下 Pick Up Delivery 都可以。这样一来呢，客人就可以把所有自己的餐厅可以把自己的客人留住100%的收益。同时餐厅也可以继续使用第三方平台，持续的享受平台带来的额外的订单。那 Ryan 也有提到过，我们这个来自谷歌引擎的 Direct Customer 的潜力和在美国市场的这个重要性，所以大一部分的客人呢也都是来自 Google Search 网站上本身的流量。那这些就是 Rushable 主要负责转化的一个客流到订单的一个过程。那这过程当中还可以值得一提的一点，一些既是平台用户又是客人自己忠实的消费。餐厅自己忠实的消费者的这些客户群呢，有可能也会偶尔来到餐厅自己的网站上，去点餐，然后通过点餐过程中发现，也可以省下客人这边付的15%的服务费，可能就会长期的直接留在餐厅的网站上进行取单还有外卖的点餐。OK，so 这就是我们的一个Direct Online Ordering 的运行原理，我们可以到下一页了。接下来几页我们可以看一下 Rushable 这边具体有哪些功能去实践这个零抽成线上点餐的。首先就是一个 branded website，so Rushable 会为每一位餐厅主动生成一个属于餐厅自己的网站和域名。餐厅也可以随时在后台去调整这个网站的设计、菜单的项目、价格等等内容都可以自行去 customize。然后呢，这个就相当于是有了一个Rushable 内涵的自建的一个像 Wix、GoDaddy 一样的 Web Building 的功能。假如说你的餐厅已经有了个比较完善的网站的话 ，Rushable 也可以直接和你现有的网站去整合，让餐厅到这个点餐的页面去快捷的点餐。那两种方式都是可以的。我们可以到下边一页。那到了这个整个点餐的过程当中，客人的体验也是非常的流畅。从刚开始选择 modifier， 选择不同的菜到 checkout 的页面，客人呢会用很短的时间内，然后也可以有很灵活的付款方式。我们这边有 Google Pay、Apple Pay， 任何 card payment 都可以。那最后在 checkout 的时候也会去显示可以加一些折扣的这种选项给客人任何餐厅现有的一些 promotion 折扣或者一些给某一部分客人提供的 special coupon，客人这边都可以自己去 apply check out。那下单成功以后，我们也会多一步的Rushable 会去感谢客人直接与餐厅点餐，向他们展示自己在通过这种方式省下了多少钱，也鼓励他们再次主动来到餐厅自己的页面上进行下单。Yep, that's it for the slide. 好，在外卖配送方面呢，Rushable 是有这个优质的司机配送服务的，那所有的配送服务也都是零抽成，Rushable 和第三方司机合作去完成这个餐厅外卖的送单配送的司机也要符合所有这边展示的优质的评分条件 4.7 stars above and all of that。比如说配送过程当中由司机造成的任何一些延误呀、损失都是有相对应的退款和赔款保障。 那这里一个很有趣的数据就是，在 Rushable 所有合作的餐厅里面，60%到70%其实都是自取单，客人去下，那剩下40%才是外卖订单。那在这个过程当中，我们就可以保证至少这些外卖订单，餐厅现在可以自己无需去支付任何佣金。大大的就是加大了它的利润空间。由于这个原因，我们可以看到这个图片上的一个对比，在相等的订单数额的情况下，餐厅在 Rushable 这边能收到的利润是远远大于在像比如说 Grubhub 这样的 delivery 平台相等的订单数额所能赚到的总利润总收益。OK，All right, so that's about delivery. OK， 我们配合的非常好。So 那么到另一大方面呢，就是一个 customer data。So 使用 Rushable 这样的 direct online ordering 以后 ，Rushable 就可以actually 餐厅就可以直接掌握客户的信息，餐厅这边可以随时登录后台去获取所有下过单的客人的名字、邮件还有电话号码，这些全部都是进行验证过的，也会得到他们过去以往和餐厅点餐的一个行为和记录，消费的情况什么的，拉近了客人和餐厅之间的关系，让餐厅也深度的了解这个消费情况。那以后呢，也可以利用这些信息去做一些二次营销。可以到下一页了。Alright, so 二次营销的话 ，Rushable 我们最近也是有推出属于我们自己的 email and text message marketing。这个的话，是比如说就是这个行业里面非常不太常见的比较 advanced 的一个技术，我们有 one-off campaign， 也有 automated campaign。这个就是锁定下过单的客人去持续的增高餐厅的利益。那 one-off campaign 是什么意思呢？就是可以选择所有的下过单的客人的信息，给他们发送一个一次性的coupon or discount， 提醒他们再次下单。像一个自动化的宣传呢，就是自动的 trigger， 当客人下单以后7天以后就邮件和短信提醒他们come and order again 这样子，然后在14天以后再给他们讲一些关于餐厅有趣的信息 promotion， 然后持续的去获得这个 attention of the customer and get more orders。那这一宣传模式它现在是有非常高的投资回报率。比如说我们上个月有一家餐厅用了20刀去做 email marketing， 然后所得到的回报是500刀的直接的订单。那在餐厅这方面呢，每次做完活动也可以去看到这个活动的效果。Rushable 也会提供报告，上面有各种各样的数据去改进这个活动的效果，再持续去 communicate with the customer。比如说有这个 customer 的点击率呀、下单的数额、阅读量这些我们都可以提供在餐厅后台去进行参考。那这就是我们的 email and text message marketing。 Let's go to the next part。So 对于我们现在看到的这个就是一个Rushable 会为每一个合作的餐厅提供的一个带有2维码的传统宣传卡片。这个宣传卡片呢，你可以直接在后台去都是预先设计好的，随时下载去使用，让餐厅去给客人宣传，直接到他们网站上来点餐。那上面也有这种2维码的系统，这个2维码的系统你也可以去另外自己去下载利用到任何你需要的地方。除了这种网站点餐的2维码，我们也有无接触堂吃的2维码 contactless dine-in， 如果合适你们的餐厅也可以去随时在后台上获取利用。那这就是 marketing cards。 Let's go to the next slide。OK， so 除了我们刚刚讲到的这些核心的功能去实现零抽成点餐，去为餐厅留住100%的收益，最终建立长期的和客人之间的关系以外，Rushable 也有像在这里显示的各种各样其他的服务，比如说 ticket printing， 还有我们的 POS integration， 我们的 tablet 也有各种各样的 order management 的功能。那也希望大家可以现在截个图假如说如果 想要继续了解有任何问题的话，可以直接到我们的官方网站 rushable.io 去订一个1对1的咨询就只是为了回答你们的问题，然后去提供这样的1对1的顾问服务。那我个人的联系方式呢，也是 dildar@rushable.io。很可惜，并不是迪丽热巴，是迪丽达尔。So 也欢迎和在座的各位餐厅，也很期待和你们继续去交流。Yeah, that's everything. Yeah, 我会在这个对话框里把我的联系方式发上去，这样大家就可以有了我的联系方式。OK， 那我们可以有 Q&A， 如果有什么问题都可以一起回答。
谢谢迪丽达尔。那我们看到对话窗里头看，两位挑一个问题，我们回答。
我看到有问是如何收费的，我觉得你可以直接发一个 email 给我们的Dilder， 然后可以安排一个 demo， 因为我们的收费样式非常的 flexible， 可以由餐厅这边多支付，也可以由客人这边多支付，非常的 hybrid， 所以我觉得可能更加详细的一个 demo 会更加能够帮到你们，可以直接联系他。
好的，那同时 Ryan 和迪丽达尔，如果你们稍后也可以在我们的 webinar 上面多停留一下时间，也可以在对话窗里头去在线回答他们的问题。那么本场就先谢谢 Ryan 和迪丽达尔。好的，朋友们，那我们接下来，谢谢。那我们进入到下一个环节我们也是非常荣幸的请到了我们的冀北川花椒鸡米线品牌创始人陈明宝，为大家分享中国连锁品牌落地美国本土化的关键破局点。宝哥你好。
你好，你好。
宝哥，您能先做个自我介绍吗？
好的。在那个介绍里面，可能大家都看到我们是来自中国的。目前来讲，在美国的话，我们可能有30几家门店。冀北川花椒鸡。那我原来本身是做这个职业经理人，一直都是在打造这个品牌包装，以及对外出口，以及到各个国家的这种门店的一些布局，包括中国市场，我也都在一直都在操作这一块的。抱歉，稍微有一点紧张因为第一次进入那个吃货小分队这个平台，感谢那个 Amy 我们接下来继续下面那个品牌介绍里面的话，我可能就暂时讲的不用太多，我们下一页那我本人呢是做职业经理人，已经做了15年，包括我餐饮品牌的一些包装。产品的研发，包括市场的一些推广这些我都有在一直从事这样的工作，做了差不多有10几年了。然后下一页，我们讲重点的，可能大家都会比较想听那从中国餐饮怎么样进入到一个海外的市场？那这个里面可能会细分，比如说中国味，全球市场我们怎么样去打，怎么样去让更多的人，比如说像白人，那个非洲裔美国人、西裔，能够更快速的去接受我们的中餐。那大家可能最早接触到像这一类的族裔群体，可能接触到的最多的，可能像我们的广东的粤菜类的，对吧？那近几年像火锅类的，比如说像麻辣，川菜，接触到最高的接触度，现在目前来讲应该是还是比较高的。因为我经常会到一些餐馆里面，比如说火锅店、川菜馆，包括我们自己的餐厅，我们冀北川餐厅里面，我们自己的产品线里面，因为它也有一些麻辣的产品会很受这个外部的这个族裔群体更多的去接受他们。那从这一块产品里面可能会涉及到的就是它的记忆感会比较强，产品线相对来说就是会比较有刺激性的。 那接受度相对会更高一些。那为什么我们会讲到一个就是快餐的时代？因为现在的年轻人，比如说像我算是80后的人基本上是不太会就是80后的人还算是会做一点饭的，比如说90后的、00后的，包括接下来像这些更年轻的人，我相信在家里用餐的基数，比如说自己做的，可能会他的时间会更短一些。但是大部分呢，可能会比如说像在一些刚刚我们前面的一些嘉宾可能会讲到，就比如说在外卖平台上面啊，他们能够享受到各种美食，我可以打开我的 app 就可以搜索到各种商家、各种店铺、各种美食。然后快餐时代一直在美国都是比较盛行的，包括北美。接下来像中国的市场，我一直都是在做快餐这个赛道里面啊，所以呢，就是主打市场可能相对来说接受年轻人会受更多的年轻人的接受会更多一些啊。我们下一页。Hello。那像中国餐饮，我们今天讲到的可能就是在这个中国的餐饮怎么样餐饮具备什么样的优势出海。那很多加盟商啊，我自己的加盟商可能也会问到我，那宝哥你这个成本是多高，然后这个进货会不会涨价？那会关注到大部分的客户会关注到这个会最多。那在北美的市场里面加盟我们的，你比如说像我目前在美国，我有39家店，39家加盟店，我们也是去年才放开加盟的。那在这个基础上面，我们要做到控制成本，然后去降本增效，然后它的物流也好啊，售价也好啊，包括这些我们公司都有自己的一套就是系统在把控的。包括我们的采购成本，我们一直在压缩，但是我们压缩成本的同时，我们不会说我们把口味给降低，我们一定要是高标准化的出餐，让口味更多的去让市场来接受，让让我们的顾客来评判我们自己的产品到底是不是这样的一个适不适合这样的一个市场。那我呢自己呢本身也是做海外门店，包括我原来的老公司里面，我做了好几个品牌，已经涉入到海外多个国家。那像我自己现在这个品牌呢，我们自己已经做了将近有7个国家，那各个区域的门店，比如说像法国、西班牙、新加坡或者加拿大、美国等等这些地区，我们都有门店在操作。那同样的，它的标准线在哪里？其实讲到一个重点，就是一个是物料的一个成本控制，还有一个就是物流这一块的一个快速运转，包括我们的出餐，比如说我们的餐品出餐的标准化，我们到每一个地区里面，我们会进行市场的一些分析，然后市场分析里面，我们可能会根据当地的一些餐饮，然后包括一些这个消费者对餐饮上面的一些评论，我们进行收集，然后进行市场分析。分析完了以后，然后我们再进行我们自己的产品，在开业前，我们要不断的去磨合，不断的去调整，不断的进行提升，然后达到当地的这个销售水平，我们才进行市场投放。产品上的一些操作，那比如说像我们不需要就是大厨去进行这个复杂化的，就是讲白了就是去厨师化。那去厨师化可能有一些顾客会想着，哎，你的产品线标不标准？那我们在研发的过程当中，我们可能就涉及到所有的产品的一些细节，我们都已经把它前期就已经设定好了。那在这个期间里面，我们可能会发生比如说突发性的问题，然后优势，然后我们进行产品上的一些操作，标准的一些出品，然后人员的岗位上面的一些轮动性的一些培训，这些我们都需要进行就是标准的一些操作，包括我们的一些设备啊，一些操作动线上面都要进行当地的就是落地门店的一些动线上面的一些调整，因为人员的操作习惯啊，它是有一定的这种自动性的，就是这个是你是没有办法去把它就是改变的嘛。那我们可能就是根据当地的一些细节性的调整，然后进行动线的上一操作，然后标准化出餐，产品的一些简易的一些操作，就是我的所有东西都是标准化的一些开始。 包括人员上面有一些就是顾客会就是有一些顾客可能了解到最多的就是，哎，我开这样的店，我进入在美国，我的用工成本本来就很高，那用工成本很高的情况下，我们在前期通过我们的研发，通过我们的一些操作的一些简化，包括我们的一些动线上的一些设计。可能我们一个厨房里面，我们只需要3个员工就可以操作，甚至有时候你，人员流转的速度，产品流转速度会比较快的情况下，我们可能2个半人，我们就可以操作一家厨房里面的，就提前备餐，提前把有一些我们该需要的食材啊，保持新鲜的情况下，我们可以把它提前备出来。这样子的话，人员备注上面我们可能就使用的会更少一些，包括我们在培训上面，我们是因为进入到海外，你涉及到的这个培训上面的一些细节，比如说我的员工，对吧？我要打杂的，我要请哪些？然后我们的主要的出餐人员是请哪一些？我们都会进行比例上的一些分配，然后所有的员工都是轮岗制、全岗位的培训。培训就是当某个员工休息了以后，他可能不会说我这家店我就没办法经营了，我们可能会说，哎。另外的人员可能会替上去，我们是这样在操作这个市场。那这一块目前，很多时候呢，中国的市场也会在做，但是要进入海外市场里面呢，它可能就忽略到就是我的产品符不符合海外的一些市场。为什么就是说我可能刚刚在讲的时候没有介绍，就我以前也是做米粉的，我现在还是在做米粉这个赛道里面，是因为这个赛道相对来说在美国的市场里面，它可能海外的市场里面接受度会更高一些，包括我们的产品线相对来说会比较就是复合性，就综合性会比较强，所以选择性会更多一些。那我们进到下一个页面啊。就是讲到我们怎么样来如何来服务海外的市场。通常中国企业来了以后，有一些品牌它可能加盟到做到海外来，但是他们没有设立当地国的一些服务性的对客户的一些服务，这个就比较难实现把这个客户投资的风险给规避掉。为什么这样说？因为当我们在把品牌加盟出去的时候，我们同时我们要对客户我们要进行负责任。那我先讲一下我们基北川这边是怎么样去把这个服务体系给建立起来。我们同时把中国的一些服务给同步给运转到美国来。那可能像餐饮里面，我们发展的速度相对来说会比较快一些，我们的流转性也会比较快一些。那像我们可能会在当地国，比如说像我在美国，美国目前有30多家店，我就在美国，像纽约，我就可能设立一个总部，设立一个美国纽约的一个办事处。目前来讲，我服务整个美国的市场，我们从本区域里面所有的门店，它的从加盟开始到选址，以及到它的市场数据分析。那市场数据分析里面，我们可能会分析到，就是我们的消费群体是属于哪一些，我们的 office 办公室区域，商场里面的 food court 里面的，包括我们的街边店，还有我们的那个mall 里面的，我们怎么样去把我们的消费群体给细分一下，然后让更多的客户来接受我们，来尝试性的会接受我们。那我们有一些店，比如说像我们的康州店，像我们迈阿密的店，它都是在这个美国裔的这个区域里面经营，但是他们的生意一直都是在往上增长，就是唯独的就是我们把所有的消费市场进行了一个细化的一些分析。那对于分析出来的数据，我们会跟我们的经营者进行沟通，包括我们线上的一些定期的一些推广啊，数据上的一些分析啊，人员的定期培训啊，这些全部都是要我们提前做好一些数据的一些积累啊。然后 区域性的一些消费，像可能刚刚我们在讲到的就是像我们迈阿密的区域，我们迈阿密里面，比如说像它天气会比较热，对吧？那从产品的细化里面，我们可能会做一些细分，因为这里面会涉及到的细节会很多，因为我们在讲这个 PPT 的时间里面会有也有一定的时间限制，就是可能讲的不够太细，这个里面的话就是包括了一些就是我们怎么样去优化我们的产品线，包括我们的线上推广。线上推广的话，可能现阶段里面，比如说我们自己这个板块里面可能会涉及到就是小红书这个板块我们要打，像 TikTok 里面我们可能会要去做推广市场 ，Instagram 里面会做推广，但小红书跟 Instagram 可能在我们目前的市场推广里面是作为我们比较大的2个板块里面。还有一个呢，就是像本地的一些平台，那我们像那个吃货小分地这样的一个微信的一个公众号，包括他们自己的官方，自己官方的一个账户，比如说小红书啊、抖音啊，接下来可能我们都会合作。这样子的话，它在线上的一些交流啊，包括线上的一些信息的一些传播，可能会给到客户的速度相对来说会比较快一些，更直观一些。那我们在做平台的同时，我们会考虑到就是我们的受众群体，他们的习惯是属于用哪一些，然后进行习惯性的去进行细化，然后进行推广。执行过程当中，我们会看我们的这个销售数据，比如说从小红书上下来的一些数据，从我们公众平台上下来的数据，或者是从 TikTok 上面来的一些客户数据。一般到店里面客户都会问，哎，你这家店里面我在小红书上是有看过的，或者是我在 TikTok 上面我有看过的，或者是说我来加盟的时候，我是通过什么渠道来了解到你们这个加盟的这个细节的。所以整个一个海外的体系，可能我讲的会比较快一些，就是我们从落地加盟那一刻起，我们会进行选址的一些服务，就当地的选址服务，我们会亲身下去服务，然后进行消费者数据的一些评估，包括我们在跟这个各大平台，我们会有一部分的数据的一些分析，这是一个板块。然后到我们的总投入里面，比如说我们这家店里面要投入到多少钱，它的总投入费用会在多少，我们会进行房租的、人工的，然后实际硬件上面的一些产出支出，这些我们都要进行数据上的一些分析。然后还有一个就是这些当地这个顾客群的一些口味的一些分析，我们会进行整一个数据的一些分析，然后我们进行选址这个选址服务。然后其次呢，到我们比如说像开业的时候，开业之前，我们会把我们的一些活动方案啊，技术性的一些东西啊，会到店里面去进行教学，现场教学。这样子的话，同步它的问题点出来以后，我们可以现场去解决这些线下能够突发的一些问题点，包括一些未知的一些问题点的一些控制。这是我们在目前在做的。所以就是有一些在这个直播里面可能会有一些中国的企业想进入到美国的市场来，想进来的同时，可能对于客户的一些选择啊，包括你区域的第一个区域的打造，包括你的品牌你适不适合这个美国市场，然后你的产品线适不适合美国市场，这都要进行一系列的一些分析。你分析完了以后，你再进行你的市场推广，我觉得可能会更好一些。对于一些中国的一些餐饮品牌即将要进入到海外市场，可能会更好一些啊。因为可能涉及到时间上面的时间有限，我的 PPT 会比较简单。这个下一页吧，我的 PPT 会比较简单，所以就是涉及到有一些想要了解的，或者是想要同行之间想有一些就是了解这个市场去怎么推，也可以关注我的微信， 或者是拨打我的电话，我电话是那个8577638628，美国的电话啊，邮箱也是这个，所以有需要的同行或者是有需要的客户顾客也可以跟我们线下这个会后以后我们可以进行交流啊。
好的，宝哥，那我这里有一个问题啊，我们的观众问的，请问一下宝哥，目前贵店有多少 SKU？ 然后贵公司在海外是有中央厨房地区式的这么配送呢，还是说各店去自己配货呢？备货？
这个是这样子的，我们的 SKU 的话，我们会分几个类别，比如说汤粉类别、饭类别、小吃、饮料，然后这个是我们四个大类别，但是每个类别里面我们可能会涉及到，就是我们每个类别里面可能会涉及到5到6个产品。那我们在海外呢，目前来讲是降低所有的成本投资，我们是不设立中央厨房的。每一家店里面，因为肉跟食材我们是当地采购，比如说像米粉啊、汤啊，是我们总部这边配送，当然我们的成本价格会比较低。这个有需要了解的可以会后了解啊。然后刚刚讲到的一个问题点我忘记了，麻烦主持人再推荐一下，讲一下。还有一个问题是什么？我忘了。
就是贵店有多少 SKU？
我刚刚已经讲完了。
讲完了是吧？对，
对。
那我这边还有一个问题啊，就是刚才您有提到说，就是去开分店嘛，关于这个选址啊，对于这个城市啊周边环境也会做个调研。那么是什么因素，哪些关键因素或者是哪些数据决定了你们将会在这个城市去开它的这个分店？它是对于城市的大小和城市周边的环境，哪些关键因素会起到你们开分店的这么一个促进的因素？
是这样子的，因为你想到比如说我举个例子，我们在一些城市里面想要去开店，那首先我们会考虑到它的一个城市的人口占比是多少，比如说亚裔群体占比是多少，然后它的西裔是多少，然后本土的美国裔是多少，所以这个数据里面我们都会去分析，包括我们的一些同类型的产品，不一定是说跟我们是同产品类型的，或者是中餐类型的都可以，或者是亚洲餐，基本上我们都会去作为数据参考。参考出来以后呢，我们在确定它能不能在这里开店之前，我们会把一系列的数据会分析出来给我们的客户，然后我们进行商讨这个地区你能不能开店，然后本身他生活在这个地区，我们也会采纳他的直观意见来跟我们商讨他适不适合在这个地方开店。当然这个产品因为我们本身是属于中餐类型的，它还是会受到一部分的这个群体不太接受，但是慢慢的就是像辣的，像我们举个例子，我们迈阿密的店它是完全是在西裔的区域里面，但是西裔对我们的麻辣就非常的接受，包括我们的花椒鸡，我们在那个区域里面，我们卖的2个产品卖的是最好的，一个是中国的麻辣，还有一个是我们的花椒鸡汤产品。我们就是把高端的产品做低端化，然后性价比最高，快餐式出品，这样子我的客户群体会接受更高，他们也愿意来尝试。第一次吃完以后，因为一些可能像西裔或者是白人区域，或者是一些非洲裔美国人，他们对于一些中国食品、中国的餐饮店里面，他们的忠诚度相对来说会比较高一些，就是吃惯了你这个口味，他会经常来。因为我在那个店里面，我们开的每一家店，我都要到店里面去进行现场指导，因为我们会发现，就是每开一个店里面，它都会有不同的问题会发现。不同的问题会出现，那在这些问题里面，我们要及时性的去调整，及时性的去规避，马上去进行问题汇总完以后，晚上开始加班，然后把这些问题第二天我们不要再出现，我们会是这样子的操作。门店刚刚这位客人在讲，就是他说门店自己备货吗？我们一般来讲的话，就是会 操作会比较简单，然后提前都是把有一些产品线都备好，然后放到冷藏里面，然后冷冻里面，提前都会备好的，不需要说我要大厨来给我做什么，不需要。
那宝哥，那您的新产品的研发有考虑结合我们美国的本土餐饮的特色吗？
对，因为我们设立美国的公司，你像我美国公司，我是6月份注册好的，GBC North American， 然后在这个公司里面，我们注册就是收集美国本土的一些餐饮的一些市场，然后我们进行本土化的一些调整。当然，我们不会说调整完以后，我们可能丧失掉我们自己原有的一些特色，我们不会。会根据美国的市场进行调整，因为我一直在做这个事情。现在因为我本人在从中国过来以后，一直常住在纽约，或者是比如说有些区域里面我们要开店，我们也是在进行数据上的一些分析，包括我们这一次跟 MenuSafe 我们跟他签的战略性合作，就是我们有一个总账号，我们可以看到所有的加盟店的这个数据。加盟店里面的数据，我们可以看到，我们会进行数据上的一些数据分析，然后进行每家店里面根据每一个店里面进行数据分析。比如说这个产品线我卖的不好，我的不好的原因是哪里？然后我可以通过我的后台的总账户，我们可以看到就是我们的门店经营状况是什么。但是说像这些数据我们都是保密的，我们都是做的比较保密，只有我一个人可以看。然后我会要求我们，比如说我哪个地方出问题了，我会要求我的督导人员，我们的这个工作人员会下去到这个门店里面去进行检查。检查中间会产生，比如说它确实是因为口味上的一些问题，我们会进行调整。然后确实因为市场的问题，我们会进行一些调整。当然有一部分，比如说涉及到人为操作的问题，那我们调整的可能性会更大一些吧。就是进行线下人员的一些培训，我们下去的同时进行数据分析的同时，我们会进行门店的一系列的培训。对，
好的，谢谢宝哥的分享。那我们今天就先告一段落，然后宝哥的联系方式也在我们的这个 chat box 里头，期待我们后续更多的联系和分享。谢谢宝哥。
好，谢谢智慧团队，好，谢谢。
好的，我们进入到下一个环节，我们的下一个环节是一个对话环节。我们请到了呢酱传集团的联合创始人 Lina 林。Lina 呢，她个人曾经多次荣获过各类厨艺大赛的奖项，包括2017年的美国密西西比州的捷成味道最佳厨师，以及2018年的美国知名美食频道全国厨师大比拼赛第2名。除此之外呢，他还是密西西比和当地华人杰出代表，世界中餐名厨交流协会的理事，也是非常资深的餐饮企业的管理者了。那么接下来呢，我会邀请到我们的吃货 CEO Amy， 对话 Lina 为我们带来话题2022年北美预制菜发展和商业机会。有请我们的 Amy。
好嘞，谢谢 Jasmine。那个 Lina 来了吗？我们老朋友了 Lina。找一下 Lina 小 Lina 在吗？
可以听到吗？
可以。你是不是一直把自己给 mute 了？
对，我没看到。
那个我来因为我会帮你分享一些你的 PPT 嘛，所以哪个小伙伴可以给我一个分享权限，这样的话说的时候我可以帮那个 Lina 掌控一下，因为我现在好像是不能直接就是 share screen 的，就是你们把你们的停掉，应该我就可以吗？我们的小伙伴
你现在应该可以分享了。
Yes， 感谢。等一下。这样吧，那个我 technical， 因为我这里电脑好多，我 technical 我稍微搞一下。我就直接先问问题啊，就是然后那个等会儿小伙伴 给到我另外一个那个权限，就是那个Jasmine Yang 的那个主持人的那个权限。我换一个电脑 share， 然后我这边讲。
没事，慢慢来。
没有，其实可以直接，就是我知道你这2天特别忙，就是也是谢谢来参加我们这个活动，就是那个，然后我知道就是其实您是这个真的是厨师出身，就是我跟你聊下来就感觉在这个产品的研发，然后包括降传能够把这个预制菜这个部分去做一个。就是更加就是把这个亚洲产品去打到这些餐厅，然后去通过这样的一个渠道去让更多的亚洲菜上大家的餐桌。所以就是还是会想就是先 general 一些问题，比方说可以来聊聊，降传现在是做怎么样的事儿，然后主打的产品有哪些，然后呢我印象里面就之前跟你聊嘛，就是你比较多的都是这个就是主推的可能是一些日本韩国的一些产品，那这块比如产品研发你是怎么去把控的？对。
好，先聊一下我们降传目前的产品，主要是针对日餐食材系列做一些研发和升级，来更加配合市场的需求。一开始其实我们想做中餐半成品的，而且我们降传在国内对中餐半成品这一块研发也特别的成熟，专业也比较对口。但是因为美国的这些针对中餐的设备和生产技术不太成熟，所以我们后来机缘巧合的先从一些日式的小菜开始打入市场，然后呢慢慢的就研发就是以日餐产品作为主打的这个美国在降传在美国的一些发展。我自己当初开餐厅的时候很多产品都是靠手工来完成的。就像我们在甜不辣虾的时候呢，需要一个工人一直站在油锅面前不停的炸，然后你炸完1天可能还不够，然后一直就师傅在包卷的时候会等那虾怎么手炸好，所以我们会想把这道产品做成工业化，来更加的省人工，来提供方便所有的人。也因为这个产品呢，我们更加体会了以厨师的立场去做工业是多么艰难的一件事情。因为工业化呢是靠各种机械来完成细节制作，那跟人工的相比差距极大做几吨的炸虾跟炸几只虾的区别能一样吗？所以我们也不停的在研发深度的研究改进，那我们目前的工业化呢能更贴近人工的标准。所以这是基本降传在这个美国目前产品上的一些发展线，都是在日餐还有亚洲食品线上做的一些研发和升级。
感谢 Lina， 对，那个就是谢谢小助手帮我放这个 PPT， 就是我这边那个刚好就图片上面包括前面那个 Lina 提到的这个天妇罗炸虾，然后还有包括一些这个比较偏日料，所以这块其实我也挺想就是说去多了解一下，就是因为我自己就是跟你之前聊也是提到就是说包括可能像日料就是日式的一些产品可能更加容易让这个更多人去接受。那我就是第二个问题就比较多，想问问口味上就口味上面的话，就是因为其实就是有很多餐饮老板也是希望说能够去在这个产品研发或者说这个菜单的这个部分能够去让这个菜单受更多人欢迎。那比如说就是降传在这方面能够怎么样去就是在味道上面你们的选择，或者说这个就是这些比如说美国本土餐厅的这些口味上，你们有没有就是一些心得体会或者建议这样子？
有的。其实我们如果真正拿中国的这些100%复制来到美国呢，它是有一定差距的。中国的这些预制菜呢，它可能更讲究，就是说麻辣鲜香，还有体会出这个菜的味道。但是美国这边它其实还蛮清淡的，主要是想说他们会更体现出食物本身的味道。那国内呢，它其实南美口味差距都极大，还不说美国的这边。那当我们选好一款产品呢，调整成美国这边时刻 接受的程度其实还蛮简单的，所以我们会突出呢这个食物原有的味道，不会让太多的香料和辣味呢盖住了食物食材的原味，所以我们会通常会在口味上做鲜味的提升，避开一些新香料的添加，就像我们烤鳗鱼哈，里面的酱汁在国内的那种口味它就比较咸，还有大一点点的辣味。那我们为了符合美国的市场，我们会把酱油的那种咸度调低，然后加入就是日式甜酒，然后更温和了鳗鱼的腥味，然后变得更加的鲜美。然后当然了，还有包括我们的这个鳗鱼养殖和这个这个宰杀，它是在同一条这个生产线上，所以我们那个鳗鱼是没有一条是死鳗的，那也保证了这个产品的这个口感和就是它口感的这个提升，还有就是说就是品质和上的一个保证和一个稳定的保证。
哎，那说到这个鳗鱼的话，就是你们相当于是这个把这个它的产地是在哪儿？然后你们的这个研发和这个就是味道本土化的这个你们是有一个就是在美国一个工厂吗？还是中央厨房？就是我想知道这个供应链部分你们是怎么布局的？
我们鳗鱼呢是在中国的，那我们是一个中国工厂和我们联合研发的一个这个 recipe， 就是说其实我们在初期做研发的时候是很痛苦的一个过程，因为我们相隔2个国家，很多时候都是我飞去中国，然后我们是会在鳗鱼的口味上做一个调试，然后后来我回到美国，他们会不停的寄样品，我们来第1版、第2版、第3版，直到我们把这个口味的这个level 确定下来，然后就是开始做这个产品。然后他们开始做的时候呢，我们也开始就是从收集这些鳗鱼的原材料开始开始进行这个屠宰，然后进行加工之后呢，就是运来美国，是这个样子。
了解。那其实是不是中间这个口味的这个决定人，就是比如说调成什么样的口味，美国人比较喜欢什么，就是你来定的是吗？
对，所以说有的时候我也会
明白了。那你很重要，对，
众口难调。但是其实作为一名厨师哈，我在这个也在美国看过不少的餐厅，那对本土的，就是我们所说的老外食客，我们的口味还是比较清楚的。对，
哎，那刚好就问到这块，就是比如说像这个这个口味，除了前面你提到说鳗鱼这个部分，就是相当于在这个鲜味上，然后包括就是这个其他的这个不要那么的就是 strong 吧，就是你们还有在哪些口味上做了就是怎么样的一些本土化的调整？
就是蛮多的，其实反观我们这个美国的本土的哈，我们说其实美国的这些餐饮都还蛮传统的，很多菜单呢10年20年都没有变过，其实千篇一律的都是炸和甜就像中餐的芝麻鸡、甜酸鸡，
糖油混合，
混合物就是美国食客的最爱啊，
其实算是全球人民最爱。
对，然后像现在，包括现在我们所说的最健康的寿司，其实现在寿司都变成炸寿司，然后什么甜酸酸梅炸鸡排都会往这个方向，就是糖油混合物去走。所以我们在做研发的时候，其实是照着这个方向的。那对我们做预制菜来说，其实先预炸好食品，然后再添加一些就是调味品，这个其实对所有人来说都是算是比较方便的，所以这个是我们的这个现在的路线，就是按主流的这个口味去走的。
了解。那比如说像这个研发这个过程中，你们最重视的是这个产品的哪些方面呢？
对于这个研发新品的时候我们最重视的第一点呢，就必须是食品安全。对采购原料呢和生产厂家的要求，我们都是非常的严格的。然后再来就是产品对市场的需求性和稳定性。那我们每个产品呢，其实研发出来之后呢，都会做一些破坏性实验。怎么个破坏性实验呢？就是比如呢，拿一个东西我们反复冷冻退冰7、8次之后呢，产品还会是什么模样？因为在从 运输的过程中，它可能经了好几手，对不对？难免都会遇到一些解冻的意外。那么我们如果遇到这些意外，我们怎么去解决？怎么去改良？所以就特别这个问题在我们的泄漏办当中我们下了非常大的功夫。最后呢，我们会就采用一些技术手段。那我们这个泄漏办在反复冷冻7、8次之后，还是一点水分都没有。所以呢，品质稳定、食品安全呢，是我们首先考量的。那再来就是那个市场需求。
明白。那我听下来的话，因为其实现在就是国内预制菜真的非常火嘛，就是我觉得有很多也是在做这方面的这个出海。其实当地的这个首先就是懂得当地人的味道，然后其次就是说也是需要去非常多的了解这个当地的一些食品安全的法规。这个部分我还挺好奇，就是说就是现在降传美国的这个本土化团队是怎么样的一个结构啊？
降传本土的现在呢，是从这个第一个是进出口，然后再来就是降传贸易，然后呢再来这个降传的供应链，最后才到降传的电商，还有降传的推广部。其实我们想做一个就是比较完整性的一个供应链，针对我们品牌的产品来做一个细分和扩大的一个这种做法。
明白。那相当于你们就是其实在这个深耕这个美国这个团队其实是非常深耕的。就是更多虽然说这个产品研发还有各方面是在国内在做，但是就是说其实就是基本上你们是在去 drive 整个事儿，就是这个落地和各方面就是美国这边非常了解美国市场的人去做这个事儿的。
但是其实我们在国内的这个产品还算是比较少的，我们多数的产品都是东南亚那边过来的，所以研发这个是在联合研发，就通常是我先去工厂，然后我们做一款产品，然后我们在产品上的原有的这些原料和这个比例上面做一些调整，更符合美国这边的口味之后定下来之后，那我们拿这个配方就让工厂帮我们生产，是这个样子的。
那因为其实就是你原先作为这个厨师就是你知道其实很多时候就中餐标准化这是一个很难的议题，但是我觉得你们其实是有在就是推动这个事儿，就是我觉得特别好。就是你能说一下比如说在这个中间碰到的最大的这个挑战是怎么样的，就是对这口味，就是中餐这个部分怎么样去做到这个口味的稳定，你可以有什么案例也都可以分享。
好。中餐标准化就是说这几年大家也觉得特别火的一个话题其实我觉得中国的就是场景跟美国的真的是差的挺多的。因为我觉得美国的这些传统市场真的是差了中国整整好几年的时间，就是我们现在可能是他们8年前所面临的一些问题。那么中国现在他们是非常就是简易而且很容易的去应用一些半成品和预制菜来丰富他们的菜单，而减轻他们的人工压力。那我们美国这边其实刚刚开始，然后我们其实也在学中国的做法，但是现在很多问题出现，就是说他们如果直接拿来美国用它针对一个很大的问题是肉类产品它不能出口，所以它只能在一些海鲜蔬菜面食类做一些就是说直接采购的。但是如果是针对到这个就是说肉类加工，你还是得靠美国这边，但是美国这边它其实很难配合到中国做的一些菜。就像我们很简单的说一个就是蒙古炒牛肉嘛，对吧？那在中国的做法就是把牛肉切片，然后裹粉，然后上浆，那这样子它可以做一个冷冻品，然后到了餐厅之后呢，它只要把那个东西预炸一下，然后就可以开始炒菜了。那当然了，这东西是不能进来的。那我们美国怎么去做？我们美国去找一家工厂说你帮我切个牛肉或者是说你帮我裹个粉。那其实很多中央厨房有在做这些事情，但是为什么中央厨房是没有办法兼顾到这么多的一个品类变化？所以我们一般来说会找一些大工厂合作，然后他们的机械跟我们想要的这个成品其实差蛮多的，所以它中间就是最困难的地方，就是没有办法配合到我们想要的那种成品。而且还有一点就是说， 我们做中餐嘛，特别在美国嘛，它都是考虑火候的问题嘛。那美国的菜呢，其实它就煮一煮、蒸一蒸的就上了。但是我们呢是希望说什么都是靠火候炒出来的菜才香。作为一个厨师，我当然是认为就是现炒的菜是最好吃的。但是作为一个餐饮业者来说，我是觉得还是预制菜和半成品最能帮助到餐饮业者。
对，我觉得相对来讲，就是其实美国市场足够大，就是哪怕就包括我前面还有看到朋友是做 fine dining 的，那其实就是我觉得都是有自己的市场的。然后只要去这个把这块部分，那比如说像预制菜，我觉得降传，然后包括这个你们现在就是提供的整套的这个就是给到餐厅的这个解决方案，对，因为时间我们也差不多，然后我其实还是想把这个时间留给你啊，这是 Lina， 就是说，包括比如说像这个你们能够怎么样去帮到餐厅，然后你们现在有怎么样的一些好的品类，然后比如说如果有一些案例是比如说通过这个一些你们做的非常好的一些算是精品预制菜，然后给到了这个餐厅和消费者更多选择的一些例子，你可以来说一下。然后我们可以让我们的这个小助手把您的这个二维码发到我们的这个微信群里面，那大家就是我们的餐饮业主也都可以加您微信。对，您来说一下。
好的，其实我自己也是个吃货哈，而且我经常是到处跑，而且喜欢开车。然后开车的时候，就是难免也会边开车边吃东西，虽然是不是太靠谱的一件事情。所以我当时在想，因为我们在吃炸的东西，不是炸薯条的时候，不要沾个酱嘛？那我就想，我们能不能研发个产品，就是什么咬一口什么都有了。所以这个突发奇想之下呢，我们研发这一款产品是我们的爆浆炸虾和爆浆炸鱼。他们是怎么做呢？就是说它把酱汁已经包含在虾里面，所以你一口咬下去是一口酱汁一口虾。所以当时做这个研发的时候，我们也想说酱汁放太少会太干，酱汁放太多又会就是流的到处都是，所以我们想到一个非常好的比例，去把酱汁锁在这个炸虾和炸鱼里面。所以你们可以不介意说一边开车一边吃，至少是说在餐厅里面，就是说你出餐这个产品的时候，你不用另外找一个盒子把这个酱汁弄起来，而且对老美来说，它就是最标准的比例来，每一口的味道它都是相同的。其实美国主流消费者最侧重的是标准化。为什么老美喜欢同一个时间在同一个地点吃同一道菜？因为是除了情怀，当然还是标准化，因为每次去的时候味道一样，所以他期待的心情和吃完的满足感是让他下次再来。所以说为什么就是很多餐厅换了厨师就开始流失客人了，不是说不好吃，而是没有了他们想要的那种味道。所以标准化必然是未来餐厅的一个发展方向，这也是我们想做的，就是说升级创新，但是最终还是要为这个餐厅做一些菜品标准化的一个研发的一个趋势。然后
谢谢 Lina， 太好了。好像没有回应。好的，我们今天这个 session 差不多有一点点超时，那非常非常感谢你今天来，然后我就把这个时间交给主持人了。谢谢 Lina。
好，谢谢。
大家可以加 Lina 微信。
好的，谢谢 Lina， 谢谢 Amy。我这边借此机会呢，特别感谢本次盛典的合作商们对我们盛典的大力支持。感谢刘一手用世界的语言演绎中国的味道，刘一手火锅。感谢北美食材供应链领先品牌酱传集团。感谢 AMA Kitchen， 只要1万亿就能轻松展店创业的 AMA 美食厨房。感谢串联东西以文化讲述餐饮故事的 CSA 设计事务所。感谢 Menu 四富。领跑5年餐厅软件，华人共同选择。感谢 Rushable 为餐饮建立私域流量、自动化营销以及零抽成点餐。感谢美玉嘉华财务 ERTC 申请专家，最高效最灵活。那么进入到下一个 session 之前，我想小小的互动一下呀。大家如果想要如果我们提供选择，比如说喝茶、喝咖啡，或者是茶和咖啡。2个都提供，你们是选喝茶，那请在 chat box 里头 Q1， 喝咖啡 chat box 里 Q2， 那如果是2个都喝，那就 Q3。 对，大家小小的互动一下，为什么要问这个话题呢？我想着我们在北美区域随处可见都是各种咖啡的 shop 啊，就是星巴克呀、Beats 咖啡啊这些。那么我们接下来的邀请到这位嘉宾呢，他就是福记的 CEO 创始人 Toby 孙，他在湾区呢同时也经营着 Hanabi 和 Zero End。此前他还是Line Bike 的首席执行官兼联合创始人，拥有加州大学伯克利分校的 MBA 的学位。那么今天我们非常荣幸的请到了Toby 啊，将为我们分享美国的茶饮新风潮，把茶做成下一个星巴克。本组对话呢，同样也是由我们的 Amy 为大家主持。那么接下来我把这个 camera switch 给 Amy。
谢谢 Jasmine 介绍。Toby 在了吗 ？Hello Toby。Hello，
我在了。
非常非常的开心，你可以来参加我们这次这个吃货盛典，我们也是老朋友了。然后，其实过去一段时间，我也还挺多involve在就是这个 Zero End， 然后包括你们整个品牌的一些就是发展，然后我觉得有很多很有意思的故事，所以我想说今天刚好就是可以请到你跟大家一起来去做一些分享。对，我就不多说了，那我就直接抛问题了哈。对，就是因为很多我们今天的就是观众可能都还不在湾区的，所以就是肯定还是想说你这边呢做一个就是介绍，就是比如说就是你在做这个 Zero End 是怎么样的一个品牌，然后你当时为啥会想要去做这个品牌？对，因为严轩作为一个Line Bike 这个比较偏 tech 的公司的这个 startup， 然后做了一个更加的偏传统的这个赛道的一个创业，你的这个创立的 idea 是怎么样的？就是算是 founder story 吧，来。
好的，谢谢 Amy， 然后首先很感谢邀请参加这个活动，然后非常荣幸。我是这样子，我们现在现在有2个品牌，然后也是公司的策略，我们会有多品牌，然后一个叫 Zero End， 然后是做这种创新型的这种茶饮，然后希望可以把就是大家很喜欢的，然后包括在美国越来越多不同族裔的人都很喜欢的这种传统奶茶，然后我们做一个升级，产品品质提升，然后通过技术的手段，然后更容易让大家去购买，然后这种高品质、好喝、好看、好健康的产品，然后来造福更多的用户。然后这个是茶饮的部分，还有一个刚才提到叫 Hanabi 是我们的烘焙品牌，主打的是我们有这种 celebrating 的这种非常 premium 的法式慕斯蛋糕，可以是特殊场合，然后同时也有这种就是适合个人使用的这种盒子蛋糕或者是创意的烘焙的面包，可送。所以目前经营这2个品牌，然后为什么做这个事儿？首先自己是个吃货，然后我是我跟我太太，我是深圳人，我太太是广州人，所以我们是就是从小就是在这种港式奶茶、台湾这种珍珠奶茶的这个环境底下成长起来。然后大家知道，像喜茶、奈雪都是来自深圳。当时最早起来的时候，大概10年前，然后我也是第一批在那儿排队1个小时、2个小时去试的，所以当时对这类的产品就非常感兴趣。然后来了美国之后呢，也试了很多的这个产品和品牌，也都不错，挺好喝的，但总觉得还可以更好。如何可以少加添加剂，然后用更好的食材、新鲜的这种比如说水果，然后去提升我们的产品品质，将这个品类可以做得更不一样一些。然后另外还有一个比较有意思，为什么是真想做这个事儿，也是因为自己本身也是算是高科技互联网行业创业投资背景，所以也一直在想怎么样可以去用高科技去赋能我们这个餐饮行业。当时在疫情期间，我其实一个经常做的事儿就是帮太太去奶茶店去点奶茶、去拿奶茶，但是发现在这个过程中体验就不是特别好。经常在家附近当时的几个品牌，我们需要打电话，然后因为网上不一定有，然后可能不一定有自己的网站，然后在外卖平台上可能要么时间太长，要么这个快递费太贵，可能大家都感受。所以我们经常是想直接跟店家说，我们能不能预点，点好了之后也不用排队， 对吧？然后但就是得打电话，所以像大家能想象的这种，在这个年代应该是更多可以通过线上手机来完成的一些体验，其实都没有。然后我自己的体验就不是特别好，然后经常会，比如说它附近如果有两个门店，然后我有时候还去错，然后有时候这个点完了也不知道它是不是好，所以我觉得在这个过程中，产品是一方面，然后技术是一方面，可以去做蛮多的一些不一样的事儿。对，
挺好的。那就是咱们可以多说一些，就是你们这个 Zero and 大概主打的这个产品有哪些，然后以及就是就像你前面提的说的嘛，就是有在做这个对于现在美国的这些茶饮品牌去做了一个升级，就是你在哪些方面就是比如说在创意啊，还是这个原材料啊 ingredients 呀，还是口味，就是你们是怎么去做这个升级的？
是的，那个比如说几个简单的例子，第一个我觉得从名字入手吧，那个公司的名字公司名叫 Fuji， 但其实产品名叫 Zero End。为什么叫 Zero End 呢？也是因为我们希望可以做到一个简单但是又很有意义的产品就是 simple yet significant， 这是我很喜欢的一个产品描述或者是产品的一个 philosophy。然后里面其实代表了一些东西，像 Zero End， 我是希望可以能不能去除就是可能以前为了方便、为了标准化带来的比如说这种糖浆，然后人工添加粉这类的东西，然后换成相对更好的食材。当然可能会增加一些成本，或者是手续稍微麻烦一些，但是从用户体验上来说，这就是我自己，甚至是我想让我家人天天喝的一样东西。所以零添加，然后用比如说健康的零卡糖，所以说跟零相关的一些这种负面的东西，我们把它拿掉，然后增加这种好的食材，比如说新鲜的水果，然后好的牛奶、好的茶叶，比如说我们的奶茶，我们是做了一款升级，然后是用的大红袍的奶茶，然后后续也会有一些更新，都会是这种非常 premium 的茶。但在茶的基础上，我们其实也是像比如说水果，我们也是用了很大的这个心思，比如说我们的 Coconut Zero 是我们的爆款，就是真的是一整颗椰子，然后把椰肉、椰汁然后挖出来，我们在比较火的门店一天这个要敲很多很多箱的椰子，就只是为了让大家能够就是喝到原汁原味的这个椰汁做出来的这种 smoothie，然后也能看到大家是的确对产品还是是能感受到我们做的不一样的地方。
有，这个直播间很多小伙伴都说，就是很喜欢喝你们的这个奶茶和这个还有哈娜比的这个蛋糕，说就是这个茶是属于湾区奶茶天花板。对，那个感谢，就是那我就在细节问到这个研发这个部分啊，因为我感觉就是你们做这个 R&D 其实是花了非常多的一些这个精力和这个心思去做的，然后我也就是知道，就是其实就是包括比如说国内有非常好的一个团队的支持，所以来分享一下这块部分吧，就是说在这个 R&D 这个过程里面，就是你们比如说碰到什么样的挑战啊，然后是有哪些成就感啊？因为本身很多东西可能在国内已经实现，但是在美国可能比较难实现嘛，所以就比如说中间你们是怎么去应对这些挑战，然后有怎么样的哪些 moments 是特别有成就感的？
对，对，人才永远是第一位的。然后，对于不管其实是相对偏传统一点的行业，然后像餐饮啊，或者是比如说互联网，对吧？就是产品其实是我们放的最重的，然后也是我一开始在团队，然后找人才花了最多时间的。我们在中美两边都有研发和供应链的团队，然后在美国当然就是非常就是日常我能够跟我们的团队小伙伴日常碰撞，然后小伙伴有这个数十年的这个行业经验，然后也希望做一些不一样的产品。然后在同时在国内呢，我们也是有喜茶和奈雪这个研发和供应链的小伙伴，然后他们都有就是从可能当时这几个现在这个都是很大的品牌了，但当时可能是十几几十家门店加入，然后一直 scale 到几百家门店，中间经历过几百次的这种产品的迭代和 和创新，所以很多在研发和供应链上的需求其实是或者一些经验对我们是非常有帮助的。但其实这也不够，因为纯粹就是照搬国内的，其实到这边一定会水土不服。然后在供应链上有一些在国内可以拿到的食材，可能在这边不一定可以，所以我们一定会做适配。然后同时口味上，大家可以想象还是有很大的不一样。比如说就那芒果这一款，对吧？这个其实是大家全世界人民都爱喝这个芒果类的产品，对吧？这个国内像杨枝甘露，然后在这边像 mango smoothie， 所以大家都爱喝。但那个到底在这边我们除了食材的选择，然后具体的一些很细节的东西怎么样去把控，其实还是要做多轮的测试。比如说你是到底是冰沙一些还是水一些，茶味重一些浓一些，轻一些还是糖味，对吧？这个甜一些淡一些，所以我们还是会让市场这个消费者的反馈，然后来给我们做这个指南针。所以每一款产品其实是有大量的中美两边研发团队的联动，然后我们以用户的反馈作为一个基准，然后来不断的迭代。但肯定也不是一步到位的，所以即使上市了之后，我们其实平均每款产品还是会做2到3次小步的迭代。对，
对，这个部分也是就是给我印象很深刻，就是我也有比较就是算是这个小机会，就是说去他们厨房去试吃过，然后发现其实我觉得味道已经很不错了，就我是应该是挺刁的嘴巴，但是就是这个他们这个 Toby 的团队就真的是会反复的再会去强调，就包括比如说这个不同几个味道的融合的 balance 是怎么样，所以我觉得特别好。那再说到就是说就是一直是在做一个双品牌的策略，就是说Zero End 是作为一个茶饮品牌，然后 Hanabi 是一个烘焙品牌，就是说这个双品牌的这个策略就是 Toby 你是怎么考虑的，也可以分享一下。
对，我觉得这是蛮有趣的一个话题。如果你看消费者的记忆点和对一些品类的认知，其实很难把跨品类的东西用一个品牌来定义和概括，因为品牌其实就相当于是一个人，那个大家对于这个品牌的认知就相当于你对一个人的一个认知，所以我们是希望每一个品类都可以是有一个独特的一个品牌的一个属性。然后有自己的产品的特色，不会被原有的主品类然后去受影响。有很多的例子，你比如说像这个 Yum 对吧？他们有 KFC， 然后有 Pizza Hut， 有这个Taco Bell 之类的。然后我以前最早我的职业生涯是从百事开始，大家可能听到百事可能就是还是不少人觉得可能就是百事，但其实是每年还有加德乐，有桂格麦片，有很多很多的，有一些是它之前这个最后很成功的这个第二品牌，然后有不少是联名收购。但从大的逻辑上，其实看到不同的品牌代表一个品类，在各自的品类其实是对消费者的沟通和产品能够最大化它带给消费者的体验，其实最好的。我们其实也是的，所以那个我们并不是说做了一个茶饮，然后想加点吃的，所以我们就那个看看有什么好吃的，然后给加进去，而是说我们就是从消费者的角度出发，那个最想吃的、最想喝的会是什么样的一个标准？我们做一个茶饮品牌，最想吃的这种半喝类的东西，对吧？比如说休闲的甜点，这种 casual snacks，大家喜欢的是什么样的东西？我们打造一个团队来专门为这个品牌和这个品类来做。所以哈勒比也是从这个角度来就是来看，其实非常 make sense。而且哈勒比其实从公司历史上来说还是更早出来，因为当时我们整个研发团队和执行也更快一些，所以很早我们也是用了非常轻的方式，这个在网上去跟用户去做互动，然后宣传，然后用这种 pick up 的方式来做，然后很快那个Zero End 的店开了以后呢，我们也会让 Zero End 的店可以越来越多的去 carry 这个 Hanabi 的品牌。当然还有 Hanabi， 我觉得因为它是独立的和就是一个 standalone 的一个品牌，所以其实也不一定是只是跟 Zero End 做结合，所以有非常多的我们的一些合作的一些其他的类型门店也在 carry 我们 Hanabi 的产品。以后的愿景其实也是的，Zero End 可以是 Hanabi 的 partner， 然后 Zero End 也可以跟其他的品牌去做合作。Hanabi 也是同样如此。我们希望的是每一个品牌能够以自己的这个品牌特性，然后更好的去跟用户去做服务，然后提供最好的产品，达到这个目的是最重要的，而不是说非得说要让自己的产品只能在自己的品牌底下去做，并不是这样子。
感谢 Toby。那个，其实就是你之前的这个创业的经历，我觉得也是非常有意思的故事啊。就是说，包括在之前可能算是这个就是快销行业品牌，然后到后面就是你这个也做过投资，然后也后面自己创业 Lime Bike， 就是我们观众里面除了包括餐饮行业的人，也有不少创业者或者对于这块感兴趣的，就是所以我的问题就是说，就是你过去的一些经历，就是你对于现在这个 Zero 的这个创业，有怎么样的影响和帮助？然后以及就是说，对于现在我们在北美做餐饮人和创业者，你有任何这个建议或者是想法？就是你可以就是来聊一下。
明白。谢谢。其实说实话，那个建议倒不敢了，因为毕竟我这个品牌其实也是刚起步，所以其实说实话有很多可以和餐饮的行业的先行者学习的。然后我也觉得和互联网的创业相比，就是餐饮其实最特别和最酷的其实是它的多样性，它的百花齐放。因为每个人其实是都有不同的偏好，对于不同的菜系、不同的水果、不同的茶香，对吧？咖啡豆的不同。都有不同的这个喜好，所以我个人认为，其实这其实是相通的，就是不管是做互联网的创业，还是餐饮的创业，或者是其他，其实保持开放的这种心态去听不同的声音和需求，其实还是最重要的，而不是那个我认为怎么样是最好。所以其实我一直是在整个菜单定稿的过程中和团队，其实我觉得我自己的这种状态也很重要，就是一定要放下来，放空，然后去有一个初始的假设，然后去想，可能这个会 work， 但也许我是完全是错的。唯一的检验标准就是消费者的这个反馈。所以在整个菜单的定稿过程中，比如说茶饮，我们大概前后花了大半年，将近1年的时间。然后我自己主持了10几场的这种口味测试，每一个口味测试我都会自己去跟用户反复的去沟通，然后 follow up。所以我觉得总结，我觉得可能是就空杯心态吧，然后把这种反馈当成 gift， 当成一种礼物。对，
感谢。对，我还挺感触的。对，我觉得就是 Toby 是一个挺低调的这个 founder， 就是我们之前就是有一些这个宣传啊，就把你们不是对标这个美国的喜茶 ，which 我觉得你们就是在想说能够去把这个新茶饮去升级到一个更高的水准。但是就是 Toby 说我们别这么说我们还很小。对，就是对我觉得刚好这块部分的话 ，Toby 也可以来说一下，就是说这个你们最近的一些这个接下来的计划和目标。包括就是说在市场拓展和新产品的研发，因为就是包括我们评论区里面有不少他可能在湾区他知道，但是他可能在这个其他地方他们其实还挺好奇你们未来的一个发展计划的。
对，我们现在饮料端呢就是主打水果茶，所以水果品类肯定创新还是最重点的，然后应季水果会是一个持续追踪的方向，有什么是新奇特，然后同时是对用户有强价值感。然后烘焙产品我们还是很喜欢做 crossover， 比如说戚风蛋糕从开始加入日系的元素，然后我们持续的其实不仅是因为那个国内其实有非常多好的灵感和创意，但其实我觉得 globally 其实也有很多，所以在国内我们当然有一直追踪，但是像日式的烘焙，然后韩式的咖啡，然后东南亚的产品，然后南美洲有非常非常多的好的这种，在国内其实是我跟很多茶饮的一些连锁的老板其实也有交流，他们其实非常羡慕我们其实在美国的一些独特的这种地理位置，是可以非常容易去 access 整个南美洲的一些特别的一些食材，所以这块会是一个未来的一个发展方向，是尝试多做 crossover。 然后location wise 的话，我们今年其实会去 LA， 所以到年底我们其实有计划到 LA， 所以大家也敬请期待。这个我们这个觉得在 LA 有非常多好的产品，有非常棒的消费者，我们是非常非常期待可以去那边跟大家交流和学习。然后纽约、德州、西雅图也会是接下来18到24个月吧的一个 focus。对，
特别好，特别好。我们也有很多其他地区的吃货，就是我相信大家都会很期待。那个最后一个问题，对，因为差不多时间好像我还有几分钟。OK， 就是其实前面提到中美差异嘛，就包括就是你们也有国内的团队，就是我想问一下，就是在产品和营销上，就是就国内其实已经玩得很花了，就是就是对于就是说在这个本土化的这个策略上，你们做了哪些的，比如说调整，还是说你们更多的就是说把这个国内的一些这个就是套路去在这边去加以这个延伸。对，就这块想听听，就是比如说这个你们的这个本土化策略是怎么样的？
对，我觉得那个就是像刚刚说的，其实国内是我们很好的一个学习的一个方向，但其实我们从来是不会只看国内，其实还有反而花了蛮多时间在看国内以外的一些市场，像我刚刚说的日本、韩国、东南亚、南美洲，其实有非常多的一些产品创意，其实还是集大家吧，因为在美国其实相对也是比较 diverse 一些，所以那个在整体那个我们的本土化上，我们其实也是希望是一个多元并包和增强多样化的一个属性。所以如果你看像我们的菜单的话，其实说实话奶茶品类是不多的，我们只有一款真正的奶茶，然后水果茶其实相对变更多一点。所以如果是真的学国内的话，其实我们是学的非常不好的，但我觉得这也是我们就是根据本土的一个实际的一个需求比较下来的一个我们自己的判断，我们觉得水果茶为主可能是一个比较合理的一个方向。然后至于营销，我觉得就是抓年轻，抓我们的核心目标消费群是最重要的，所以我们始终是从产品测试，然后再到我们选择的一些店内的沟通和线上的一些沟通，其实也是聚焦找这一部分的人。对，并没有说就是国内很多东西就一定会在这边 work， 这个其实也是从 day one 我们就非常 believe 的。
是，那个好的，今天的确时间也比较有限，但是我觉得非常棒，就是说这个感谢 Toby 抽出时间让我们更多的去了解 Zero End、Fuji、Zero End 包括 Hanabi 这个双品牌背后的一些故事，然后包括团队是这个抱着怎么样的一个愿景去做这个事儿。回头就是我们可以把这个Zero End 的这个联系方式，我们小助手会发到 chat box 里面。如果各位有任何这个部分，要不 Toby 来自己给自己打个广告吧。就是说比如说你们现在在招人啊，或者是一些合作伙伴的一些需求，你都可以说一下，因为在这边的观众很多都是餐饮行业里面的，以及对于这个行业非常有这个激情的小伙伴，所以这给你的广告时间。对，
好的，谢谢。对，就也还好，我觉得首先大家抽时间愿意听我在这儿白话，我觉得就挺感谢的。那个我们其实非常 open 的心态，也希望可以有更多志同道合的人把这事儿给做好。然后当然不只是从我们的品牌，所以不管是说我们的 peer operator 对吧，就是同行，或者是对这个行业有兴趣的，我觉得几个方面，一个是从人才的角度，我们肯定是持续会招人，因为我们希望可以让我们的产品能服务更多在中国以外的一些消费者。所以刚刚提到的一些市场，如果大家是在那些市场有兴趣一起去在运营方面、门店拓展方面，甚至是宣传推广方面、产品研发方面有兴趣的，我觉得可以跟我们联系。然后还有就是我觉得就多给我们产品提意见吧，就是我觉得这个还是我最关心的，然后也是我觉得我们永远 不会把它给 deprioritize 一个点，所以大家有任何的槽点，觉得哪些地方我们可以改进的，这个尽管跟我们提，我们非常非常希望可以听到更多反馈的声音，谢谢。
好的，感谢 Toby。好，那我们今天就差不多，谢谢你的时间。然后也有很多人说欢迎你去这个 Dallas， 然后还有很多其他的城市。对 ，OK， 那我就把这个
好的
交给主持人了。
好，谢谢。
谢谢 Toby， 谢谢 Amy。我们今天的盛典啊，我们之前有讲到选址啊、产业链啊、降本增效啊、品牌推广、市场营销、可持续发展这些话题等等等等。那么怎么少得了税务呢？是吧？所以呢，我们今天请到了来自美玉嘉华联合会计师事务所的2位资深的税务师团队成员，为我们分享和拆解一下最新的餐厅税收抵免政策。有请。
大家好我是静非常荣幸参加此次活动，也欢迎各位餐饮界人士聆听我们美玉嘉华联合会计师事务所关于本次 ERC 的演讲。下一页。OK， ERC 再下一页。ERC 呢，全称是 Employee Retention Credit， 也就是中文就是员工保留税收抵免。这个是 IRS， 也就是美国国税局奖励给在 COVID 的期间努力经营的雇主，并以工资税返现来体现的。在这里我要强调的是，雇主拿到的 ERC 的钱，第一不需要返还，第二可以任意使用。换句话说，就是 IRS 给雇主的现金返给雇主的现金。那么呢，根据 IRS 的要求，在受 COVID 的影响的企业，当然几乎在2020年是所有的企业。那么在2020年呢，每一位雇主每雇佣一个员工，雇主可申请高达$5000的 ERC 返现。那么在2021年呢，每一位雇主每雇佣一名员工，雇主在2021年前3个季度的每一个季度可申请高达$7000的 ERC 返现，所以在2021年呢，可累计高达$21000的返现。在这里我要再次强调一下，这个钱是给雇主的，不是给雇员的。那么呢，自去年以来呢，我们嘉华联合会计师事务所已经帮助近100家公司，其中大部分是餐厅，递交了 ERC 的申请。到目前为止，70%以上的公司已经拿到了 IRS 的支票。那么其中有些雇主呢，他有很多公司，其中有些公司他仅一个公司就拿到了近$100万的 IRS 给予的支票，这是非常好的。下一页。就是为什么呢？大多数餐厅以及小公司的会计师们不做 ERC 呢？是根据我们客户的反馈，他们自己呢都原有自己的会计师，他们会计师呢90%以上是不提供 ERC 申请服务的，其主要原因呢是2点。那么第一点呢 ，ERC 是 IRS 自2020年开始新设立的项目，这个是新生事物，没有前人的经验总结可以来参考，所以很多会计师不想做。那么第二点呢，是 ERC 从申请到批准需要跟 IRS 打交道，并且呢给 IRS 提供相关的申请文件。那么他们没有跟 IRS 打交道的经验，他们也不会做。下一页。为什么要选择嘉华呢？以及我们嘉华的优势。首先第一点就是我们有专门针对 ERC 丰富经验以及高达数十人的会计师以及律师团队。我们的合伙会计师呢，分布在佛罗里达州、加州、俄亥俄州以及纽约州，尤其是针对餐厅以及之前被其他会计师认为不符合要求而拒绝申请 ERC 的公司。那么下面我就想举2个小例子。第一个呢，是客户呢是 FedEx， 它是作为 FedEx subcontract。那么众所周知，在疫情期间 FedEx 这种 deliver 它的营业额是成倍增长，而且它赚的是盆满钵满的。那么在它被这个公司呢，在它被原有的会计师评定为不符合 ERC 申请要求后，他们找到了我们嘉华，然后我们公司呢成功为他们申请到了。在2020年 他总共拿到了是$87,800，以及2021年$178,500的 ERC 的返现，所以2年共计$26.6万。第二个客户呢，他这个是新生的，他是在2021年8月份在加州新开业的餐厅。该客户呢也是被他原有的会计师评为不符合 ERC 的申请要求，然后之后我们经过我们专业团队的服务，他也成功拿到了$50,000的返现。然后第二点呢，就是说我们的优势是什么呢？我们嘉华呢对于每一个客户都是专业评估，然后是专业会计师进行填写材料啊、申请，而且我们的速度是非常快的，通常现在状态是 ERC 整个申请过程需要8到11个月。那么呢，我们的嘉华呢，我们是一般的平均状态是需要3到6个月，这样比其他的公司几乎快了近1倍。然后呢，我们最重要的一点是呢，我们会仔细分析您的情况，包括全职啊、兼职啊、业务受影响啊，或者是兼职员工，就是有些部分业务受到政府法律影响，我们也可以根据政府的法规帮您来进行申请。下一页。而且呢，我们嘉华还有一个就是这个申请的过程非常简单，绝对超出你们平时对 IRS 繁琐的规章制度的认知。那么呢，第一步呢，就是说你只需登录我们嘉华的网站，填写一些简单的信息，由我们的后台工作人员进行初步评估，然后递交给我们 ERC 的申请专家。这仅仅是不到10个小问题，非常容易以及方便。那么第二步呢，我们的 ERC 专家呢会根据您的情况选择有利于您的方案，估算出你可以申请的抵免额。然后呢，我们就会跟雇主签订合同，正式启动申请程序。然后接着呢，我们的 ERC 专家会根据每个公司所在的地点，它各自的特点，然后收集你们各自必要的文件。也就是说，我们是 case by case、company by company。最后呢，我们就递交给 IRS， 然后雇主呢就可以在3到6个月之后就拿到了 IRS 的返现。然后我们最重要的是，在您拿到返现之后，我们才会按照合同让您支付您的服务费。如果假如说 just in case 你拿不到钱 ，OK， 我们没有任何的服务找您要，我们不会有任何的收费，你也不会有任何的损失。所以就可以说呢，总结出来就是整个申请过程非常的便利快捷。雇主呢仅需要提供一些文件以及签署一些文件，就可以在家就是坐等 IRS 寄过来的支票，然后拿到钱之后再付给我们费用。我觉得这个过程对于雇主来说相当于是零风险。下一页。OK， 我们有几种呢申请方式，对于嘉华跟 ERC 的申请方式。那么第一个呢，就是说你登录我们的嘉华的网站，然后这是www.jhaccounting.org。那么在官网上填写您公司的信息，然后我们后台进行处理之后会跟您联系。第二个方式呢，就是发邮件给我们公司。我们的邮件是 info@jhaccounting.org， 您可以提出您的问题，您可以索要就是申请材料的清单。然后第三步呢，也可以拨打我们公司的电话，我们公司电话是949-300-4828，你就提出您的任何问题，可以索要清单。然后呢，我们这电话服务有普通话、广东话、福州话和英语都可以。那么最后一步呢，有我们嘉华的 WeChat ID 是非常好记的，就是 ERTC2020。这些通过以上4种，欢迎您来咨询。下一页。OK。根据呢，这个我们的经验呢，我们集中总结了一些雇主可能有的一些的问题。其中第一个呢 ，ERC 是给雇主还是员工？这里我已经之前强调了好几次 ，ERC 是给雇主的。第二个呢，已经申请过了，能不能再申请？实际上呢，这个根据我们的经验呢，这个是可以的，因为我们在我们工作中，我们发现很多呢，就是已经申请过的，你可以做修改以后可以再次申请，我们可以帮你拿到更多的返现。 还有是第3点呢，很多雇主也集中问，因为他们在这个2020年和2021年分别拿到了 PPP loan， 以及 PPP loan 他们做了 forgiveness。根据之前的很多会计师说的，就是你们拿到了 PPP loan 就不符合 ERC 申请。这个呢是以前的规定 ，IRS 进行了修改。IRS 统共对 ERC 进行了3次修改，它最新的一次说，你拿到 PPP 的公司仍旧可以申请 ERC， 所以我们需要你递交更多的条件，然后呢，我们进行评估来给你。而且呢 ，ERC 呢还有是我强调一点，就是它不是贷款，它是给你一笔自由的资金，你可以随意去使用，这是一个非常好的一点。最后一点呢，有些雇主问的是 ERC 的计算人数和工资是否可以包括兼职啊？我给了员工现金或者1099怎么办？那么我们的经验就是说，全职、兼职都是可以的。但是呢，现金和1099的员工通常不可以包括，但是有一些特殊情况是可以的。如果有这些疑问呢，可以欢迎咨询我们公司，我们公司会对一一进行回答啊。谢谢大家，这是我今天的主要的事儿。
对，我那个就补充一句话啊，就是它这个 PPP 这个是非常 generous 的，它这个返现一般来说我们经验至少是 PPP 的2倍。如果你比方说你过去拿到过 PPP 30万美元，那么按我们经验，你的 ERTC 应该就能拿到60万美元。它的上限就是说你不要超过4家连锁餐厅，不要超过500名员工。所以理论上说，你有50名员工的话，你应该至少拿到100万美元的 free cash 是不用还的。就平均每名员工，全职员工是26000到28000，所以这是一个非常大、非常好的机会。所以出于种种原因 ，IRS 在故意在很多方面在故意隐瞒一些细节，比方说不公开这些细节啊，在各种政府的 seminar 不去讲这些啊。但知道这个条款的人，一定不要放弃这个机会，因为这个是有史以来可能对政府最 generous 的，就是最慷慨的一个补助，尤其特别适合餐厅去申请。
好的，谢谢 Jane 和谢谢 Jeremy 对大家的分享那么我这边呢进入到下一个环节非常荣幸我们今天能请到了这个 CSA， 它是由理想Curtis 里去主持经营的这家公司 base 在美国西海岸洛杉矶的综合性的一体式的设计咨询事务所。它在纽约和西雅图设有办事处，那为北美范围内的客人提供商业以及住家的设计和落地。CSA 近100次帮助我们中国以及亚洲的餐饮企业出海它的设计作品呢也是受到了众多AAA 等级的购物中心以及酒店集团的认可，其中包括 Westfield、Brookfield 等等。那么今天呢这个topic 这个话题我是非常感兴趣，也是非常希望能够跟老师请教的，更多的就是如何高效的去打造爆款的网红店。那么我们有请理想给大家分享。
Hello， 主持人好，我来 share 一下 screen 可以吗？
好的。
好的，大家可以看到我的屏幕吗？
可以看到的，没问题。
好，大家好，我是理想 Curtis， 很高兴和大家见面。Curtis， 稍等一下，我现在这个屏幕是看到的首页的 PPT 吗？
对，是的。
就是有一个橘黄色的，
对，橘黄色的一个正方形的在 square 的正中间，对的。
OK， 好，有什么问题你再打断我。
好的。
大家好，我是理想 Curtis， 很高兴和大家见面。Curtis Su Associates 是一间专注于餐饮设计项目的事务所，也有帮助过很多国内以及亚洲的餐饮品牌出海来到北美拓展。之前在吃货小分队的讲座当中，以及往届的盛典当中呢，我也分享过在北美开店设计、审批和建造的流程，以及分析了当今北美比较受追捧的一些设计风格。今天很高兴和大家介绍如何高效、低成本的利用预制与整装的方法，打造可以经久不衰的网红店。最终的目的呢，是帮助大家顺利实现自己的计划，可以少走弯路，实现 business 长期的成功。 如果大家有什么问题，在讲座的最后会有我个人和事务所的联系方式，大家可以添加我们，下来之后再深入帮您解答具体所遇到的问题。那么大家都知道，现在随着美国商业的逐渐开放，很多餐饮的主人想要借着客人的回流潮抢占先机。那么在刚租下租约的时候，如何提前规划好每一步，争取早日开业呢？在过去的几年时间里，我们深刻地体会到了餐饮业主们在北美开店进行装饰工程的过程当中，有一些比较明显的痛点，可以简单的总结为以下几条。首先是签约受阻，有一些缺乏经验的业主呢，在店铺租赁的时候可能争取不到合理的利益，包括场地的具体现状分析。得知如何与房东去争取免租期啊，以及工程的 TIA allowance 补助等等。再者是，大部分人知道要找人去画图送审，但是往往室内设计的环节为了图省事，比如说只找了一个淘宝的设计师，草草的给了几张效果图，那么在建造商拿到之后就无奈只好现场去自己发挥，造成了完成度非常的低下。还有我们会发现，美国的建筑法规是非常繁琐的。那么雇佣的设计师、工程师之间往往缺乏协调，导致了图纸充满错误的信息。那么这样一来，客人发现送进去政府的图纸送进去了很久，却迟迟不能被批复；又或者图纸已经被批准了，但是建商拿到手后发现大量的错误，结果图纸还是变成了废纸。还有一些客人遇到了不称职的承建商。自己没有办法控制自己没有办法控制进度，那么工程结束前又很难去换人，那么就只能靠自己一直斗智斗勇到最后了。另外，我们会常常听到客人抱怨说，美国的物料和人工价格实在是太高了。那么比较 fancy 的用餐环境呢，在国内是可以完全按照设计来，结果到了美国之后，要是巨资才能达到类似的完成度。从而在预算不充足的情况下，大家很难达到预期的落地效果。而且另外一点无奈的是，做成了之后发现自己的店面和其他的同类别的店面其实长得很像，那么顾客呢也不容易留下什么强烈的记忆点。那么我在接下来的时间里就会为大家讲解如何利用设计、预制、整装这样一套方法解决这些问题。首先，什么是吸引当今消费者前来就餐的关键要素呢？大家都了解，要有好的食物，要有好的氛围、好的服务、好的灯光。但是呢，近几年大家也会更加在意一个餐厅的装潢是不是够 Instagrammable， 拍的照片能不能收获更多的赞和收藏。从这几年大家挚爱的小红书不难看出，大家会想要去了解那些大家都在热议的网红餐厅，然后想去打卡。那在这个颜值当道的时代，场景最好是从哪个角度去拍照都好看，并且在一个一个完整的场景当中，最好有很多是放大的场景，可以拍出不同的效果、不同的氛围。那么从室内建筑专业的角度来讲，哪些设计的巧思是可以帮助我们达到这些效果的呢？我们找了一些有代表性、认为行不通的设计放在了页面的左侧，以及我们把过去一些完成的一些案例放在右侧来进行对比。首先是一个餐厅，如果需要设计，它最好是完整的设计。例如右边，我们设计的 Las Vegas 这间中餐厅，它的各个元素之间是相互呼应的，包括色彩和材质。用餐时给客人沉浸式的感受很重要。但是如果像左边的图片一样，只有一面所谓的网红墙是用来拍照的，这是永远不够的，而且看起来很廉价，并且容易被时代所淘汰。第二个餐厅设计的关键呢是要有要有明确的品牌主题，色彩和材质的设计语言要统一，再加上氛围灯光的加持，是可以把人从店外吸引进来的。例如右侧这间位于 Orange County 的日式料理，我们在设计的过程当中挑选了最反映品牌思路的材质和颜色来贯穿整个空间，并且在装饰木条半遮掩的服务台吊顶后面，我们运用了比较亮眼亮色的 vinyl graphics， 希望给人可以想要一探究竟的这种好奇感。 那么开放式的工业风天花呢 ，open ceiling 我们大家知道是很流行的，但是如果处理不好，是可能会则是有可能会把建筑本身的缺陷暴露出来的。所以通过一些半透的吊顶去进行遮掩，可能是个不错的主意。例如在右侧我们完成的这家位于北加州 Santa Clara 的鲜芋仙的门店当中，我们利用了比较高性价比的这种叫做 Douglas fir 的木材，做出了这样斜45度交错的吊顶形态，那比较有效的帮助隐藏了那些例如管线啊、灯具轨道等等不好看的内容，同时可以为室内空间增加一些比较温暖的感觉。墙面的装饰呢，是增加大众记忆点的另外一个不错的方法。那么右边是我们正在进行施工过程当中，位于西洛杉矶的一间越南餐厅。那业主的诉求是颠覆人们对传统以及呆板的越南餐厅的印象，可以吸引到更多的年轻人的到来，同时包括展现一些越南以及越南饮食特有的元素。所以我们在餐厅的两侧用折叠型的设计语言设计了这样2组水墨长卷，以及背光，以及用背光的方法在每一个木盒当中暗藏了 LED 灯具，使得整个长卷可以被点亮，从而更加引人注目。再来就是到这个吧台区域的考量。那么一家餐饮店的吧台应该是一个亮点，无论是否卖酒都不应该是杂乱不堪的，而是应该看起来很完整，并且充满细节。在我们 Houston Katy 的这个设计案例当中，用背光打亮的和纸灯箱作为最外侧的层次，边缘线条看起来更加粗犷有力。但是同为深色的背景呢，展示的酒架它古铜色的吊杆又显得很细腻，这样就创造了一个类似于充满多层次的空间。这样每次食客来用餐的时候，坐在不同的区域就可以有不同的体验。定制的家具和木工呢，无疑是最吸引人的一部分。它可以提升整个空间，更是可以让大家摸得着的一种设计感。那它又是比较灵活的物件，可以轻易的与整体的这个设计契合起来。我接下来要分享的预制整装的思路，就是一个高性价比，可以轻松完成这部分工作量的一个方法。那么我们先来对比一下 A 先生和 B 先生在装饰工程的经历当中，开店的过程当中遇到的一些经历，然后我们可以看看最快捷高效来完成一家店面的升级应该是怎样的体验。首先是 A 先生呢，他选择了一个国内的设计师，室内设计师，导致了所选用的一些材料和五金配件并没有办法完全符合美国的建筑规范，而且没有人负责现场的对接。美国的建筑工程师也没有能和国内的设计师协调，就造成了设计的内容没有办法被建造，而且项目的推进很缓慢。工程承包方拿到图纸之后更是连连摇头，图纸与现场有很大的出入，所以这个施工方就只能自己担当起了这样设计师的角色。那么 A 先生肯定很不开心，因为经历了99、81难，最后竣工的是一间完成度比较低的餐厅。那么反观 B 先生呢，他选择了把专业的事情交给专业人来做，这样的话他就有更多的精力去投入在菜单的研发上面，员工的培训上面。那么他选择了设计加整装的这样一个思路，这就包括了室内设计的部分，审批 permitting 的部分，与承建商协调的部分，以及定制了所有的装饰物件的物料，都可以通过预制的方法打包直接送到现场。因为整个流程负责人是设计师，所以对项目的细节是非常了解的，从而起到了一个总的统筹和质量把控 QA/QC 的这样一个作用，最终项目得以快速并且比较低成本的去落地，而且完成度是比较高的。那么 B 先生在这个 case 里面是显然更开心的，因为他可以帮助餐厅提早开始盈利了。那我们就现在一起来看看设计加预制整装大概的流程和怎样的优势吧。那么在一个项目开始的初期，我们会了解一下这个店主 owner 想要的风格意向，然后进行现场的详细测量，之后给到一轮带 3D 效果图的概念设计方案，然后我们会根据 owner 的 feedback 去进行一轮调整和深化。这时 3D 的内容就差不多已经确定下来了， 然后我们会用多线同时推进的方法来高效完成开工前所要准备的工作量，所有事情是同时发生的。那其中一项就包括了室内设计部分的施工图和物料表。同时还有2件事同时发生，第一个是我们生产的工厂会绘制一套 shop drawing， 也就是用于生产的图纸。还有一项一起进行的内容，就是我们的建筑师、工程师会去完成 permitting 的送图，一直到批准为止。这样有一个好处，最大的好处就是承建商在非常早期的时候就可以拿到所有清晰的工作量。至此所完成的内容，在美国这边这一套东西用于施工的所有的 detail 叫做 contracts document。那么接下来建商就可以根据这套 contract documents 去开工了。那么在基础工程完成的时候，所有预制整装的物料会一起同时抵达工地现场，并且配有安装的说明图。任何有经验的承建商呢，都应该有足够的信心，可以把它们快速的拼装起来。那么 prefab 预制整装呢，是一个相对发生很快的过程。以美国的本土为例，像木工、铁艺啊、定制家具这些工作，都是由分开不同的厂家来完成的。那么需要总承包商花大量的时间去协调，一般 lead time 也在大概3到5个月左右。但是由我们在亚洲各地精心过滤出来的厂家，可以完全根据设计来预制所有的装饰物件，然后是由像我刚才提到的，是由设计师统一确认。那这样的好处就是，它的生产加运输的时长可以比在本地找 subcontract 节约大概有30%甚至40%的时间。同时，用美国本地分开的厂家，一个比较头疼的地方是，大家因为先后进场顺序有时候有冲突啊，也会增加工期。但是所有的 prefab 预制物件都是在建商的基础工程完成前已经制作好，并且一起打包、一起抵达现场了。那么建商就可以很快的去把各种物件同时进行安装，这样就大大提升了效率。这是为什么我们可以额外去抢到这么多的时间。接下来要讨论的可能是大家最为关心的，那就是如何去省钱，如何去最大化的利用有限的预算。那么在比较中低型的预算的项目里面，有没有可能去做出比较吸引人的店面效果呢？我经常和客人说的一句话就是 "Opening up your dream restaurant shouldn't break your bank"。那么作为设计师来说，会做出好的设计只是其中的一部分。那么如何将项目接近你的 budget， 如何去落地才是重中之重。那么我们在过去的几年里面，使用 prefab 预制整装的客人，在这个装饰的阶段呢，可以省下比在美国本地制作至少30%的成本，这个还是非常有吸引力的。此外呢 ，prefab 预制整装还有一个很大的优点，就是对设计的高还原度。在我们的设计项目的初期会给客人看3D 效果图嘛，但是如果后期想要落地，并且比效果图的效果更完美的话，是需要大量的协调工作的。这就包括建筑师、MEP 工程师、结构工程师这些工种之间的协调，以及包括现场的复尺、装饰生产图纸的 shop drawing 的核对等等等等，这些都不需要店主来操心，我们会负责从最初的概念方案一步一步来。指导着餐厅的主人一直到项目的落地为止。下面呢，我们就来结合我们实际完成的一些案例，和大家分享一下预制的装饰物件可以运用在餐厅的哪些地方。整体来说，它的运用是非常广泛的，而且自由度很大。首先，这间25是 CSA 主持设计的一间日式定食餐厅，位于德州的休斯敦。那么为了 complement 整体的这个设计概念，我们设计了这样放射状的格栅天花，其中复杂的造型运用了例如说像 CNC 数字切割等等方法来增加精度，而且还可以很好的去还原原有的设计。另外，对于这种比较深色的 American Walnut 的实木效果呢，我们选用了转印木纹铝方通的方法代替，就换成了金属。那这样一来，整体的天花的重量就变得轻了许多。那么不需要额外的结构加固，而且方便安装，也不存在防火的问题。那这间位于拉斯维加斯威尼斯人赌场里面的 Xpot， 采用的是在大层高的空间里面创造出一个一个比较模块化、私密的小空间，这样的一个策略，使得私密的酒吧区域相比于开场的这个用餐大厅啊，更适合顾客去放松，也拉近了人与人之间的社交距离。 这个6边形的装置区域安装了夹绢玻璃，也就是这些 laminated glass， 它是带一层 shade， 不是完全透明的玻璃，帮助了它可以有效的帮助这些4D 的投影仪去创造这些沉浸式的氛围。那么我们也可以看到这些物件是相对复杂的，如果在北美本地制作的话，您也许可以猜到它的费用是无疑是非常高昂的。那么我们的客人就采用了场外预制，然后现场去拼装的方法，这样节约了时间和成本。很多餐厅的客人想要吸引人的这样的视觉背景，来创造网红墙的作用。而这些背景一个很好的呈现方式呢，就是把它们打背光，让它们去发亮。我们会倾向利用氛围的灯具或是背光的图案来表达主题。我们会要求我们的制作安装人员提前在物件里面去预买有 UL 认证的灯具啊，等等这种方法，就从而可以节约说产品到达现场之后，这个电力安装人员的很高昂的成本，人工。那么我们在屏幕的右侧看到这些项目中，利用了砖墙作为这个定制图案以及一些涂鸦的背景。那么关于砖墙呢，大家一定再熟悉不过了。北美大部分的本地食客都是非常接受这种材质的。那有些客人会觉得不够高级，但其实砖墙本身是很安静的，而且本身自己带有一些肌理感。重要的是如何和其他的物件在一起搭配。那表面粘贴预制的 vinyl graphic 其实是一个不错的选择，因为在美国，涂鸦艺术的作品当中展示在砖墙上会被认为说是更加正统的一种做法。所以各个文化背景的食客来说，都是一个很合适的材质。在屏幕右下方，这个西洛杉矶的这间零售店以及上方的我们在 Pasadena 做的饮料店呢，我们在设计的过程当中运用了许多预制的镜面不锈钢的元素来反射那些氛围的灯光，使得整个空间很容易被点亮。从而也增加了整体的设计性。我们认为这是一个非常不错的可以把小空间去释放出大能量的这样一种做法。关于这个服务台呢，其中中小号的这些 millwork 服务台，我们是可以直接在整体在木工工厂里面制作好，这样就比工人在现场制作的工艺要细腻很多。那么上方的图片我们可以看到，所有木工部分的图纸，包括大样图、材质。都是在设计过程当中，我们会详细的画出来给到工厂，从而更好的去把控这些细节。一个吸睛的服务台呢是很重要的，例如在洛杉矶小大阪的这间 Matcha Village， 我们设计的时候就希望让这个 service counter 可以成为这家店的一个 centerpiece， 大家visually 的一个 termination point， 可以鼓励和吸引食客走上前来去看这些抹茶产品的制作过程，这样一来就增加了食客的参与感，同时他们也会对食物的这个安全更加的放心。定制家具是非常适合 prefab 提前预制的，而且现场的安装是非常简单。例如特殊设计的长凳和卡座 communal tables 等等，这些都是可以非常轻松高性价比完成的，而且可以还原设计。还有一个好处就是它们的灵活尺寸可以最大化的利用空间。可以看到，这是我们在西洛杉矶正在施工的那间越南餐厅。上排的图片就是严格按照设计生产好的定制家具以及装饰物件。那工程人员在完成基础工程以及石膏板的现场检查之后，就可以统一去接收并且安装所有的物件了。接下来的是我们使用定制家具在一间完成的奶茶店里面的应用，结合色彩纹路还有这些肌理感呢，创造出了一个比较友好活泼的空间。这样一来就可以。
自我提醒一下时间。
哦，好，我快结束。
对，请注意。
好嘞。比较活泼的空间，这样一来可以促进很多的年轻人社交啊，以及吸引家庭成员、小朋友的到来。最后我和大家快速分享几个完整的利用这个预制整装完成的餐厅，看看他们有没有什么不同寻常之处。那我们就简单的分享1个到2个好了。第一个是 Space Barbecue at Las Vegas， 那它包含了就是这套比较有趣的主题卡座， 我们刻意的把它设计成一个更有违和感的设计，这样前来的用餐的食客，也就是增加了桌子与桌子之间的私密度，这样更适合就是喝酒啊、吃烧烤这样的氛围。然后我们还运用了很多的定制灯箱去提前预埋的灯具，那么帮助店主很有自由度的，它可以自由调节整体的氛围灯光效果。这间餐厅还有3个全新的 KTV 包厢，包括墙面的软包啊、吸音材料，以及基本上大家看到这些完工照片里面所有的物件都是通过预制整装这样的方法完成的。那么比较吸引人的是，在所有的物件抵达之后，整体的现场安装过程大概只花了2个星期的时间。
我们这边时间比较仓促。
OK。然后这是另外一间在 Arizona 的餐厅，也是利用同样的策略。
Hi Curtis， 我们今天先到这里可以吗？对，那
OK。
抱歉打断了啊，对我们今天因为时间有限，那我其实有看到那个 chat box 里其实也有一些很多问题，那如果您稍后还能够继续停留在我们的 webinar， 也可以直接在那个 chat box 里跟我们的观众去沟通，同时呢，观众朋友们也可以就是跟我们吃货小分队去留言看怎么样 reach out to Curtis， 谢谢 Curtis， 谢谢。
OK， 谢谢大家。
好嘞。那行，那我们接下来就是我们的颁奖的环节了。我们本次颁奖呢，将会颁发10大品牌奖和10大人物奖。那么我是接下来有请 Amy 为大家揭晓我们的获奖名单。
谢谢 Jasmine。这个我们其实是在整个。我刚好测试一下，大家听音乐会太响了，因为我觉得这个环节其实还是蛮 excited 的，对，就是我们也是看到说，做很多的这个餐饮品牌，然后在美国做到现在，然后我们也非常荣幸，我们一会儿也会有2位这个获奖嘉宾会在现场，那我现在就开始去做这个这个首先是我们这个餐饮10大品牌的这个部分的颁奖。对，2022年度北美饮食行业10大文化品牌。首先，行业领袖奖鼎泰丰，让全世界爱上小笼包的品牌。下一张，行业领袖奖 H Mart， 北美亚洲超市标杆。文化传播奖留一手，用世界的语言传播中国的味道。大众流行奖 Jollibee， 最受全球吃货欢迎的菲律宾炸鸡品牌。文化传播奖 Atomics， 当选世界50家餐厅的韩式创意料理。文化传播奖 Ramen Nagi， 掀起北美拉面新风潮。最具潜力奖 Sanzo， 通过亚洲口味创新，成功打入成熟的美国气泡水市场。最具潜力奖 Fly by Jin， 让更多人爱上四川辣椒酱。最具潜力奖日清凉月，亚洲区域成长最快的新兴奶茶品牌。文化传播奖酱传，深耕供应链，协助餐厅提供更多亚洲口味选择。好的，那个before 我们进入到这个10大领军人物的这个颁奖环节呢，我们在此想邀请我们的这个获奖嘉宾代表留一手的北美留一手 CEO Helen 来发表一下这个获奖感言。Helen 在吗？
在，谢谢 Amy。
谢谢 Helen， 这个感谢支持咱们的活动，然后也是，对，就是 您来说吧，因为也是这个刚好也把最近留一手的一些这个动向啊，或者是感想跟大家多分享。
好的，感谢我们2022北美吃货盛典的组委会啊，感谢我们北美所有支持我们和喜欢留一手火锅的朋友们，我们会继续努力的给大家提供更好吃的火锅。其实这个月对我们北美留一手团队来说也是非常有重要意义的。因为8年前的8月份，正好是我们留一手火锅正式登陆就是北美市场。目前的话呢，我们在美国和加拿大有直营的门店有差不多20余家，并且的话呢，我们在北美也自建了自己的供应链系统，包括我们的自建的底料加工厂和中央厨房。虽然说疫情给我们餐饮行业就是重创哈，而且现在的那个市场的通货膨胀也比较严重，经济面对这个面临这个衰退的风险哈，但是呢，我们对于北美市场来说，就是从我们团队来说还是充满信心的，所以说我们会继续的推广北美市场的拓展。当然我们也期待哈有更多的机会和更多的社会资源，能够展开更多的广泛的合作。好，最后的话呢，祝福我们的吃货小分队，还有北美的餐饮同仁们，在这一次大的疫情的影响下，能够浴火重生，让我们一起为北美的餐饮加油。祝大家身体健康，生意兴隆。Amy，
谢谢 Helen。
谢谢你。
好嘞，我们这个多交流，然后下次您来这个美国再跟我说。
好，
我们也期待在更多地方吃到留一手的味道。
好，谢谢。
好的，好，那我们这个谢谢 Helen 的这个获奖发言，然后我们就再继续到这个我们这个第二个部分，2022年度这个北美饮食行业的这个10大领军人物的环节。我这里再多说几句吧，就是因为我们其实在吃货小分队之前几年的发展里面，我们其实一直是一个非常去 to C 的一个媒体品牌，就是包括说我们去建立了非常多的城市的账号，去告诉不同城市的这个吃货朋友们哪里有好吃的，哪里可以去让你找到家乡的味道。那其实我们是2018年开始去做这个吃货盛典。那其实为什么我们当时开始去做这个部分，就是希望可以去因为我们发现就是说我们的内容哪儿来，我们的这些好的这个作为吃货的这个体验从哪儿来，其实都是来自于我们有那么多那么好的这个餐饮人。所以呢，我们其实也是在2021年，去年我们因为2022年我们盛典停了一届，然后2021年去年我们成立了一个北美亚洲饮食行业协会，叫North America Asian Food Industry Association， 简称 NAFIA。那其实我们今天就是上半场，我们也是非常荣幸可以邀请到很多在美国的亚裔美国人，或者是这些包括像鼎泰丰这样的品牌，去能够让就是说我们这些本身是可能是一个民族的味道，然后让更多人去看到。那现在我这里就是也是选择了这个不是是我们的这个NAFIA 的这个评委小组选择了我们自己在看这个行业然后有看到非常多，不管说是年轻人还是有深耕了非常多年的这个行业领袖，他们其实是有起到一个非常鼓励这个行业发展的作用。所以好，那我们就开始这个部分的颁奖。2022年度北美饮食行业10大领军人物。行业领袖奖 David Chen， 汇丰 Foods 拉茶辣椒酱创始人。行业领袖奖 Nona Lin， SFA 美国优质食品协会副主席， Nona Lin 品牌创始人和 CEO。行业领袖奖 Anita 洛，原米其林餐厅 Anita 主理人 Iron Chef 获奖者。 行业领袖奖 Tony Xu DoorDash 联合创始人和 CEO。行业领袖奖 Josie Lin 推动创建 KD Asian Town 新一代亚洲美食综合体。行业领袖奖 Chen Hailong ShareT 薛脚琴创始人总裁。文化传播奖余波瑜伽厨房主题将川菜美食文化弘扬海外。最具潜力奖江林宜氏 Foods 创始人 CEO。最具潜力奖 Toby Song Zero N 茶饮品牌 CEO。文化传播奖 Helen Ann 创办北美第一越南餐饮集团 House of An Asian Fusion 菜系创立者。应该就是这10位人物。然后在此的话，我们想请我们这个领军人物的这个获奖嘉宾代表余波的这个家人来做一下获奖感言。Hello， 余波在吗？我们小助手 Q 一下。还是这个大姨在，大姨看一下是不是把这个摄像不就是这个 mute 啦，这左下角的声音打开。没关系，那我们回头。
好，接触静音。
听到您的声音了。
看到没有？对，好。在这儿，
如何大姨都在。
Amy， 感谢你们，非常荣幸，被你们评为这个奖吧，我也很激动。在这么多年呢，也在努力的在做一些事，只是说做的不好。
太谦虚了您。
真的，我也不知道应该怎么讲，只是说只是想在美国做好中餐，因为中餐在美国的地位比较低，只是我的一个梦想就是想让中餐有它自身的地位。我们也不是的想去争第一第二，只是说我们中餐应该有它自身的地位。这个就是我要在美国来做餐馆的原因吧。所以说在这儿也遇到很多困难，和这的很多厨师也在不断的沟通，他们也在不断的帮助我们，因为在美国的食材和中国的食材有很多的不一样，还有美国人的生活习惯和我们中国是完全不一样的。以前是想做的很快，现在就是需要静的、慢慢的再多了解美国人是怎么样喜欢中国菜，为什么喜欢中国菜，有很多误区。现在我就是在慢慢的做，想改变一些误区，让他们真正的了解中国菜。中国菜不完全是左中鸡芥蓝牛，肯定还有更多更好的东西，更有趣的东西，更有传承的东西。这个就是我想做的事情。谢谢你们，我说到这里吧，我也不会讲。
没有，我觉得都是大实话，特别好，谢谢于厨。其实您可以说一下你们接下来的计划，因为就是包括这个接下来是希望能够去开一间餐厅，真的是在美国去开一间就是属于这个您的这个手艺的这个川菜，对吧？
对，因为下面要开的一个餐厅就是和一个美国的一个厨师一起来做的一个餐厅吧，因为我们很多中餐厨师还没有完全的进入到美国厨师的饮食这个圈吧，应该来说， 它的米其林的一个圈和就是一般厨师的圈，我们中国厨师，这只是我的感觉，也可能是错误的，没有进入这个圈，这个圈就是不知道怎么去做，怎么去申请酒牌，申请酒牌的有很多技巧，我们中餐就没有什么酒牌，很多都是淡酒牌，都完全都是靠的是卖菜来经营餐厅，但餐和酒也是很重要的，这个只是我看到的，还有就是他们的厨房的布局啊，都是非常的合理。对于我来说，在使用当中是非常的合理，能够减轻劳动力，就是它不是很紧凑。这个就是外国厨房的和中餐厨房的很大的区别。可能我也一直在观察，就是西餐的厨房和中餐的厨房的区别。和他们交流，看到了很多很多东西，也学到了很多东西，还有就是对食材的认知，在什么地方去买最好、最安全的食材，这个就是一种学习吧。还有就是很多很多技巧，在怎么去宣传，怎么去推广，这个就是我们想做这个餐厅，就是他们在帮助我们，他们也非常喜欢中国菜吧，也可能有缘吧。那你要讲两句，我简直不行了。好，
没有了，可以了哈，艾米。
可以了，谢谢，特别好，特别好。这个非常非常能够去，就是说这个激励，就是我们在做的做餐饮的这个同胞们。好的，谢谢于厨和这个戴姨的时间，然后也再次恭喜你们，希望以后我们可以在更多的场合和地方看到于厨的这个菜品和这个文化的分享，然后我们也很非常的希望，以及也很乐意说帮你们一起去传播这个文化。
好的，谢谢。
好嘞，那先这样子。
好，谢谢 Amy。那么我们下一个是对话环节，也是请到了我们2位投资人，其中一位投资人不二资本的合伙人娄军，他因为现在是在国内，有时差，
他可能一会儿马上来，
对他可能会晚一些上线。来了，
就等你了，哎呀。
好的，那行，也是我们吃货的老朋友了啊，他们将从2位投资人将从我们资本的角度去分析和探讨我们中美的这个餐饮消费投资和发展的这个趋势吧。那我再次介绍一下，他们分别是不二资本的合伙人娄军先生，以及美国消费品牌资深媒体人和投资人 Douglas 于。
大家好，又回来了。
好的，那我再次请出我们的本场对话的主持人
Amy。Hello， 那个谢谢 Jasmine， 对，就是这个感谢2位，其实我知道你们也是在这个捧我的场啊，然后真的非常的高兴，就是我跟楼主也是多年的朋友，然后 Douglas 就是非常的这个趣味相投，包括这个美国的我们也看到非常好的一些品牌。那今天就是也是我的荣幸，这个因为本身我其实是想请 Jasmine 来分享，因为就是我懒，但是我后来觉得不行，这个 session 我觉得还是就是我来跟你们对话吧，对，因为我之前跟你们交流也比较多嘛，然后其实就是包括最近有很多一些这个就之前跟楼主这个有聊，就是包括就是中国有很多一些品牌，他们希望可以去，就很多人其实还是会去看这个全球化接下来怎么做。要不还是想请你们先自我介绍一下，对，就是这个可以2位先简单分享一下你们之前的这个在这个消费品投资方面的经历，然后包括你们在做投资决策是比较注重的一些点。或者是你们投资了哪些项目？那我就先请楼主来说一下。
好，那个大家好，我叫娄军，上面有介绍可能字写错，我娄军是军队的军，那个那没关系这个 然后呢，我
抱歉，
我是在我在博尔资本，博尔资本是蛮年轻的一家资本，它是去年年初、前年底的时候差不多成立的，然后呢是非常专注在投那个消费类的投资，到目前呢，大概投了20多个项目吧，全部都是消费，所以如果在细分到品类上，中高端和高端的品牌，就食品饮料，潮人手办、家居百货。同时线下的连锁的餐饮啦，还有线下连锁的服务业，我们都有涉及。所以那个如果说到那个具体的案例的话，目前能够说的就是说大家可能能知道的一些，就是因为很多还小，就那个不值得一提。那个比如说羽田川咖啡，应该是已经开始有打出名声了，就是最近有一个很好的数据，就是它单月的收入已经破亿了，然后第二个是像做母婴食品的窝小牙，还有在上海起家一家线下连锁的，做港式米线的叫肥之米兰，这个都是去年我们开始参与投资，还有什么呢？还有总部在天津的有一个做中式糕点的，叫祥和饽饽铺，这个是我们今年参与的，接下来也会在这个再加注一轮吧。这个项目也很有意思，他们是做宫廷点心出发起家的，就是他们的第一代人是给皇帝做糕点的，到现在这个CEO 已经是第4代传承人了，然后到他手上的时候，已经把一个手艺的活儿变成一个就工业的活儿，把很多食品工业和食品加工技术放进去，然后可以放到天猫上卖，所以就一下就突破了它的那个之前的一些很多的瓶颈。就是这样。然后饮料呢，我们有投好望水，它的一款成名作叫望山楂，后来有那个就做了这别的系列，这些再数就数不完了，大概20多个目前是这样这是介绍
谢谢楼主，那个对我们小助手去把这个名字去改正了，那个特别好，我说到这个就来了，那 Douglas， 下面请你来自我介绍一下，
好，非常感谢 Amy 还有吃货团队的邀请，我就觉得首先说一下，我觉得我俩特别有缘分，就是之前我记得在湾区创业的时候做一款糖果产品的时候，就是听了吃货的一个 webinar 然后今天就很有幸我们 reconnect， 然后 network 这么多次，然后这一次又正式参加这个 webinar， 所以感到非常非常的荣幸以此机会呢，也来分享一下我在美国这边作为一个投资人和一名记者在消费者品牌所见所闻简单介绍一下我的背景呢就如刚才 Amy 所说的，我是现在在 Springdale Ventures 是在德克萨斯州 Austin 一个初创，我们是 early stage consumer focused 风投机构。然后在投资方向呢，我觉得应该跟不二资本会很像，就是说主要是看早期投资，然后75%我们的 portfolio 都是怎么说呢，都是 food and beverage， 都是食品、快消品这一块然后其他也有一些health and wellness， 也有一些家具然后也有一些网上现在比较流行的 kitchenware， 比如说 Caraway，所以这些是我们现在的就是投资的主要方向。然后我的早期的背景呢，其实是一名记者，然后现在还在为福布斯杂志然后继续撰稿，然后已经在这边工作了7年多左右。然后在 Springdale 这一块，还有我自己做一些angel investing， 主要是看again early stage consumer brands from seed to Series A， 然后看一些就是在美国这边大众所喜欢的那些大的 categories， 比如说你有 chocolate bar， 比如说有 mac and cheese， 然后有一些饮料之类的。那么在 Springdale 这个旗下呢，我们有一些现在比 比较高端的一些产品吧，比如说就说 Mac and Cheese 这个产品，我们最近投了一个，就是大家如果看神奇女侠 Wonder Woman 的话，他们的主演Gal Gadot 这位以色列女星，然后她 co-founded 的一个新的 Mac and Cheese 品牌叫 Goodles， 然后这个是我们最近帮他们融的seed round。还有一些就是我刚才所说的 Caraway， 在这边在美国应该是属于一个网红的一个 kitchenware brand， 专门卖一些就是 non-toxic 这些锅呀，然后平底锅还有其他一些厨具之类的。所以我们待会可以接着探讨我们的投资的方向，我们的 investing thesis 中美之间有什么样的差距，然后这个就是我的一个很简短的一个 intro。
感谢两位，感谢两位。是的，是的，就是之所以请到两位的话，我觉得就是说我们其实就是不管说我们吃货也好，还是这个在座的这个观众也好，其实也都是有非常这个多元的这个可能都是比如说在跨境，比如说不管是在美国这边的华人创业者，或者是包括有很多在国内也在这个对于这个出海领域比较感兴趣的那就是讲到在这个中美两国的这个文化差异上面。想就是也听听两位的分享，就比如说关于这个消费品牌的发展，因为这个之前也是跟这个楼主有聊过，就是国内的这个消费品的这个发展是非常的迅猛的。那然后其实就是也想听听就是在这一块上面你的一些就是洞察吧。楼主你来这个分享一下。
明白。这个是上次跟 Amy 有讨论的，就是刚好也跟 Amy 讲过一个就最近研究出来的一个观点，就是因为我家在上海，所以疫情期间被足足封了2个半月，所以那2个半月真的是除了做一些研究，真的没有别的事情干，所以那个时候就老老实实的把那个日本的一些消费的历史看了一下，然后呢看出来一个很有意思的点，这个点就是说刚好可以把中国现在处在的阶段也能够对照上。首先就是那个当时我们一开始是想研究那个化妆品这个赛道，后来呢平时也投一些化妆品，包括我们投一些高端洗护的，但后来我跟团队有一次聊起来，就是我们想投这些化妆品，但世界第一公司和世界第2的公司我们都没有认真研究过。就比如说欧莱雅当时怎么创业的，怎么起家的，在怎么样的环境里才会诞生的，雅诗兰黛是怎么样诞生的，当时是怎么创的，就这些都没有研究过，我们怎么能说我们就懂这个行业呢？所以就是在疫情期间我们就开始研究欧莱雅、雅诗兰黛，但后来研究的雅诗兰黛就特别有意思了，就一发不可收拾。我们后来也研究星巴克，后来还研究了耐克的崛起，我们发现一个很有意思的规律，就是这些品牌都是在集中在1980几年，美国的1980几年爆发的。更粗暴一点就是像潮牌殿堂级的品牌 Supreme 是在1980几年成立，然后呢那个雅诗兰黛是1980年成立的，星巴克也是在那个年代，耐克呢是在那个年代爆发的，但之前诞生是再早一点，但是其实一直是很小的一家创业公司。你可以理解，就是耐克在创业的时候，刚创的时候，当时美国市场最大的应该是 Adidas 是个洋品牌，是德国人的品牌。这个什么概念？就像中国有一个安踏这么大的公司了，然后你说你要做一个体育品牌的创业，就耐克当时是处在这样的环境创业，但集中在1980几年。后来我们在思考，为什么会集中在这段时间段？所以我们后来又把美国前面20年发生了什么也去看了一下。很有意思，就是我可以理解是美国1960年、1980年之间是一个高速增长的20年，那个20年是美国整个国运在高速增长，所以无论是 GDP 什么的，但这些高速增长是来自于1960年之前的一个是军工业的对全球销售的一个那个红利，第二个是打仗打赢了，就我用大俗话来讲就是打仗打赢了，然后来自于战败国的赔偿。那么这2个原因呢，是让接下来美国的国运吃了20年的红利。那20年在美国出现的现象就是阶层流动特别大然后阶层流动性也特别快你只要老老实实加一家公司，然后认认真真的干活，到你退休那一天， 就能做一个非常优质的中产阶级。就是衡量美国优质中产阶级，就是一个非常漂亮的房子、2辆跑车，大概3个孩子，这样很幸福。然后到1980年的时候呢，整个 GDP 增速开始往下掉，基本上你可以理解就是那个红利期过了。然后之后发生什么呢？阶层开始固化，阶层流动性减弱。但是就像现在的中国一样，就是依然每年还有那么多大学生进入这个社会，然后就是那下面这个阶层的人就越来越拥挤，所以那个时候也出现了内卷啊这些现象。那么这些人到达一定密度的时候，他们会形成自己的亚文化，就是上面的阶层主流的人，他们形成的文化叫主流文化，而下面的就是会形成亚文化。亚文化来自于年轻一点的人群。还有一个规律就是说，亚文化有个特点，就是它跟主流文化是有一点相反的来的。那个时候诞生了很多亚文化。那有2个亚文化呢，我们提炼出来是说，它接下来是之后变成了美国的主流文化，而这2个亚文化出圈破圈变成主流文化的过程，也带动了一批那个品牌的出圈。啥意思？就是说那个时候啊，就是在这样的环境里，1980几年的美国这样的一个背景，才会诞生一些有精神内涵的品牌，而这些品牌大部分是中高端和高端。雅诗兰黛集团的那个创始人，他其实是美国犹太人家庭的小孩然后呢，但是他在创雅诗兰黛的时候，比如说雅诗兰黛是个高端品牌嘛，那我用手举在这里是整个高端的价格带，是吧？贵的是蓝莓啊这种海蓝之谜在这个地方，然后那个雅诗兰黛的定价在这里，大众的定价价格带在这里，所以你可以理解雅诗兰黛是卖给这些人的，不是卖给这些人的它是让这些人在垫一垫脚能够得着。然后呢，第二点，他在公众上面把自己塑造成一个贫民窟出身的小女孩，然后是靠非常努力，然后后天的努力变成社会主流精英。然后呢，他也多次在公开场合演讲，就教那些鼓励这些年轻的女生说要打拼啊，要为自己奋斗啊这些。然后这是鼓舞了一群人，所以因为那个时候其中一个亚文化叫女权主义今天其实大家都觉得这是一个很主流的文化，但那个时候真是亚文化，因为那个时候主流文化女生的社会地位是非常低的我记得有个电影也反映过，就是说去一个学法律的女生毕业之后去律所，连正式律师执照都拿不到。那第二个亚文化就是种族了，就是因为那个时候的那个主流文化，我记得是黑人还是就是连白人厕所都不能进去，是在那样的环境里但是亚文化就是应该是平等。这个文化甚至这个文化诞生了就是贫民窟文化的那个 Supreme 同时那个耐克在那个时候也很有意思，就是乔丹在大学打篮球的时候已经很有名了，所以他去了 NBA 之后呢，他是主动找的阿迪达斯，想跟阿迪达斯代言，但阿迪达斯不要他，因为那个时候阿迪达斯是一个代表你可以理解德国日耳曼民族精英，那个我怎么可能找个黑人代言？他们是这样，那个时候现在你无法想象但那个时候是找一个黑人给这个精英品牌这么大的品牌代言，是一个无法想象的事情，在那个社会然后耐克主动找了乔丹，然后哗啦下就后面的耐克大家都知道了，所以你看，就是耐克在拍乔丹的所有的视频，他都是说乔丹跟几个黑人孩子在一个贫民窟里的篮球场在练球，大概是这样。然后 slogan 也改到后来才改成那个叫 Just Do It。Just Do It 其实前2年中国也是这样一个也开始流行这个词叫干就完了。啥意思呢？就是别想那么多了，干就完了，就是阶层式固化越来越卷了，但是就是想没有用，你只要做了你就干就完了，不干更没机会。他大概是这样一个表达，其实在那个社会，但这种表达就受到了很多在卷中特别累的那个叫什么认同感 所以那头有一批人买那个，并不是真的不是买那个鞋子本身，而是买那个品牌文化，而且是因为那个定位跟像阿迪达斯这种精英味的那个品牌就区隔开了啊。那这两个就是很有意思的点是在什么呢？中国现在很像1980几年的美国，中国的前面20年是像美国一样是吃了互联网红利，走了20年的高速增长。然后那20年你可以理解，就是中国的阶层流动性也是特别大。比如说，如果你早期加入阿里，你现在基本上就剩下1个亿是有的。但是如果现在你进入社会的年轻人，再找一个能够让自己剩下1个亿的机会，其实比那个时候少很多，因为阶层的确有固化。然后第二个是前面20年，中国诞生了一大批其实是大众型的国有品牌，跟那个美国很像。美国的前20年红利期诞生了雀巢，但是在后面才会诞生那个星巴克。星巴克是全球第一个把咖啡卖贵的品牌，在之前咖啡的价格跟鸡蛋差不多，它是一个基础品类。那中国前20年诞生的都是农夫山泉啊、卫龙辣条、娃哈哈、恰恰瓜子啊、公牛插座、蓝月亮，都是些大众品牌线。但是你把所有的赛道前10名一拉，你会看到中国品牌的占有率非常非常低。我举个例子啊，就是比如说护肤品这个赛道，前10名里面只有一个是中国的品牌叫薇罗娜，它也是刚刚卡在第10名，另外9个还是洋品牌。但是从研究美国和日本的规律来看，就是你知道，如果坚信中国在未来20年内会成为发达国家，那个时候中国的市场就是一个完全本土品牌为主流的市场。所以这个机会来看，就这块还是一个非常蓝海的赛道，就是中高端和高端品牌大概是这样一个大逻辑。所以这也为什么从这个大运来讲，就是说只有一个地方是猜的，就是中国未来20年会不会成为发达国家，剩下的都是从规律提炼出来就能判断出来。像现在中高端和高端品牌也就这个周期才开始诞生，刚开始而已。喜茶是这个周期出来的，花西子是这个周期出来的。然后呢，有一个亚文化，就是说是现在年轻人比我们这代人要更加爱国，就是他们的爱国是已经表现在行动上，就穿一个汉服在大街上走。在我是81年的嘛，在我这一辈会觉得这个事情做不出来有点神经病，但是在年轻来说是一个非常常见的现象。第二个，像花西子这样的一个美妆，它融入了东方美学和宫廷美学，是有中式文化的，1分钱没有融过资的一个项目，它去年卖了45亿的收入。然后包括再说像李子柒，它的内容无论中国人和外国人都非常喜欢。还有就是有蛮多的点，就中国传统文化崛起，它不是一个个别现象，它背后是有一个大道理在支撑的魅力那这个是我能提炼到现在年轻人非常流行的亚文化，甚至现在的小孩不买苹果了，我问他们买什么，他们说要买华为，要买小米，要支持国货这个是在我这一代人就觉得哇，好像有点疯狂但这个就是一个亚文化，很有意思如果以这个知识逻辑支撑，对，有很多机会可以做创业
感谢楼主，我觉得这个其实刚好，你说到这个关于这个美国市场，就是你之前的研究，我相信就是可能Douglas 在听你的分享，就也很多一些点可能是可以match 上的，就是哎呀，这个，我觉得你分享还挺 deep 的，所以我感觉就是我们就可以只是就是在这个文化差异上面去这个对，就是反正到 Douglas 你这边也可以多说一些你的一些这个，其实你的这个，比如说你的一些就是洞察也好，或者是你可以去提到就是这个楼主前面提到一些点，就是都可以。你是怎么看？就比如说美国这边消费品的环境，然后包括关于这个亚文化的这个这个点，就是我还蛮有启发的。对 ，Douglas 你来说吧。
我觉得刚才楼主分享的非常的透彻，然后从历史的角度来看整个消费的这个群体是怎样一个变化怎么说呢？我觉得美国和中国虽然时不时有冲突，但是我觉得我们最大的一个共同点就是两个国家其实都是有流动性的，就是它是一直都在变，所以我们如何作为消费者、作为投资者、作为一个动态的一个眼光去看这两个市场是非常有必要的。所以说我们现在在美国做投资我们看什么样的产品能够最好的 capitalize on the macro trends， 我们就会去投。所以很难说，就说明天会哪一个品牌会被另一个大企业兼并，很难，大家都很难去预测这个未来。所以我觉得现在两个国家遇到最大的问题就是说，现在的 supply chain 非常的难。现在我们的经济不景气其实你想做一个品牌和之前相比，就是说我们听到很多那些 entrepreneurial story， 就是说from rags to riches， 对吧？我自己投了2000块钱，我自己投了5000块钱，后来怎么把它变成几个 million 的？但其实我做报道做了这么多年，你真正进去看，发现这些人其实他们自己本身有很多的背景，他们不光有 skill， 也有 network， 然后自己的邻居、自己的家人、自己的亲戚是非常 privileged 的一帮人。所以我觉得我特别同意刚才楼主。就是说，阶级固化在美国这边也是现在一个很严重的一个问题。所以当我们做投资的时候，你比如说做一个产品，你是做一个 snack bar， 我们就会看你这个 snack bar 是不是定位非常的高。如果是完全做高端产品，我们这边也有，比如说洛杉矶的一家Last Crumb， 如果你们查过，是一个 street fashion inspired cookie， 也是我们这边不是说臭名昭著，非常 infamous， 就是最贵的那一款 cookie， 一个 cookie 卖到14美刀。那么这样一个 cookie， 它主要是在 D2C， 是在线上这样一个渠道去卖，然后每个星期给你一个 limited edition weekly drop 这样子。然后他们的主要的消费群体还是在东西海岸大城市 major metropolitan area。People with higher disposable income 这个样子。所以我们要看，如果一个产品你能够真正的铺开，它不光是东西海岸，或者是受过教育的，或者是 disposable income 比较高的这样一帮人士，也是consumers from middle of the country， 比如说从堪萨斯呀，从伊利诺伊，从德州来的这一帮消费者也有能力去花这个钱。所以怎么说，早期投资都很难看到未来，但是我们看到这个 total addressable market 的时候，你这个 product 是不是在这个中高端这个价位能够定得好，我就觉得这是一个首先来说是一个很重要的一个criteria。第二个我想说的是关于就是中美投资一个最大的区别吧，就说中国投资看 return， 从刚开始来说看 return， 就是说你的 total addressable market 有多大，然后你现在的增长，我们是从纯数字的一个角度去看的。而我们在这边呢，比如说拿我们 Springdale 来做一个例子，就是说我们这边从早期投资来说呢，人永远是大于产品，人的性格大于产品。所以很多华人移民，我们可以看到一个趋势，就是来到美国这边吃了一个亏，就是不会讲故事，不太会说话，就说我英语不是我们的第一语言，是一个 barrier， 然后再加上一个文化的差异，我们就很难把自己有一个很好的故事，但怎么把它打出去，真正的让人从心理上能够打动投资人，这是一个最大的一个困难。所以在我们这边投资看到有这么多的 deal， 就是别人都融了一些 Series A， 融了很多钱，发现最后就是人与人之间的这个 emotional connection 非常的重要。所以就是说刚才说的这两点是我想着重提出来的。
特别好，谢谢 Douglas。对，我看到这个其实蛮多的这个咱们的这个评论区，就是因为我们自己在就是做这个主题来讲，其实就是我们接触的就是两大块，一块就是餐饮，另外一块就是消费品。那我觉得其实这个真的是跟 不同的市场的这个文化，还有包括经济发展，然后各方面都是这个有关系的。然后在场可能有不少这个也是希望能够说去把自己的这个创业去让这个有一个更大的影响力。那其实在这个部分中，就是资本还是有一个非常好的推动作用。那大家其实都很好奇，就是比如说你们在做这个 decision making 的标准哈，就是或者说比如说像现在，因为可能现在在一个很特殊的阶段啊，就不管说是这个中美关系啊，这个我要感谢 Zoom， 就是有些话感觉视频号里面说就直接屏蔽，就是对，也是想听一下两位，就是说你们在对于目前这个经济这个形势或者说这个趋势的一些解读，以及你们心目中觉得比较好的项目的标准评判标准是怎么样的然后就是看看两位愿不愿意因为我们这边也是非常的 open， 就是说是可以把你们的联系方式，如果愿意分享的话，是可以直接打到这个 chat box， 然后大家可以直接来联系你们。对，这个看你们觉得方不方便。对，然后那就请楼主先说一下吧，就是关于这个这个包括国内也好，还有这个就是你看的这个接下来就是这个投资环境或者是你的一些决策是怎么做的？
先说投资环境好了。也感谢 Zoom 吧，我也可以说一些就是真心话
尽管说。
是这样，就是如果有在国内的创业者，就是应该知道，就是中国在前3年应该是消费行业是资本的泡沫期，特别夸张，因为是这个过程诞生了一些很好的消费项目然后呢，比如说是喜茶是我当时我在博尔之前是在 IDG， 那个时候我同事联盟和何浩他投的很早期的一个项目，但后来变了一个就基本上是100亿美金的一个项目，就先诞生了一些好项目，然后吸引到了大量的资本去关注消费，同时呢也同时吸引了很多人来消费领域创业，大概它是这样一个过程。但实际上消费本身其实是一个我这几年看下来的总结是，它是进入门槛挺低的，但是要搞明白做得好是非常非常难的一个领域。它不像互联网然后呢，所以自然结论上就有很多不合适投消费的投资人在投消费，然后呢也有很多不合适做消费创业的创业者在做消费的创业，然后就一起把这个泡沫就滚大了。因为最后他们的招都是说产品力还没有立对，需求还没有被满足的时候，用流量性打法把那个 GMV 冲高，把规模冲高，去融下一轮资，很多就是用这样的一个模式，但这个模式迟早会爆，因为它没有从底层去满足一个用户的需求，就是这些最底层的没有抓住所以就爆了。那一爆呢，这也会连锁反应的，就是报道就是说那个整个资本市场对消费领域是寒冬了同时还有另外一个坏消息的加持，就是那个疫情搞的，就是很多做线下的，甚至是做消费品的，就是都会被很大的影响。一个是开店绝对是影响，第二个就今年的疫情让大家都感受到，就是如果你是线上起家的消费品品牌，那基本上那个基本上至少有70个城市无法发货的那几个月。然后呢所以这2个的影响之后呢，就让很多人离开了消费的创业，也让很多投资人离开了消费的投资，所以今年就变成一个就是非常非常寒冬的，就有一点过低了。但还有一句话呢，就是我想给的建议就是，比如说投资人老说的一句话就是别人恐惧我贪婪，别人贪婪我恐惧。但是呢，我看到的现象就是前面3年是别人贪婪我更贪婪，今年我看到的现象是别人恐惧我更恐惧。这个就是我想说，其实投资也是一个进入门槛不高，但是要搞明白非常难的一件事情。这句话我相信所有做投资的都听过，但是行为并没有做到，就是别人恐惧我贪婪，别人贪婪我惧。所以对这句话的认知也是真是需要悟。这个我就觉得感觉投资到后来是需要悟的，这是一点。那第二点呢，就是说 Amy，你刚才问的第二个问题是说我关注哪些点是吧？在看项目的时候，
对对。
OK， 其实是如果是提炼出来的话，那应该是回到最 common sense 的几个点。第一个点，你是不是真的在满足用户的需求，为用户创造价值？那这里面要拆解开呢，就是一个叫功能性的满足，那是回到产品本身产品力啊。那第二个是精神层面的满足，那就回到品牌力上面去思考。有人说这个品牌力是比较虚的，就是叫讲故事啊，吹大牛啊。那我想举个例子啊，就是其实宗教应该是全世界最牛逼的品牌。如果你用这两个串联在一起去思考这个事儿，什么意思？它线下门店是教堂，这些连锁教堂，你可以理解它就是一个连锁店的业态。然后呢，它是有它的品牌符号和视觉锤的，所有的教堂顶端都有一个十字架，是不是？然后呢，所有的牧师就他们的衣服也都是一个公司的品牌宣传的服装。还有呢，他们身上的那些 pin，就是那些级别那些，其实就跟家族的族徽一样，身份的象征。那个 Bible 就是一个品牌故事。就你把这些全部联系起来，你就可以理解其实做品牌文化，做品牌故事，它呢难也难，但是复杂好像也没那么复杂，就是有这么多就好的案例已经告诉你怎么做了。如果你学会像做宗教一样去做一个品牌，那绝对很牛逼啊！Supreme 就这样做的，Nike 后来也这么做了就是你把这些想明白，其实品牌也好像也没难，但是要悟明白的确是很难，就是要悟明白的过程很难。真的悟到了之后，发现也就那么回事儿。其实它本质上是就是回到我在疫情时候的那个课题，就是品牌文化和社会意识形态的一个勾稽关系是什么？就把这个点想明白，你就是真的也是在那个真的在为用户创造价值的，它是功能价值和精神价值双满足。这个就是我觉得就是投消费大概就这么回事儿。然后所有的产品，它只是品牌文化的一个载体，它是个品牌文化的工具。产品本身是连接品牌和用户的连接器。当然产品一定要是立得住，但如果要上层建筑是做这个文化的建设。就是如果再研究就 Netflix 这种，这背后都有很好的案例那中国我好的点就是说，中国在这个方面最近几年也开始有这样的创业者出现了。前面20年没有，前面20年大概是说产品做得很好，价格优惠低廉，就是社会已经觉得它是家良心企业了，不用考虑太多品牌文化的东西。但是最近几年我的确看到有一些不同的创业者出现了，比如说北京起家的有一家卖酸奶连锁的叫 Blue Glass。Blue Glass 是喝酸奶的，一杯酸奶卖42块钱，比星巴克还贵，但他的门店做的巨好，就是门店模型巨好。他一开始是在 Lululemon 联名做店中店，但是现在独立了。他就是这样一个思考的人古总，这个人姓古他是谷爱凌的表哥。这是我后来才知道的。看来古家人的基因特别好，的确会思考然后就蛮多这样的案例。喜茶后来也在想这些东西，后来花西子是把这个已经也悟明白了。这个就对，就其实
感谢懂，对，我觉得就像你说的，这个感觉投资也是要悟的。其实做品牌做创业也是有很多但是有很多好的案例可以去学习。对，谢谢楼主的分享。然后楼主看这个你方便的话，你这 up to you 就是你可以把你联系方式打进来，然后请大家来联系。对，下面请 Douglas。对，好。Douglas 来说一下，就是比如说你在这边做美国消费品的投资就是你的一个标准，或者是你心目中觉得比较好的一个这个创业项目是怎么样的？然后还有包括这个中美两边的现在一些趋势，就是可能更多你可以说一些美国这边的一些情况吧。
好，感谢所以我想说一下先讲趋势吧，先讲第二个问题。我觉得先把这个趋势的它们之间的区别弄清楚，然后我们再说，我们从投资角度来说，为什么我们的行动和我们的想法和我们的 investing thesis 都会不太一样。所以之前就是做记者这一块做新闻报道的时候，我们也就是调查过中国市场的一些趋势，然后发现有一些很有意思的一些苗头，比如说我们说烘焙制品这一块，中国是办的如火如荼然后各种手撕面包，然后各种零食店、小吃店、网红店，然后在网上开的都是如火如荼。然后我们在美国这边发现，只有一些非常非常老套的一些大品牌，然后支撑着半边天，就是有的2-3个 incumbents， 然后和日本的这个市场也很像，就是 Yamazaki 是他们的一个主打，然后底下很多很多的分支所以美国现在有一个趋势呢，就是说不管是易资这样的大的公司，还有百事这样的大的公司，他们旗下都会有自己的一些 venture units， 比如说 PepsiCo 有它的 Greenhouse Nutrition Program， 对吧？然后 Kraft 前几年也有一些 Springboard， 然后易资底下也有 Snack Future， 他们的存在的目的就是为了去当下市场看到什么样是最流行的东西。所以刚刚楼主说到，就是说现在我们也有亚文化慢慢变成主流文化，这也是在 Sprinda 我们所坚信的一个这个 standard， 就是说我们要去更多的去尊重女性，更多的去尊重 people of color。所以每个 quarter 我们都会说，这个 quarter 我们有，比如说有100个 inbound deals， 我们有100个 deals 进来，里面有多少，是不是40%、50%以上是由 underrepresented minorities， 让这些 entrepreneurs 去 represent。所以我们每个 quarter 都会去跟进这样一个 trend。那么大公司呢，说到他们的 Snack Futures 易资、百事、好食这些公司，他们也在做非常非常同样的这样一些策略。其一是为了更好的了解市场，其二是为了就是说以后这些小的公司发展到一定程度，他们成熟了，他们可以有兼并的机会。所以这是我们所看到的。那这些大的国际公司呢，之前也在中国扩展过业务，然后也有就是说他们在他们的想法中说，我认为中国人所喜欢的一些口味，比如说雀巢好像曾经在做那个起条，就是 KitKat 里面把它的size 缩小了一点，然后易资曾经把它的奥利奥饼干在进入中国市场的时候放一些抹茶放一些荔枝口味，然后我们的结果如何呢？就是说结果好像也不尽人意就是说他们脑子里所认为的就是中国人所喜欢的口味和中国人自己所认为的真正喜欢的口味是不一致的。所以我就是说不管是中国人来到美国创业，还是美国公司想进军中国，我觉得真正接地气，了解这种 grassroots， 了解好底层的这些消费者，了解他们的这样一些 preferences 是非常非常重要的。所以讲到投资呢，我们在美国现在最注重的是几个大方面，因为刚才我们说了，我们现在经济都不景气，我们在投资时候，我们的 action 非常非常的保守。那就是说，我们看到一个产品的时候，就是说你一定能够，你的 total addressable market 要非常非常的大。比如说最近我们看一个 deal 叫 Chubby Snacks， 他们专门是做这个 peanut butter jelly sandwich， 然后这个 peanut butter jelly sandwich 就非常非常美式的一个产品，一个 snack， 它已经在美国持续有上百年的历史了。比如说Smarker 一直都在做这个 peanut butter， 所以这个进来的时候，这个 founder 我之前跟他聊的过程中就学到了，他跟我说，他这个产品现在在美国的 DTC， 还有在 Foxtrot、在 Erewhon Market 这些比较高端的一些超市，为什么能够卖得这么的火？就是因为它比这些incumbents 比这些大的公司呢，比它好30%到60%，而不是说100%比它好。我需要 non-GMO， 我需要 gluten free， 我需要那些 check boxes， 我需要那些 health and wellness check boxes 都 check 上，没有这个必要。就是说大家喜欢吃的东西，对吧？美国人喜欢吃巧克力，我们一直都会喜欢吃巧克力，我们这个大的趋势不会变。然后看你在这个 category 里面怎么样做一些更新，做一些小的变动，然后让大部分人的人都去喜欢，这个是我们最看重的。
好嘞，好嘞，特别好，谢谢两位，这个真的非常精彩的发言，就是我自己都觉得，等会儿这个要看回放，对，因为就前面在顾主持就很多一些东西，然后那个大家就是也可以看一下，就是楼主和 Douglas 也都把他们的联系方式发到群里面了，好像是有，就是你们可能要再发一下，因为之前是发给了那个嘉宾，就是你们要改成所有人。就是这样的话，其他人就可以看到。好像楼主之前是发到了这个 host panelist，就是你们可以再补发一下。对对对，然后今天因为时间有限，这个我们虽然已经有点超时了，对，就是主持人在旁边就杀掉我了，但是我觉得真的今天很感谢两位的分享，然后我相信给到很多中美做这个创业者和消费品领域的这个咱们这些做跨境的人非常多的启发。然后再次感谢两位的时间，然后也谢谢楼主这么一大早这个起来参加咱们这个活动，感谢。好，那今天就这样。
我荣幸。
好嘞。
好嘞，谢谢楼主，谢谢 Douglas， 也谢谢 Amy。那我们接下来呢，进入下一个环节，我们将会去聊疫情后这个风味亚洲的开拓，以及我们的行业专家为大家提供一些云厨房的这些概念的分享。我们请到了休斯顿的热门地标 Kitty Asian 厂的开发推手，新创 AMA Kitchen 美食云厨房平台的创始人 Josie Lin。那么本场对话呢，也是由我们吃货小分队的 Henry 主持。有请 Henry。
好的，非常感谢主持人 Jasmine 的介绍。想问一下 Jocelyn， 你这边已经上线了吗
？OK， 上线了。
Hello， 你好 Josie，
听得到吗？
听得到。然后需要麻烦您这边开一下摄像头。
开摄像头，等我一下啊。OK。开了，行，谢谢你。我开了，
你这边 OK 吗？我看到已经出来了，好的，
没问题，谢谢。
Perfect， 没有问题。好，那我们接下来20分钟，我们就来聊一聊您这边的您的项目、您的想法。包括您对于云厨房或者说我们叫共享厨房这么一个概念的经验，因为今天我们在听的很多都是餐饮业的从业者或者是兴趣者，那共享厨房和云厨房是最近这几年都非常热门的一个话题，对吧？那您作为德州相关行业的从业者，肯定是有自己的很独到的经验和你自己非常独到的项目来分享。所以我第一个问题就想先请您先简单的介绍一下您目前所处的区域，以及您本人或者您公司的一个背景，来让大家先了解一下您。
OK。我是我所在的位置在休斯顿，然后呢，我已经在休斯顿待了大概有25年了。那休斯顿呢，是全美第4大的都市。然后我们现在呢，正在就是打造一个新的亚洲城。除了中国城以外，我们有一个新的亚洲城。那这个新的亚洲城呢，它是休斯顿的一个新的地标。然后呢，我是从开始建开始的。我基本上在饮食的行业算是没有什么资历的，基本上我就是一个商业地产经纪还有一个开发商的角色。那在过去的这几年，2016年开始的时候，我们开始在这个地方打造一个地标。那这个凯蒂亚洲城呢，它的 anchor store。就是它的旗舰店就是 H-Mart， 那刚刚我们也在前面的这些里面有讲到，那这个是休斯顿的这个University Center， 就是我们所在的位置。那这个位置非常的特别，它特别在什么地方呢？它特别在它是2个大的高速公路的交叉口，而且它是全美国最长最宽的那个高速公路，叫做 I-10的交叉口。然后呢，它有2个高速公路交叉，再加上2个大学的进驻，这个是非常难得的一个就是主流规划的区域。那以一般的这所谓的中国城或者是亚洲城，通常都是在比较各自独立的自成一格的地方。那我们现在所在的位置是在一个 就是主流它规划的，等于是它规划里面，我们是其中的一块。所以呢，这也是方便我们能够推展这个风味亚洲的一个地点。那我自己个人本来就是我是从台湾来的，那我自己30年前从台湾来，那我在这边就是来这边念了书以后，然后一路现在这几年呢，就是在商业地产上面琢磨比较多，而且还做开发的部分。那所以我也因为这个招商的经验，让我看到了很多的年轻人想要创业，所以让我兴起做这个后面的这一块的部分。
好，其实这个项目很有意思，我本人是在2018年去看过的。那个时候，其实这个项目还没有现在这么多的商家，但是我们刚刚已经在那个图到了。这个项目目前有包括像 H Mart， 还有像海底捞等等，都是非常不错的 anchor shop。那我们也知道，其实您现在针对这个项目去提出了云厨房的这么一个新的项目，在这么黄金的一个商圈，那您是怎么想到会在这样一个商圈里面去做一个云厨房的项目的？
其实刚刚我就跟大家讲一个东西，就是我在2016年开始在做招商的时候，在1年里面我有了大概300多个，我跟300多个年轻人谈过，他们想要到这边来开店，那大部分想要来开店的人都是想要开奶茶店。后来我就发现，因为毕竟在美国这么多年，我知道咱们亚裔在所谓的 corporate world 里面是有那种就是隐形天花板，所以大部分的人都希望他们自己有一个就是自己的生意。那我看到了这个需求，那因为我也是业主，我也是 landlord， 所以呢我就想了一下，一方面我考虑到我们这个地点呢真的是万中选一，因为凯利亚州城呢它不只有2个大学，就是走路可以到，因为像我们可以看得到很多的这种华人商圈、亚裔商圈，它都是大学就在旁边的情况，那可是它都还要开车，这个是直接就是走路可以到。然后呢，我们的对角线就是 Costco， 所以我常常讲说我们这是 Costco 的这个视角。那因为这个原因呢，我也看到了其他的更多的开发商进来，像你们可以看得到，这里面呢一些主流的就是我们这些亚裔名牌，像85°C啊、H Mart 啊、海底捞啊、天好运啊，这些都已经进来了。除此之外，我们还有主流的这些百货公司啊、电影院，还有更难得的是，这个地点还有一个叫做有几个这种名流开的这种大型的游乐场，像你可以看得到旁边有个叫 Pop Stroke 的，它是 Tiger Woods 就老虎伍兹他设计的一个高尔夫球场 ，OK， 然后还有 Andretti 是一个室内卡丁车场，是 F1 赛车手他所开的，还有个 Home Run Dugout， 这个也是一个大型的室内打击场，所以这些都是慢慢的都要慢慢的成型，所以在这样一个万中选一的一个地点上面，我们觉得我们是有很好的机会能够提供年轻人创业。那也因为我们从开始这个凯利亚州城，因为我们已经是你在 highway 上面就可以看到我们的这个地标，就是指导别人下来的地方。因为这个原因呢，我相信就是说我们刚好可以借由这个，本来一开始我们是想要打造一个美食广场，那因为这个疫情的关系，让我就是临时踩了刹车，然后我觉得这个是一个很好的一个平台，然后我们也非常符合疫情之后的一个概念，就是一个共享厨房、共享这个就是marketing 共享所有的这种概念来做的一个平台。然后呢，我也相信这个地点是一个不败之地。为什么呢？因为这个地点呢，它的人流车流，从你们现在在这个PPT 上面看到，你可以看得到，它是非常惊人的。所以呢，而且我们这个云厨房呢， 就是完全针对了这个在疫情之后几个最大的重点，就是我们有云端厨房，就等于是说大部分的人都可以在网上点餐就可以了，不需要就是说不需要一定要有前面 host 的人，那相对也可以弥补我们到时候就是人员短缺的问题。还有呢，我们又结合了这个美食广场的概念，所以我们还有用餐，因为一般的云端厨房通常都是在比较郊区，就是 in the nowhere 的地方。还有我们结合这个中央的中控来做这个外送服务。最重要的是，我们完全只针对亚裔的这种就是食物，所以这样子的话，我们可以打造出来我们自己的 niche。
好，其实刚刚您提到了一个点，我觉得是确实我在4年前去到这个 Katy 亚洲城的时候所看到的，当时其实就有非常多的茶饮店。我记得当时我跟洛杉矶的朋友一起去到那个地方的时候，我们当时带的一个前置思维是我们认为洛杉矶已经有很多茶饮店了，不管是大陆的也好，或者是香港的也好等等，日韩的也好。但是我们去到 Katy 亚洲城，我们非常惊讶，天哪，一个非常新兴的广场。高速边上已经有了8到9家奶茶店，我们当时就觉得哇，这个地方真的非常的不一般，对，非常的不一般。那我们现在也看到了有一些真的是当时还在说可能会要建和批准要建的校园都已经建起来了，这都是非常好的一个前进。那我们接下来想聊聊云厨房本身，因为您本身也是做商业地产出身的，那最近云厨房的这个概念或者说共享厨房这个概念风头也是非常盛的。那您觉得结合整个行业的背景来说，做共享厨房它的优势在什么？它的挑战又是什么？
如果有机会的话，其实大家可以到我们网站上去看，我们有做了一个真正的一个比较。其实做云厨房的话呢，大家就没有前面的这个前场的部分需要去负责，所以呢，所有的其实我们现在做这个最简单的一个想法就是让做餐馆的人、做厨师的人，只要专心在他的产品上面就行了，而这些所有的 marketing 跟后面的这一些，跟前面的这一些 order 啊、点餐这些东西，我们都希望就是由专业来帮他们做，那各司其职嘛。那这样子的话，我们达到了一个共享，就是云厨房其实就是配合了这个疫情之后的机动的概念。那共享这个说老实话，这个就是一个共享经济，这也是我们可以看得到在这几年非常兴盛的，包括你看到的 WeWork 啊，这些东西都是一个共享经济的。然后呢，你可以看到从这个表你可以看得到，就是说45%的这个营运成本，就是说你本来是100% 的营运成本，事实上在45%的部分，当你加入这个云厨房以后，你只需要负担你原本同样的这个销售量的55%而已。那这个数字怎么算出来的？其实有兴趣的朋友们可以来跟我们讲。还有一点，这个最好的部分就是说，让任何的品牌它都有机会可以试水。对我们来讲，这个就是一个 incubator 的概念，就是一个孵化器的概念。那需要启动的资金非常的少，真正需要进来的人只需要带你的就是 cooking equipment， 就是你必须把你的厨房配备弄好。可是包括所有的这个就是抽油烟机啦、上水下水、油气管道全部都配备完毕，还有包括中控的这种 ordering system。OK， 那透过这样子的一个做法呢，其实真正可以 focus在他们可以做的事情上面。否则的话，说老实话，你很会做饭，你不见得会做 marketing； 你很会做饭，你不见得会管理你的钱。所以呢，这样子的话，大家就更简单。而且呢，我们做的是一个 incubator 的概念，而且我们强调的就是一个亚裔的商品。那而且我们做出来这个东西的话，就成为一种联盟。所以事实上，我们也希望未来有机会能够遍地开花。那这样子的话，不管是大的 city 也好，小的 city 也好，你都可以有一个自己的小小亚洲城。
明白。就是您的这个思路是我能够感觉出来是非常根植于您长期做商业地产的一个思路，对，就是能够去把这样的模式通过 Kelly 亚洲城，然后能够复制到其他的地产项目去做。那我接下来的一个问题就是代表很多来自非德州地区的我们今天的听众的朋友们来问的，因为您这边都很久，然后云厨房的项目可能在北美各地都开始开花结果。那您认为以您在德州多年的经验，不管从商的经验也好，还是对餐饮业的了解也好，您觉得现在来去进军德州或者说进军休斯敦这个地方去做餐饮，它的机会会是什么？或者换句话来说，您觉得什么样类型的餐饮的品牌和项目会比较适合？
我想就是当然你刚刚前面的这些嘉宾讲的，就是说能够快速复制的品牌是最好的，那就是自己有 SOP 的那是最好的。那我们其实做这个云厨房这个 Ama Kitchen 的概念呢，基本上我们是希望能够让新的品牌它有很快启动的机会，让老的品牌可以很容易的跨足到别的州来。那德州的好处是什么？我相信大家都已经看到很多的资讯，东西两岸呢，它的所有的人员成本都是相对高很多的。我们拿一个最简单来算，加州的这个人员成本大概在就是时薪大概在15块多，是吧？那在德州的话，现在的时薪还是7块2毛5。OK，然后还有就是，如果你是自己开店，的话，在德州的这个 waitress， 他们拿到的基本工资是2块多，然后再拿这个 tips。可是呢，在加州的话，你是必须要先付15块钱的这个基本工资，然后再拿。那可是同样，我去加州看了一下，同样两地的这个就是我们收到的这个就是一盘菜的价钱是差不了太多，一杯奶茶的价钱也是一样。那相对我们的这个就是我们现在所有的这个就是租金来讲的话，加州的租金比我们这边大概也高了快要1倍以上，就是比较红火的地区的话，所以这个机会一看就知道，这也是为什么加州的很多人在流失，然后搬到德州来，因为这个部分呢是很大的利多，而且德州是没有州税的州，所以呢，还有就是说我们亚裔的品牌为什么要到休斯顿来？因为休斯顿的亚裔人口是够的，所以即便不对外，我们也还是能撑起一片天。还有一件事儿就是说，凯蒂亚州城因为它的地点的特殊，你如果来看的话，我们有40%以上的消费人群是非亚裔的，这个是非常棒，让你有机会可以把你的品牌打入就是主流的，尤其像这些大型的 hub 就在你走路可以到的地方，这也是为什么像海底捞他们的第一家店在休斯顿就开在这。OK， 所以大家就是在同一个，讲实话，这个地点就像一个巨人的肩膀。那我相信，透过这样子的一个结合，我们可以提供更多的年轻人有创业的机会，可以提供更多的品牌有机会可以在试水，然后再扩大。还有一个最大的重点，是因为我个人的角色是一个商业地产和开发商，所以呢，我们可以不仅透过这个开店，达到这个有土私有，就是达到说大家有这个自己的生意之外，你也可能是在地产上面，我们是大家互相结合来投资，所以你等于是把你自己的租金付给了你自己，所以这个是我在这边的优势。
我觉得您刚刚讲的几个点都非常好。首先，您针对的企业是包括初创型的年轻人想要做的品牌，以及一些连锁的或者是可复制性的品牌，能够去德州试水，这2类都会非常适合您的项目。另外你也提到了这几个方面德州的优势，包括本身的成本控制，包括本身潜在的消费人群，以及本身您这边可以去赋予的在商业地产上的一个紧密的联系度，一个行业内的一个联系度。我觉得这都是非常不错的一些点。那我这边的最后一个问题，想让您结合您现在这边的本身的一个规划，包括您现在本身这个项目能够给大家提供的机会，来最后说一下您认为您的这个厨房目前跟目前市场上的其他共享厨房有一些什么样的优势和特点？
最大的优势就是说，这个所谓的云端厨房不是完全只靠手机，不是只靠网站，因为它就位于非常热闹的这个商圈里面，所以我们有堂食的部分，所以这个是跟一般的云端厨房不一样。一般的云端厨房是你完全看不到的。那我们这里呢，没错，你进来是看不到我们个别厨房，可是你知道你所点的东西，它的厨房就在这个墙的背后 ，OK， 所以呢，这也是这样子一来，就是说不止我们结合了云端厨房的优势，也结合了这个就是美食广场的优势，还有我们有自己
对，我觉得这是一个非常非常好的优势。不好意思，因为我本人在了解您的 PPT， 包括您的项目之前，我就特别想要去问一些关于可以直接堂食的部分，因为我当时看到了这个规划图，然后我就在想，我说，哎，难道下面的这个部分是可以直接让大家做的意思吗？这个地方难道是一个出餐的地方吗？对，我确实有这样的问题。
是一起坐在一起的，而且还有一点非常重要，就是说，我们在过去的这段时间里面，就是大部分的云端厨房，它只是提供你一个场地，让你去做这些商场，就是做这些厨房，做这些食品而已。可是我们还提供了一个东西，就是我们事实上这14个厨房，我们现在的第一个店这个是14个厨房，这14个厨房呢，它基本上是中央点餐系统，所以呢，一般的人进来，他可以一次点14家店，他可以点泰国菜，他可以点就是米线，他可以点这个酸奶，都在同一个单里面。那这个是大部分像 Uber Eats 啊，或者是一般的这些所谓的 delivery， 他们做不到的。所以这个部分呢，我们强调的是一个完全的共享。那这样子来讲的话，其实商家就可以非常认真的，只要 focus 在他们可以做的东西上面就是。
明白。我觉得这边我还想再追问一个问题哈，因为我们还有一些时间。其实您有对，因为您有提到，您刚刚数次都有提到，就是您在这边可以去帮助入驻的餐厅去解决他们点单，也就是说，他们可以直接面对消费者去提供一个由您方去提供一个整合性的点单的服务，让消费者可以通过这个系统去点到入驻的这14家，我可以理解为14家餐厅，或者是14的一个服务。那这套体系是完全由您这边来去做一个技术开发，也就是所有入驻的人只需要。
现在其实我们 KDA 深烫，因为我是 KDA 深烫的这个主要的推手，因为从2016年开始，它还没盖之前就开始做这个推广。然后呢，我现在也是这个 KDA 深烫的 HOA 的这个主席，然后我们也是其中的最大的业主之一。那所以我在那边我已经做了一个整合的点餐平台。所以我们现在呢，我们在那边有一个 App， 其实我们只是服务社区而已。这个 App 其实是在因应这个疫情开发的，所以我们做出来就是说，有35家店是可以在同一个 App 上面来点餐的。那对，所以这个东西我们已经运营了。所以为什么我们现在在做这个云端厨房呢？基本上我们并不担心 ，OK， 所以已经在前面已经 practice 过了，已经试过了，所以这个部分的话， 完全就是可以掌控。
好，非常感谢。那这边我刚好提一个，有朋友在我们的 chat room 里面已经提到的，就是有朋友已经问到了，想要了解相关的价格。那请问咱们 Josie 这边是不是可以直接去联系到你们去了解？
我们现在呢，就是只是需要一个启动资金，这个启动资金就是只有11300块，然后呢，你必须要买你自己的就是 cooktop 你那些厨房的这些东西，你必须要自己来买，然后自己来订。那这些东西我知道大概是3万块到5万块你就做完了，相较于你自己完全就是说从零开始去做一个餐馆来讲的话，你相对的这个投入少了起码是70-80%。OK， 那还有你每个月就是必须要交大概将近4000块钱的，就是包括水电、油气、marketing、收银这些在里面。我们这种是一个affiliate 的一个 agreement， 然后呢，再加上到时候你每一个出去的这个单子，它有一定的比例扣成。那这样子的话，在那样的一个情况之下，我刚刚给大家看的就是一个45% 跟55%，这样还是一个成立的。我们拿一个最简单的一个试算给大家知道，就譬如说你一天的营业量是大概1000块钱的话，那你一个月是3万块钱的话，背上3万块钱的话，它的这个我们算过了，它的 labor fee 就是等于是说，如果你是自己夫妻店的话，你是自己做的话 ，labor fee 的部分我们算出来的是大概1万元左右。所以 that's why 我说这样的一个模式对大家来讲是轻松赚钱的态度。还有一点就是说，我们也希望借由这个能够开拓更多的品牌，他们能够给予这个一些年轻人机会创业，或者是说国内的品牌，他们现在可能没有办法带一大团的人过来，因为我算过了，不管任何的品牌，你要跨海来自己做一个店，你最起码自备资金大概要在100万到200万中间。那
没错。
可是如果他们愿意把他们的品牌给授权出来，其实我们在当地，我们也在我们之前也已经有做过一些就是征募人才的部分，因为很多的品牌他们最大的困扰就是他们来到这里，他们不知道要去找到一个对的人来经营他的品牌。那所以我们在这个只是我们的一个桥梁，其实我们会提供更多的机会让大家把跟这一些想创业的人跟想把品牌带出来的人把它结合在一起，这个是我们持续在做。而且借由我自己在房地产上面的一个优势其实我们是有计划性的，希望能够在未来能够整合和推广出来。
明白。我觉得您最后一点，其实我觉得是拓展到了一个更深层次的一个合作，因为 AMA 可能对你来说更多的是一个窗口性的一个项目。通过这些项目，像您说的，您可以把有创业精神的，或者是有连锁品牌开拓精神的，包括跨洋的，包括非本地的一些品牌去带到德州。但是实际上，这些品牌未来一旦它有在德州进一步落地生根，包括进一步做店、做连锁店等等的一些想法，您这边可以凭借您在德州当地比较深厚的商业地产相关的资源，去帮助他们去做更深的落地。我可以这么理解吗？
是，而且这个东西的话，其实还有几个像在移民上面的一些小优势，可是这个可能跟中国来的这个就是中国来的这些朋友可能有困难，可是像有一些地点，像台湾的，他们可能可以透过这样的方式去做E2的签证，然后呢，所以这是小额创业的一个开始，可是也是让这个大的品牌，它可以先开始是试水的一个开始。最重要的一个点就是说，我们希望在未来是能够结合地产跟这些商业在一起。老实说，因为我来美国已经超过我的人生的半生了， 我最想做，为什么我想要做这个？其实这个叫做 Amma Kitchen，Amma Kitchen 的最终的原始点叫做 Amma United Marketing Alliance， 就是一个叫做联雅营销联盟。我希望能够借由这样子的一个媒介，能够帮我们的年轻人更多的亚裔能够结合在一起。因为说实话，就像我常常跟我的员工也讲，我说我的孩子是回不了台湾的，可是我们在这儿又是 minority。如果我们能够借由像现在你们吃货小分队给我们这样子创造的一个连结的机会的话，我相信我们可以让我们自己的亚裔能够有自己的一个经济实力来做一个结合和推广。
好，非常感谢 Josie 今天的分享。那我们的时间也差不多到这里了。那最后的话，我也想表达2个观点。首先，第一，我非常高兴能够看到 Josie 不仅希望能做 Amma Kitchen 这件事情，云厨房本身，它更多的是能够希望通过 Amma Kitchen 这样一个项目，让大家更多的去了解休斯敦，了解德州，了解亚裔，包括亚裔的餐饮文化，可以在当地如何的落地生根去做发展。我觉得 Josie 在想的是一件更大的事情，是为更多人能够去做餐饮行业的一件事情。对，不仅仅是一个14个空间的一个厨房项目。那第2点，我想说的就是，对于德州的话，确实如 Josie 所说，其实德州是一个非常新兴的一个市场，尤其相对于东西两岸而言。而我们今天其实绝大部分的嘉宾都是来自东西两岸的。那今天我们能够有幸请到像 Josie 这样来自德州的代表，非常高兴，也非常荣幸，也希望以后能够通过 Josie 去让吃货小分队这样的公司以及更多东西两岸的公司能够去走进德州的市场，好吗？
我可以附注一点，基本上 Amma Kitchen 是小额投资的，可是小额创业的。那你们需要大型的店，包括譬如说我们还有独栋的这种独栋的商场，我们在这个圈里面还有很多的机会，欢迎大家如果有大型品牌要进来也可以找我，因为我们本身手上还有不少的这些，我们大概还有2万尺。OK，
明白，就是去德州就找您就对了，去休斯敦哪怕去找
休斯顿找我，是
休斯顿对，休斯顿哪怕是
OK， 欢迎大家来看一看。OK，
好，行，那也麻烦我的同事最后把我们Josie Lin 这边公司的相关的信息，包括电话、包括网址等等，都可以在我们Zoom的聊天室还有微信群里面再给大家发送一遍。那以上就是我们这个 panel 的全部部分，我们把时间交还给主持人 Jasmine。再次感谢 Josie， 谢谢。
谢谢。
好的，谢谢 Josie， 谢谢 Henry。那我们接下来这个环节呢，我们这位嘉宾是孟庆刚，他是食品服务供应链管理咨询公司 Triple 芝的创始人兼首席执行官。Triple 芝呢总部设在上海，全球办事处是在旧金山。孟庆刚呢是前麦当劳的中国区的总经理，他拥有19年的麦当劳行政管理的经验，同时呢他也拥有丰富的中国本土餐饮集团的经验。比如说曾任57度 C 乡集团的总经理，成都众乐乐餐饮集团的总经理等等。那么我们之前聊的比较多的话题呢，是我们的亚洲风味如何落地海外的这么一些策略的分享。其实今天这一块的主题呢，我们今天请到孟庆刚为我们分享话题，从麦当劳和 Shake Shack 这些洋快餐的这些企业如何学到我们如何从他们中国本土化的策略当中去提取我们对现今中餐出海的这么一个启发。那么有请我们的孟庆刚。孟先生你好。
你好，艾米
好的，那接下来的时间就留给您。
好的，谢谢。首先非常感谢我们那个吃货盛典的邀请，能够跟大家横跨大洋彼岸的双方的餐饮人能够去做一些分享也非常感谢大家。首先呢，因为这个设置的问题，我可能没有这样的一个背景但同时呢，今天呢，就是跟大家分享的是这些，比如说麦当劳Shake Shack洋快餐中国本土化策略对现今中餐出海的启发。那为什么会做到这样呢？其实也是根据这3年的这个整个的疫情包括全球包括整个的经济的发展状况其实 不仅是国内还是国际的餐饮的一种变化因为我最近这2年是在国内嘛，明显的感觉到国内的一些我们的投资人我们的餐饮人，其实对于我们整个的中国餐饮的国际化是有强烈的需求的。那这样的需求如何能够变成现在的落地？那么同时呢，我们在北美团队呢，我们也接触了很多的美国的一些连锁的餐饮，其实他们对整个的亚洲的市场也是非常感兴趣的。但是呢，知道像麦当劳百胜在整个的亚洲市场都发展的是不错的，那么如何能够很快的、很稳的，又能够去扩展到亚洲这个市场呢？其实在这方面我们也有了很多的交流，所以呢，在这里呢，也就先介绍一下我们 Triple 知，我们知到底是个做什么的那么我们这家公司呢，我们是成立在2017年是专门聚焦在餐饮及供应链管理的咨询企业那么我们主要是聚焦在科学化、数据化跟系统化这几个方面，通过组织流程跟系统来提升餐饮的供应链能力。那么供应链能力，我们说那个比较微观的去看，它就是一个我们叫做计划采购生产仓储配送保证的餐饮的一个后勤的部门。如果从广义上来看，其实整个供应链它是涵盖着从食材一直到门店的出品整个的全链条，不仅仅是供应链，也包含着前端的产品的运营，也包含着整个的产品跟顾客的链接营销所有的这些是相关的一个大的供应链的概念。那么我们公司呢，主要就是有一群我们非常实战落地的，我们不仅仅是讲一些或者分享一些我们的见解和一些经验，最关键的是我们能够帮助连锁餐饮去做落地的。那19年我们在旧金山成立了海外的子公司，那么我们这几年的工作吧，我们很有幸的，我们服务了中国的美团，就是美团快驴是它的供应链的部分跟美国的我们的 Cisco 的元老团队的一个对接，在供应链方面的战略和一些战术上的一些沟通，包括咨询。那么我们也是包括我本人也是海底捞后面的蜀海供应链的战略顾问做了他3年一直到现在也是他的战略的顾问。那么国内的像我们说的 A 股的上市公司汇发，包括团餐的龙头麦金地我们也是很好的一个合作包括一些业务的链接。那么我们也曾经跟我们的海伦也是一个老朋友，我们曾经跟北美的刘一手，我们也有过这么一段很好的合作的经验。那么那个时候刘一手可能在北美店并不多，那今天呢，北美刘一手发展的还是非常棒的，这也是我们非常乐见的包括国内的一些餐饮，包括我们现在陆续在辅导的一些新进的或者更年轻的、更有活力的一些品牌，有志于不仅仅在国内的发展，有志于全球化的这样的品牌，在国内我们也在不停的去帮助这些年轻的餐饮的创始人们能够找到做连锁餐饮的真谛。所以呢，在这一个点上因为今天面对的我们海内外的各位的那个餐饮或者是从业者的一些同仁们，也是给大家去分享一下，如果做餐饮，如果做连锁化，你一定要具备什么样的能力，当这些能力达到了，你才可以去连锁化的发展。那么首先中间那个核心的部分，那就是说企业的战略战略能力。那战略的能力，我说何为战略？我们说定一个高大上的未来的20年我们叫做这个企业的预警。那么这个企业的战略能力，你可以缩减到1年、3年、5年这么一个阶段性的规划。那这样的规划，你会立足于在什么？立足于顾客，一定要从顾客的角度去出发来看我们的品牌产品和我们的企业。那么从顾客的角度出发，再从自己企业所具备的能力角度的出发，同时你要看到市场的状况和竞争的状况，三者的结合，你才能够形成自己的企业的战略。 那么有了个战略能力，你如何让这个战略获得支撑，能够去发展？那么就是有这样的一个三角关系啊。上面是业务模型的发展能力，主要是指的什么？你的业务模型指的什么？比如说你的营业额 sales， 你的构成，早餐啊，你的早餐、午餐、下午茶、晚餐、夜宵，包括你的各种收入的形式，比如说你的堂食、你的外卖啊，甚至在国内现在比较流行的还有新零售，还有团购，这都是整个的疫情期间这些诞生出来的啊。包括你的选址的模型啊，你的门店的投资到底是如何，你的面积到底是怎么样，能够达到你的效率最大化。那这个是一个企业的模型，我们叫做发展的能力。那么右端呢叫运营的组织能力，运营的组织能力就是你的人、你的企业、你的运营能够把你所有的这种企业的战略的能力能够落地，能够去100%的实现。那么另外的一角就是供应链的能力啊，供应链能力就是你的后端的后勤支持，包括产品的研发不停的进化啊，跟顾客所有链接的能力。那么我们看到所有的连锁餐饮，只要你是健康发展的，而且能够持久发展的，一定是在这3项能力具备了一定的基础，不停的螺旋式上升，那么你的企业才能够不停的去发展。其实这个也是给到我们一些在北美的我们的致力于连锁餐饮的企业啊，这也是我们的一个叫做经验，也是我们的一个理论，也是我们的一个方法论啊，给大家去做分享。那么我们主要呢，今天就讲讲供应链的能力。那么很多人都在讲供应链，有的人讲供应链是工厂，有的人讲的供应链是一套系统，有的讲我把采购做好就行了。那其实从我们的角度，所有的供应链它是给所有的前端的门店服务的。那你服务门店的目的是什么？你的目的是让门店更好的去服务于消费者。所以从供应链的角度出发，如果你以终为始去思考，其实供应链最终的是满足顾客的需求。那么顾客到一个餐馆，他有什么样的需求？那首先顾客就要吃到很好吃的产品，对吧？我除了我的一个主食，我还能喝到很好的饮料，我可能还来杯酒啊，或者是有蛋白类的啊，我可以有膳食纤维，我也可以有碳水类的啊，这样的一些组合。那么同样，顾客吃到想吃的，他不仅能够吃到，他还想吃到好吃的，是他想吃的产品。那你能不能够精准的把这种顾客想吃的能够提供给他？那你要从顾客的角度去出发。那么第3层面，就顾客能够吃到想吃的好吃的，但是呢他又觉得他消费得起，就是你要有个很好的价值，给到顾客的价值感，很好的价格。而且呢当这个顾客有复购的时候，他每一次吃他都能够吃到同样的啊，让他不会有很 surprise 的啊，每一次都有不同的同样的产品都有不同的感受的，其实他每一次都能够吃得到。说白了就是你的供应链后面要怎么样？你要有稳定的供应能力，你不能经常的断货呀、沽清啊，是这样的。那在下一个层面呢，那顾客你无论堂食还是外卖啊，你怎么样吃，你都可以吃到这个品牌的产品。那么你的供应链能力，你又从堂食又向其他的方位的延伸。那么最后一个就是你的全球化啊，你不管在纽约还是在上海，你吃到的麦当劳的巨无霸，你吃到的 Shake Shack 的奶昔，它们的味道都是相同的，都是我想吃的，而且我都是消费得起。其实你从这个角度的出发，你就能够了解到你的供应链到底应该去怎么做，这是你以终为始的。当然了，你后面你核心的内容你会怎么样？你会从研发呀、采购啊、生产啊、仓储啊、配送啊，甚至你的运营上那几个节点，那么你不停的去做深耕。那么供应链呢，它是整个的链条，它每个链条呢又有很多的节点，每一个节点呢它的纵深又很深，所以在整个的链条上能够有这样的比如说全面的能力，或者是很难的。那么在一个单点上，其实你做到精益求精就需要一定的时间和经验的。所以很多的供应链的连锁餐饮选择的供应链基本都会选择到第三方。那么同时我们也可以看到，那么有很多的我们也了解过，很多的中国的连锁都在去探索出海这方面的一些需求。那么他们出海会遇到什么样的问题呢？ 其实也给大家去做一下这样的一些分享。那么在我们中餐的连锁出海，他们遇到的问题，一个很大的问题就是这个产品和市场供应链他们遇到的一些障碍，就是供应链。如果我一个餐饮，比如说我到中国，如果一个餐饮我到美国，我供应链如何本地化？实现本地化，你是可以让你的产品的品质稳定，产品的味道稳定，而且也让你的整个的供应链的效率会提升到最大化，那么也让你的运营的效率也会保持最佳的状态。那么供应链本地化的难点是什么呢？中国的餐饮到美国本地化的难点，就中国所需要的食材跟美国当地提供的食材，它是有一些差异的。那么难点是在哪里？难点是在谁能够把中餐的食材的需求准确的能够转化成美国一些主流的供应链企业的他们对食材的标准，说白了就是大家的对标。只要你把标准对标上了，那么在整个因为美国的农业和他们的科技的这样的发达，那么对于这个餐饮的食材的提供商，他们的服务是完全是可以保证的。但是这一步就是非常艰难的，是非常的不容易的这是一个非常大的一个难点。那么同时，餐厅如果要在美国进行本地化的运作，它的运营的本地化也是面临的一个很大的一个难点。因为本地化对食品安全的要求，对法律的要求，对用工的所有的这样的一些需求，它必须要洞悉本地的文化、本地的法律和本地的一些经营管理的宗旨。那么在这一点上，其实也是中餐在整个我们叫国际化的路上，也是一个落地的一个难点。另外呢，就是品牌打造其实我们所有的华人餐饮，他不缺我们的创造力，也不缺勤奋，但是呢，我们的这种文化的传递，其实这种文化的传递如何能够打动北美本土主流的人的这种我们叫做产生共鸣，或者产生这样的对品牌的认知，那这个是要洞悉本地的这个文化的。所以在这一点上做起来是不容易的。任何的中餐想到国际化，他永远想的一定要去打一个持久战的，而且是一种品牌的持久战，真正是想去做国际化品牌扩张的一个持久战的准备的。那如果不做这样的准备，那么其实对于未来的发展是非常有挑战的。那么在百胜也好，麦当劳也好，包括 Six Flags 也好，其实在中国很多的连锁美国的连锁餐饮在中国的实践的路上也是践行了一个长期发展的理念，也是从这些基本的要点是逐步去落实的。那么落实到位的或者做得很好的，它就有长久的发展稳定的发展，而且收到了丰厚的回报。那么如果没有做到这种很关键的点的话，你会看到它的发展也并不是很顺利。那么同样我们看到中国的餐馆在整个北美的发展也是同样的问题，大多还是在做华人的生意。那么你要不要去做北美本土人的主流人的生意呢？那你要做主流的人的生意，你就要融入他的整个的市场和竞争的环境当中。那么我们北美团队的人在这边呢，其实我们链接了很多美国本土的当地的供应链的一些资源，包括我们在餐饮管理这方面的一些资源，其实能够给到我们在北美的一些餐饮，如果有志于你去扩张去扩张到新的市场和顾客群，那么我们是能够提供相应的这样的帮助和助力的。那么下面就给大家分享一下，那这些点，那么这些餐饮的一哥麦当劳包括 Six Flags 它是如何在中国去落地呢？他们走了20年10年，他们到底做了哪些的事情呢？那么我作为一个亲历者也是给大家去做分享这里也有些图片。那么我们说到了6个点：产品与市场，包括与顾客的洞察。那么我们可以看到第一张图片就是北京王府井麦当劳开业的那张图片。 当然了，我们之前是有深圳的光华餐厅，在91年，这是92年开到的。那么在几乎所有的中国城市的一些大家耳熟能详的上海也好，南京也好，成都也好，大连也好，济南也好，包括是在广州也好，所有的第一个城市开店的时候，其实麦当劳就是有一个我们叫做顺口溜也好，或者大家经常在外面跟顾客互动的一个口号也好，这可能是30年前的一个顺口溜，但是今天想起来，其实它是有深深的内涵和含义的，这也是世界一哥的一个内在的一个力量。看他说的各位顾客，比如说早上好，你要是一早早的开门，中午好，下午好各位顾客早上好，欢迎光临麦当劳，汉堡薯条加可乐，世界第一好。你看大家还很不了解麦当劳的时候，他就通过这一个很好的一个口号告诉你我是做什么的，我卖什么的，我是餐厅，我是卖汉堡，但是你到我这一定是汉堡加一个薯条再加一个可乐这就是我的最核心的部分。那么拿这个是告诉教育顾客我是做什么的，我的产品是做什么。那个时候中国正在蒸蒸日上的时候，这个市场正在兴起的时候，那么这些企业也敏感的捕获到了那么中国10几亿人的这个大的市场那么在整个的西式快餐，整个的中国快速发展的人的生活节奏越来越快，快餐市场的需求也会越来越大。那么在这些所有的洞察的前提下，它顺应而生，它开的是顺应其时的就开了出来。那么在开的过程里面，我们看到我们的第2张图片，那么如何去建立品牌跟认知？你看麦当劳所有做的品牌的活动，只要跟产品相关的，永远是把巨无霸拿出来，因为巨无霸是代表的麦当劳品牌的，就是它的核心的战略的产品，它任何的活动都围绕着巨无霸来做。虽然巨无霸这个单品，其实在中国的麦当劳的市场销售没有其他的汉堡数量那么好，卖的金额那么高，但是它是一个战略产品，代表着品牌的。每一年某个时间段都会把巨无霸这个产品拿出来，我们叫做拿出来秀一秀给到所有的消费者，告诉我们还是做这个快餐界的老大。那么巨无霸是我这个品牌的代表，所以它的各种的活动，大家也可以看到一个麦当劳的 Ronald 麦当劳叔叔的形象。品牌通过产品战略产品不停的去穿透自己品牌的认知，把产品和品牌、顾客和麦当劳的 IP 这个麦当劳叔叔，那么打的是差异化。何为差异化？为什么打巨无霸？他把所有的西式快餐的产品里面，只有巨无霸是独一无二的，是跟其他的餐饮不管是口味、形状还是名称是有巨大的差异的。那么把这个差异不停的跟顾客认知深深的去做链接。那么同样大家也可以看到是一个绕口令的一个挑战赛嘛，这就是运营跟营销一定要具备一些当地的思维。那另外一个我们就谈到了供应链先行这个故事是耳熟能详的麦当劳的薯条，在麦当劳开设第一家餐厅的时候，麦当劳的土豆薯条的供应商新普劳已经提前8年到中国去找合适的能够种植到给麦当劳提供优质薯条的马铃薯的基地。那最终是在内蒙古找到了这样的基地，提前8年去做这样供应链的一个提前的预制，那么才能够保证它品质的稳定一致如一。那么也说一下我们的 Shake Shack。那么 Shake Shack 它进到中国那个时候，整个的汉堡麦当劳也好百胜也好，已经占据了很大的市场份额。那么低端的大家都能听说的什么华莱士之类的也占据了很大的份额。那么在这个汉堡的高端上我们叫做网红也好，高端的汉堡其实还是一个空白。那么他就抓住了这个空白。那么这个空白，如果我当地的直营的团队直接进去，那么对它的供应链的挑战是有非常大的障碍的。而且呢，因为 Shake Shack 它成立的时间其实也并不算时间太长，那么整个它的运营的体系、供应链的体系，你对中国的这个连锁扩张支持是有难度的。 那么他就很聪明的找到了一个很好的一个合作伙伴，就是我们叫做美心集团，就是香港的美心。那么美心作为 ShakeShack 在中国整个中国的一个代理商，或者是我们叫特许经营商，那么他就很好的运用了他的网络，他的供应链的网络，提供了产品品质的支持。那么在选址上和他的管理上他也请到了前麦当劳的供应链的总裁，包括南区的总经理去负责他的运营选址靠这样的一些很好的一些资源，能够很快的去介入市场，所以在中国它也是发展的直白的讲也是风生水起，所以这也是借助了一个当地的力量如何去发展自己的品牌。那么通过他们在中国的这样的一些启发，那么我们中国的餐饮如果到北美的市场应该是怎么做呢？其实我们前面也讲到了，那么基本上也是要从这6点上去出发。在这些点上出发，那么我们知也是能够在这些点上给大家以帮助。那为什么我们Triple Z可以去做帮助因为是疫情的原因，那么我可能往返美国相对的少一点。在疫情之前，基本上我们的团队在中美之间往返的是非常频繁的。我们链接了中方跟美方，不仅仅是餐饮的资源、资本的资源供应链的资源，还有我们很多的科技的，包括我们后面很多高校的一些知名的专家，能够帮助中餐在出海上，我们去力所能及，尽我们的一份力吧，可以是这么讲。这是我通过这一个点上，之所以我们敢于去说中美之间的餐饮的互动，那么我们也愿意去承担这一份的责任，我们也愿意有这样的信心帮助所有的餐饮在中餐国际化的路上助一臂之力也能够借助我们吃货盛典这样的一个机会跟平台，大家有更多的企业更多的餐饮企业能够在北美落地生根那么如何联系我们呢？可以那么联系我们呢，可以直接联系我们北美的我们的国际部的负责人，我们的 Carol大家可以联系他，包括北美的中餐餐饮各种的一些有管理服务的一些咨询和相应的内容都可以相互的获得这样的联系我们也希望能够大家一起前行谢谢我们吃货盛典给大家分享一点点
谢谢孟总那我这边再提醒一下，关于我们吃货小分队我们精心打造产出的这个餐饮行业报告的购买链接，也请我们留意请大家留意我们的 Zoom 的对话窗里头，以及我们微信群里工作人员会分享2个链接，是美元和人民币2个独立的链接，请大家留意。那么在此我再一次特别感谢我们本次吃货盛典的合作商们感谢留一手用世界的语言演绎中国的味道留一手火锅，感谢北美食材供应链领先品牌酱传集团，感谢 Ama Kitchen 只要1万1就能轻松展店创业的 Ama 美食厨房，感谢串联东西以文化讲述餐饮故事的 CSA 设计事务所，感谢 Menu 师傅领跑5年餐厅软件华人共同选择，感谢 Rushable 为餐厅建立私域流量自动化营销以及零抽成点餐，感谢美玉嘉华财务 ERTC 申请专家，最高效最灵活。好的，感谢大家的陪伴，我们本次吃货盛典呢即将进入尾声，最后呢我们请出 Amy 和 Costco 来为大家致谢。Sorry, Amy and Cosmo. Sorry, Cosmo.
刚好那个补充一下，也谢谢前面孟总的精彩分享然后因为时间有点超时，然后那个我看 Carol 也在群里面发了那个然后 by the way 我是 Amy， 前面这位主持人 Jasmine， 就是但就我们也是第一次见面然后那个非常非常感谢 Jasmine， 就是这个非常辛苦，这2天通宵达旦来跟我们一块儿彩排做这个活动然后也是非常非常的开心现场就是不是现场这个我们通过网络来去 做这个连接然后我们这次视频号差不多快破3000人次的这个访问了，然后那个在这个其他的这个平台也是有非常多的一些这个不同平台的人来去做这个观看，那其实就是也是感谢 Zoom 这个也是感谢感谢各位代表，就是没有把我们这个什么屏蔽或者封掉，有中间有几个视频号有几个号封掉了，那个我这边长话短说因为也挺晚了，就是我们吃货小分队也是一直在这个有很多的这个迭代和进化，然后包括我们今天下午提到的这个我们的这个 Asia Creative Marketing 营销服务这块，然后包括我们的餐饮协会这块，希望说大家今天能够有所启发吧，然后那个就是也在这个就是我们那个现在这个屏幕上的这个行业报告，然后后面有任何的这个可以跳到那个我们邮箱的联系方式部分。如果说你们有任何想要跟我们联络，对，可以发邮件给到我们。然后这边看看 Cosmo 有什么要补充的。然后我希望我们现在这个咱们的这个吃货小分队各个地方的这个小伙伴可以都露个脸就是咱们一起来这个也做个大合照。对，然后我这边也感谢一下我们湾区这边，就是这边是这个现场直播间，大家都是在这个背景图沉浸在背景图里面，对，这是咱们的这个场控组杨帆然后这个是我们Phoenix 你太远了，对咱们的这个创意总监 Phoenix， 然后还有就是这个妍姐也不知道你是比我大还比我小负责咱们这个公关传播一会儿咱们这个 PR 稿件，对，就是他会一手打造，把我们这个每个人都 P 得美美的。然后这个我们的这个湾区的 BD， 然后我希望就是说咱们其他的这个就是我这个屏幕有点不太对，就是一起跟在座的这个各位去说声再见，然后我们也是希望说能够通过这次活动让你们更加了解吃货，更加了解我们在做的事儿。好，那我们就Henry 你说啥？
让 Cosmo 这边看看还有什么要最后补充的。
没有了，谢谢大家，非常感谢大家的时间一直陪我们到那个最后。刚刚还有人说下次给大家留一个5分钟的上厕所时间。
可以的，我们吃货盛典今年是第4届，那中间我们也有非常多的在不断的完善，然后我们相信我们会这个有任何对于这次活动的建议和意见，也欢迎这个在群里面或者是这个chat zone 里面跟我们去做这个对话。不过这个一会儿就要关掉了，对吧？好。
对，然后没关系，就是大家可以在群里面，然后包括我们也有联系方式，然后随时跟我们交流。然后今天也很多人加了我微信，然后也可以在微信里面跟我们交流。非常感谢，希望明年我们在线下能够大家相见。
谢谢。然后那个微信视频号里面也有这个问到，就是说哪里可以看到回放。那这里的话这个我们回头也会在这个微信号上去打上我们的微信的 ID， 我们的客服小助手。那这样子的话，就是我们会把相关的一些回放的信息去发进来，然后包括这个我们会在这个 YouTube 和 B 站，我们也是会有回播的。回头我们也会把相关的这个渠道的信息发进群里面。好，
那就这样子，拜拜。
好的，谢谢 Amy， 谢谢 Cosmo。那我接下来我这边就 ending 了。感谢我们大家今天的一整天的陪伴。那我想说，让亚洲风味走出国门，能够接触到更多的海外族裔，去重塑我们海外这个餐饮行业，我觉得是一项长期的变革，需要我们共同努力，重行致远吧。那么吃货盛典呢，我想说1年1届，但我们吃货小分队的小伙伴们呢，是覆盖全球的，和您时常陪伴。所以后续有任何问题，请联系我们的团队。好了，那由我们北美地区最具影响力的华人生活方式平台吃货小分队和北美亚洲餐饮协会联合主办的第4届吃货盛典及北美美食行业峰会的 盛会，我们今天是圆满落幕了。谢谢大家，谢谢朋友们，我们明年见，拜拜。